11. The Three Relics. After the initial excitement of travel and arrivals, Christmas break at Grimmauld Place became rather humdrum. James introduced Ralph to everyone, and Ralph very shortly became simply one more of the throng of friends and family that crammed the house. On the Wednesday before Christmas, Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione arrived, along with their children, Hugo and Rose. They were followed shortly thereafter by Uncle Bill and Aunt Fleur, Victoire's parents. James was very fond of them all, and even though the house was beginning to feel rather strained to capacity, he was thrilled they were staying over through the break. "It's a good thing Mum and Dad are off with Charlie this year," Ron commented, lugging his and Hermione's luggage up the steps to their third-floor bedroom. "This place seems so much smaller than it did when we were kids." "It's just you who's bigger, Ron," Hermione chided, elbowing him affectionately in the stomach. "You've got no room to complain." "I'm not complaining. At least we get a room. If Percy was here, he'd have to bunk in with Creature." James and Ralph, along with James' siblings and cousins, spent their days by the fire, playing wizard chess with Uncle Ron or roaming the nearby streets, performing last-minute errands and Christmas shopping with Ginny or Aunt Hermione. Fleur and Bill enlisted James and Ralph's help in picking out and transporting a Christmas tree, which had looked merely charmingly plump outside, but had taken up 2/3 of the main hall when they'd brought it in. "Seems a shame to do it," Bill said, producing his wand and pointing it at the tree. "Reductio." The tree shrunk by 1/3, but managed to maintain its density, so that it ended up looking rather more like a Christmas bush than a tree. Ralph, James, Rose, and Victoire spent most of the day before Christmas Eve stringing popcorn, decorating the tree, and wrapping presents. That night, Hermione gathered the entire household with the intention of bundling everyone up and going Christmas caroling. Neither Ron nor Harry, however, were particularly overjoyed about the idea. "Give us a break, Hermione," Harry said, dropping into an easy chair by the fire. "We've been on our feet all day." "Yeah," Ron chimed in, bolstered a bit, "it's just the start of the holiday. We haven't even had a chance to sit down yet, have we?" "Ronald Weasley, you get your bottom into your coat and hat," Hermione replied, tossing Ron's things onto his lap. "We only get the whole family together once a year anymore, if we are lucky, and I'm not going to let you sit on your bum all night just as if you were at home. Besides," she added a bit truculently, "you said on the way here that you thought caroling sounded fun." "That was before I knew you were serious," Ron muttered, climbing to his feet and shrugging on his coat. "You too," Ginny smiled, grabbing Harry's hand and pulling him out of the chair. "You can lounge around all Christmas Day if you wish. Tonight, we're going to have some fun, whether you like it or not." Harry groaned, but allowed Ginny to work his coat onto him. She punched him playfully in the stomach and he grinned, grabbing his scarf. To Ron's and Harry's apparent annoyance, Bill was raring to go, performing scales in the hallway, his hand on his chest. Fleur, dressed as resplendently as her daughter, smiled adoringly at him. As they headed out the door, James heard Uncle Ron mutter to his dad, "I swear he acts like that as much to spite us as to impress her." The night had turned out so perfectly and quintessentially Christmas-like that James wondered if his mum and Aunt Hermione had somehow bewitched it. Fact, silent snowflakes had begun to fall, muffling the distant city sounds and blanketing the grimy walls and sidewalks with sparkling white. Hermione passed out sheets of music, and then arranged everyone so that the youngest were in front and the oldest and tallest were in back. "If Mum weren't still around," Ron said to Harry in a low voice, "I'd swear Hermione was channeling her." During a practice chorus, Hermione became annoyed at Ted, who insisted on singing amusing variations of the lyrics, to the great delight of Albus and Hugo. Finally satisfied, she led the troupe through the streets surrounding Grimmauld Place, ringing doorbells and directing the choruses. Most of the Muggles who answered their doors stood and listened with something like strained amusement on their faces. Once, An old man with a large hearing aid yelled at them that he didn't support any charities except the Hortense Home for Feral Felines, and then slammed his door. McGonagall owes him a Christmas card, then, Ted said, barely missing a beat. James waved a hand at Ralph before he could ask. Animagus. I'll explain later. Christmas morning dawned with dazzling brightness, the sun turning the snow-frosted windows into blinding tableaus. Ralph and James met Albus and Rose on their way down the steps to breakfast. It's no use, Rose said dolefully. Mun swears she'll crucio anyone who tries to open a present before breakfast. James blinked. And Hermione said that. Well, answered Albus, nodding so many words. But she's really in a snit ever since she caught us using a pair of Uncle George's Ziri spectacles on the presents to see what was in them. She just about turned Dementor on him. It was scary. Uncle George is here? James asked, trotting down the rest of the stairs and heading for the kitchen. Excellent. Yeah, but he brought Katie Bell with him, Albus said, pronouncing the name with his most ingratiatingly snarky voice. Albus didn't so much disapprove of Katie Bell as he disapproved of anyone threatening to alter George Weasley's impish bachelorhood. As James and Ralph turned the corner into the old kitchen, they heard George's voice saying, "That's the sort of publicity that has allowed Triple W to grow to 2 locations and become the wizarding world's leading joke shop, you know. You can't turn down a primo showstopper at a broadcast event like the debate. It's all about the spectacle." Katie Bell, an attractive woman with long brown hair, stirred her tea. "You should have heard the way Myron Madrigal described it on the wireless," she said, stifling a smile. Ted scowled, then his curiosity got the better of him. What did he say? He called it a puerile display of monumental poor taste, George said proudly, raising his juice glass in a toast. That's beautiful. Ted grinned, clinking his glass to George's. James, good to see you, George said, clapping his juice onto the table and patting the seat next to him. Have a seat and tell us how the old alma mater is treating you. Great, James said, sitting down and grabbing a piece of toast. George, this is my friend, Ralph. So, we know all about you, don't we? George said, leaning toward Ralph and tapping the side of his nose. Our man on the inside, eh? Infiltrating the slimy underbelly of the Slytherin war machine. Spying and sabotaging left and right, no doubt. Ralph rolled his eyes at Ted. I didn't say anything, Ted said primly. I happened to mention to him that you were on Team B, way back when we ordered our little surprise package. He figured out the rest on his own when he found out you were here. Ralph squirmed. Well, that's not really true, you know. I'm just a kid. Never underestimate what a kid can do, Ralphie, George said seriously. That's right, Katie nodded. George and his brother, Fred, caused the best class disruption in Hogwarts history in the middle of the reign of Umbridge the Terrible. Like I said, it's all about the spectacle, George said. With a little revenge thrown in, Katie said, smiling. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Ralph and James exchanged looks. James, Ralph, Ted, and George were the last at the breakfast table. The younger siblings and cousins fairly dragged them from the table, finally getting the entire household together for the opening of the presents. Didn't you do like I told you? George said, laughing as Albus pulled him into the parlor. Open the presents in the middle of the night and then rewrap them again with the Reparo charm. I tried. Albus replied earnestly. I nicked James' wand and practiced on a box of biscuits. Couldn't get it to work. Made no end of a mess. Mum just about thrashed me. You nicked my wand, James cried, lunging after Albus. I'll thrash you myself. Give it back. Hooting, Albus darted away with James in pursuit. There was much yelling and shredding of paper, and James couldn't help thinking that Christmas at Grimmauld Place probably wasn't much different than Zane's description of his family Christmas in the States, hinky punks and all. When the younger Weasleys and Potters had all opened their presents and scampered off to enjoy them, the rest of the gifts were opened with a bit more reserve. Harry had gotten Ginny an unusual new cauldron, which she unwrapped and stared at rather blankly. "It's a conjure pot," he explained, a little defensively. "It makes dinner a snap. You just throw in a few ingredients each morning, whatever you have left lying around the cupboard. It doesn't matter what. The conjure pot figures out the best dish to make with it, prepares it, and cooks it up during the day. We all come home at night, and voila, mystery meal. Great for the working mum on the go." "At least that's what the sign on the display at Tristan's and Tupperworth's said," Ron remarked, grinning. Harry clipped him on the back of the head. Fleur sniffed. "Where I come from, it is considered improper for a man to buy cookery as a gift." "That's because where you come from, my dear," Bill said gently, "the men do most of the cooking." "So, just open the next one," Harry said, annoyed. Ginny's next present turned out to be a pair of Mare-Pearl earrings, which went over much better. Ginny seemed simultaneously distraught and overjoyed by them. "Harry, how did you pay for these?" "Mare-Pearl. I never expected." Her eyes glittered as she blinked back tears. "Just put them on," Harry smiled. "If it makes you feel any better, they're fake. Leprechaun pearl. They came as a bonus gift with the conjure pot." "No, they didn't," she smiled, and kissed him. Ron had gotten Hermione a small but apparently expensive bottle of perfume called Whimsy's Enchantment, which Hermione was very pleased with. Ginny and Hermione had gone together to buy Harry and Ron tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. "We knew you'd both been wanting to go for the past several years," Hermione explained as Harry and Ron congratulated each other. "But you never think ahead to get advanced tickets. We've got 8 total tickets, so you can take the kids, if you wish. They'd love it. And your wives, of course, if you wished. It's up to you." But Harry and Ron had fallen into a debate about what teams would be in the cup and barely heard the last. James opened his present and was surprised to see that his parents had gotten him a new broom. "Wow," he breathed. "A thunderstreak. Mum, Dad, you got me a thunderstreak." "Well," Harry said slowly, "I knew you'd had some trouble getting started on the broom, but I spoke to your friend, Zane, and he said you were coming along really well. I thought you might like to practice on your own broom. Those school brooms are too old. Slow, unwieldy, and the handling's gone all mushy. You try this out, and I think you'll notice the difference straight off. Course, if you don't want it," George offered, "you could always trade with Ted. That old Nimbus of his may be slow as a flobberworm, but it has loads of antique value." Ted hurled a ball of wrapping paper at George, hitting him square in the face. James felt a little sorry for Ralph, who had not heard from his dad since the message that he'd be traveling over the holidays. Ralph shrugged it off, saying his dad had probably sent his Christmas gift to the school. James and Ralph were both surprised when Ginny handed Ralph a small, wrapped package. "It's not much," Ginny smiled, "but we thought you might enjoy it." Ralph unwrapped the package and looked at it. It was a very dog-eared and dilapidated book, the words on the cover almost illegible with age. It was called Advanced Potion Making. "That belonged to a great Slytherin, like you'll be, no doubt," Harry said somberly. "Frankly, I thought I'd lost it, but it turned up a few weeks ago. I didn't know what to do with it until you came for the holiday. Then it just made sense that you should have it. Don't let Professor Slughorn see it, though. Just use it as a reference." Ralph flipped carefully through the old book. The margins were crammed with handwritten notations and drawings. "Who wrote all this stuff inside?" "Doesn't really matter," Harry said cryptically. "You don't know him." Just take care of it, and be careful how you use some of the stuff in there. It can be a little dodgy, sometimes. Still, it just seems right that it should be in the hands of a good Slytherin man. Happy Christmas, Ralph. Ralph thanked Harry and Ginny, a bit puzzled at the serious looks both he and the book were getting. He recognized that, mysterious as the book was, it was, apparently, rather meaningful. He wrapped it in a piece of cloth Ginny gave him and placed it in the bottom of his trunk. James was delighted when Neville and Luna Lovegood arrived that afternoon. The two had been seeing each other for the past few months, but James had heard his mum tell Andromeda Tonks that it wasn't going anywhere. James couldn't guess how his mum knew such things, but he never doubted that she was right. For James' part, Neville and Luna seemed just a bit too brotherly and sisterly to be a couple. After dinner, Grandmum Weasley appeared in the fireplace to wish everyone a happy Christmas. "We're having a perfectly delightful time here with Charlie," she said from the grate. "And Prague is just lovely. I think you boys need to have a talk with your father, though. He's gotten rather enamored with the Muggle architecture here and is talking about staying on a few more weeks. He's become so unpredictable now that he's retired from the ministry. So, it is so difficult having you kids all over the world like this. How am I supposed to keep track of my grandbabies? How are Charlie and Claire and the kids, then, Molly?" Hermione asked, gently steering the topic to pleasanter subjects. "Quite well, although Charlie insists on taking little Harold and Jules to work with him on occasion. How these poor children can endure the sight of such creatures and not have constant nightmares is simply beyond me." James, who'd met his younger cousins, Harold and Jules, a few times, knew that it was likely that they, in fact, might give nightmares to the dragons rather than the other way around. Late that evening, as most of the household was beginning to drift to bed, James and Ralph found themselves seated near the fire with Luna Lovegood, who was telling them about her latest expedition into the Highland Mountains in search of the ungubular/kilter. "Still no positive identification," she said, "but I discovered a vast network of their tracks and leavings. Their diet seems to consist almost entirely of blusterworms and figgles, so it's pretty easy to identify their dung by smell alone. Sort of pepperminty. Not at all unpleasant. Unglibulous/killers?" Ralph attempted. "Close enough," Luna said kindly. "They're a species of flightless raptor, distantly related to hippogriffs and octogators. I took a mold of one of their tracks and a stool sample from one of their leavings. Would you like to smell it?" "Luna," James said, leaning forward in his chair and lowering his voice, "can we ask you a question about something? I'd rather nobody else knew about it." "I specialize in things nobody else knows about," Luna said mildly. "I mean, I want to keep it sort of a secret." "So," Luna said, her face placid. James waited, but Luna merely watched him, smiling politely. Luna, he recalled, occasionally had a rather unique approach to conversation. He decided to plow on. "This isn't about /kilters or rack skirts or anything. Really, it'd be a better question for your dad, if he was still around, but I bet you know the answer, too. What can you tell us about Austromatox and Marilinus Ambrosius?" Luna was the only completely unshockable person James knew. She merely looked into the fire and said, Yes, not exactly my specialty. A lifelong hobby of my father's, though. Austromatox was the historian who recorded the last days of Marilinus and his promised return, of course. The subject of much speculation and intrigue for centuries, you know." "Yeah," James said, "we know. We read about him and the prediction of his return. What we're wondering is how it could happen. What would it take?" Luna looked thoughtful. "It's a pity my father isn't here. He could speak on the subject for days. He did once, in fact, at a gathering of alternative magical publishers and broadcasters in Belfast. Gave a speech on the implications of the Merlinus conspiracies and their hypothetical plausibilities, if I recall. It went on for 3.5 days, until he fell asleep at the podium. Actually, I think that he was asleep long before anyone realized it. He was a notorious sleep talker. Gave more than a few of his speeches in a nightgown. Most people thought it was eccentricity, but I think he was just multitasking. She sighed, fondly. James knew he wouldn't have much time before someone else, George, or worse, his dad or mum, would come back into the room. Luna, what did he say about it? Did he think Merlin's return was possible? So, he certainly did. Had 100 theories about it. Hoped he'd live to see the day, in fact, although even he wasn't any too sure that when Merlinus returned, he'd be anything like what we'd call a good wizard. Wrote a whole series of articles for the Quibbler explaining the 3 relics and offering 100 galleon reward for anyone with valid clues to their whereabouts. James tried not to interrupt Luna. What are the 3 relics? So, Luna said, looking at him. I thought you'd read about it. Ralph spoke up. We did, but it didn't say anything about any relics. It just said that Merlin would leave the world of men and return when the time was right for him, or something. Ah, well, that's the key, then, isn't it? Luna said placidly. The relics determine when the time is ripe. Merlin's 3 required magical elements, his throne, his robe, and his staff. He left them in the charge of Austen. According to the prediction, once the 3 relics are brought together again in a place called the Hall of Elders Crossing, Merlinus will reappear to claim them. James gasped. The Hall of Elders Crossing, he thought, remembering the legend inscribed on the gate of the secret island. He felt his heart pounding and was sure Luna would hear it in his voice. He struggled to sound merely curious. So what became of Merlin's 3 relics, then? No one knows for sure, Luna replied airily, but my father had developed some pretty strong theories. According to legend, Merlin's ceremonial black robe was made of incorruptible fabric, allowing it to survive eternally. It was supposedly used as a cock over the body of GRETEL, the first king of the wizarding world, in the belief that it would prevent corruption. Alas, no one knows the location of GRETEL's tomb, its secret keepers having been inhumed within it to secure its secrecy forever. Ralph shuddered as Luna went on. Merlin's throne as advisor to the kingdoms of the Muggles was passed from regime to regime, always kept ready for the wizard's return, until it was eventually lost in the mists of time. Some believe that it was recovered by a wizarding king in the 1600s, and that it is stored today in the Ministry of Magic, forgotten in the endless vaults of the Department of Mysteries. Finally, Luna said, narrowing her eyes as she searched her memory, the greatest of Merlin's relics, his staff. Back then, wizards used staffs rather than wands, you know. Long sticks, often as tall as the wizard himself. Merlin's was carved from the trunk of a rare, talking knucklewood tree. It is said that he could still make his staff speak with the voice of the dryad that had given it. Austen kept the staff himself, claiming to be its sole keeper until the day of Merlin's returning. He hid it, and the secret of its location is said to have died with him. Wow, Ralph said in a low voice. But still, James said, says someone could get all the relics back together again. Where is this Hall of Elders Crossing supposed to be? Again, no one knows, Luna replied. Austen speaks of it as if he expects his readers to know of it, as if it were a well-known place. Perhaps it was then, but it has been completely lost to us now. But your father believed it would be possible to bring Merlinus back. He thought it could happen? James prodded. For the first time, Luna's face became serious. She looked at James. My father believed in quite a wide variety of things, James, not all of them technically consistent with reality. He did believe in the return of Merlinus. He also believed in the healing power of Nargleworts, the fountain of pleasing breath, and the existence of an entire subterranean civilization of half-human creatures he called Mordmonks. In other words, just because my father believed it, that hardly makes it true. Yeah, I guess, James said, but distractedly. Luna went on. No wizard has ever overcome death. Many have cheated it for a while, using arts ranging from the creative to the questionable to the outright evil. But no single wizard in all of history has tasted death and returned to tell about it. It is the law of mortality. One life, one death. James nodded, but he was barely listening anymore. His mind was reeling. Finally, Ginny peeped in and sent both boys off to bed. So what do you think? Ralph asked as they passed the curtained portrait of old Mrs. Black and climbed the stairs. You still think there's a big Merlin conspiracy? James nodded. Definitely. Remember our first defense against the dark arts class? When Professor Jackson came in to talk to Professor Franklin about something. They were both standing up front. Then the Voodoo Queen popped in to tell Jackson his class was waiting for him. Remember? Yeah, sure. Well, you know that case that Jackson carries with him pretty much everywhere. I gotta look into it. It came open a little and it was only a few feet away from me. There was a big bundle of some kind of black cloth in it. Jackson saw me looking and gave me a look that'd melt lead. James opened the door to his room and Ralph threw himself onto his cot. So, I don't get it. Remember what I told you about the night I hid under the invisibility cloak and followed Dad and Professor Franklin around? Franklin told Dad that he should keep an eye on Professor Jackson. He said that Jackson was involved in the whole anti-horror propaganda movement. Don't you see? Ralph frowned again, thinking hard. I don't know. I can't believe Professor Jackson would be part of a plot to start a war against the Muggles. He's hardcore, but he seems cool. That's what I thought, too, but Ralph, you know what I think that thing in his case was? I think it was one of the relics. I think it was Merlin's robe. He's keeping it safe until he can get the rest of the relics together. Ralph's eyes widened. No, he said in a low whisper. Can't be. I mean, Professor Jackson. That's not all, James said, digging into his backpack. Take a look at this. He pulled out the folded Daily Prophet that Zane had given him, the one with the cover story about the demonstration against Harry Potter's visit. It's been in the bottom of my bag this whole time. I've forgotten why I even kept it, but take a look at the article on the back. James tapped the article about the break-in at the Ministry of Magic and the strangely cursed thieves who had apparently not gotten around to stealing anything. Ralph read it slowly, then looked up at James, his eyes large. It says one of the places they broke into was the Department of Mysteries, he said. You think these guys were looking for the Merlin throne? Maybe, James admitted, thinking hard. But I don't think so. I think they were hired as a diversion. It says none of them had much of a prior record, right? They couldn't have broken into the ministry on their own. I think maybe they were just a distraction, riffling things around and playing a bit of havoc while someone else found the throne and got it out of there. But it says here nothing was stolen, Ralph said, glancing back at the article. Well, they wouldn't admit that the throne of Merlin had been taken, would they? James replied. I mean, that'd be a pretty scary bit of dark magic to admit had gone missing, what with all the stories of evil wizards trying to use the relics to bring back Merlin all these centuries past. Then again, he thought back to what Luna had told them. If it had been stored in the vaults of the Department of Mysteries since the 1600s, maybe they didn't even know it was there anymore. How would they know if one item had gone missing from the place? Luna called them the Endless Vaults, didn't she? So, Ralph said, still scanning the news article, Somebody hires these three goons to break in and make a mess of things, while the real thieves make off with the throne of Merlin. Then the real thieves curse these guys not to be able to talk, and set them up to take the fall. Right? Pretty sneaky. But still, where do you hide something like Merlin's throne? Don't powerful magical objects, especially dark ones, make a pretty noticeable imprint? I mean, your dad and his Aurors would have picked up on it somehow, wouldn't they? Yeah, James agreed doubtfully. They'd have to put it someplace either really far away from civilization or hide it under loads of disillusionment charms and secrecy spells. More than just any old witch or wizard could whip up. They'd need a place totally protected and absolutely secret, like... He stopped, realization dawning on him. His mouth hung open and his eyes grew wider and wider. What? Ralph finally asked. James glanced at him, and then grabbed the newspaper from him. He turned it around, examining the front page. That's it, he said in a breathless whisper. Look. The break-in happened the night before we arrived at school. Remember when we were on the boats crossing the lake for the first time? I saw somebody in a boat over by the lake's edge. Yeah, Ralph said slowly, narrowing his eyes, I guess. The next day, when the Americans arrived, you saw old Madame Delacroix and thought it had been her. I thought you were being a bit of a nutter. James ignored him and went on. I decided it couldn't have been her, because the woman I'd seen on the lake had been a lot younger. Still, the resemblance had been pretty scary. You know where I saw that boat, though? It was over by Warzane, and I found the island. The Grotto Keep. I think that was Madame Delacroix, after all. How? Ralph asked, simply. She didn't arrive until the next day. James explained to Ralph what Professor Franklin had revealed about Madame Delacroix at the dinner in the Alma d'Aleron's quarters. It was her wraith, he concluded. She projected herself to the lake, to that place on the island, using the ability Franklin told us about. No wonder she was so mad when he explained that she could project a younger version of herself anywhere she wanted. Ralph seemed doubtful. But what? What did she want to be doing floating around in a boat on the lake? Don't you see? James exclaimed, trying to keep his voice low. Whoever stole the Merlin throne would need to hide it in a place so secure and secret that nobody would ever sense it. What better place to hide it than right on the grounds of Hogwarts? Why create an ultra-powerful hiding place when one already exists and you're going to be there anyway? Madame Delacroix sent her wraith to the island that night to deliver the stolen throne. She's hiding it right on the Hogwarts grounds, there on the island. The Forbidden Forest is already so full of magic that the throne is probably just lost in the background noise to the wizards at the school. The Grotto Keep must be the hiding place. Ralph stared at James, biting his lips and wide-eyed. Finally, he said, wow, that's so creepy it makes sense. So you think she's working with Jackson, then? One way or another, they're in it together, James nodded. That stinks, Ralph said flatly. I was really starting to like Professor Jackson. But still, what's the big deal, really? I mean, Luna said that it's impossible to bring Merlin back. She pretty much made it sound like anyone who thinks they can do it is right loony. Once dead, always dead. Why not let Delacroix and Jackson have their fantasies? James couldn't let it go. He shook his head. I don't know about Delacroix, but Professor Jackson's smarter than that. He teaches technomancy, doesn't he? He wouldn't fall for some crackpot scheme if he didn't think it'd work. Besides, everybody keeps talking about it as if Merlin had died. But Ostromatics doesn't say he died, does he? He just left the world of men. Ralph shrugged. Whatever. Seems pretty dodgy to me. He flopped backwards onto the cot. Come on, Ralph, James said, tossing the old newspaper onto him. They're trying to bring Merlin back so they can start a war with the Muggles. It's up to us to stop it. Ralph rolled onto his side and furrowed his brow at James. What do you mean? Your dad's head, or... If you're really worried about it, tell him about it. It's his job to stop things like this, isn't it? What are we going to do, anyway? James was exasperated. We can try to stop them. Nobody will believe us if we tell them now. We can try to capture the relics ourselves. If we do that, then we'll at least have proof. Ralph continued to stare at James. After a minute, he spoke. Don't you think you might be making a bit much of this? I understand wanting to follow in your dad's footsteps and all, trying to save the world and be the hero. Shut up, Ralph, James said, suddenly angry. You don't know what you're talking about. Ralph rolled onto his back. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. James knew that, after their earlier fight, Ralph was sensitive not to say anything too argumentative. All right, James admitted, I know why you're saying that. But this is different. I'm really not just trying to be like Dad, all right? Maybe there isn't any way to bring back Merlin. But still, these progressive element types are up to no good. If we can prove that they're trying to start a war, we can at least shut them down, can't we? If we can do that, I think we should. Are you with me? Ralph grinned at James. Of course. What's the fun of being a wizard if we aren't on a quest to save the world? James rolled his eyes. Shut up and go to sleep, Ralphinator. But James couldn't sleep, not for a long time. He thought and thought about everything he'd learned that night, the connections he and Ralph had made. It made too much sense. It had to be true. And as much as he trusted Luna, he couldn't quite accept that it would be impossible to bring Merlin into the world somehow. He'd been the greatest wizard ever, hadn't he? He was sure to have been capable of things that even the most powerful wizards since would find impossible. James felt a strong unwillingness to let it go. Still, part of him had been pricked by Ralph's suggestion that James was simply looking for a way to be a hero, like his dad. Not because he knew it wasn't true, but because he was afraid it might be. Finally, several hours after the house had fallen silent, feeling confused and exhausted, James drifted to sleep. The day before the trip back to school, James was wandering the upper rooms of Grimmauld Place, bored and restless. The last of the guests had left the previous day, and Ralph had gone with Ted and Victoire to see Harry's offices at the ministry. James had been there loads of times, but his primary reason for not accompanying them was that he wanted time to think. After half an hour of lying on his bed and scribbling meaningless notes and drawings on sheets of parchment, he'd given up and climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. The top floors were silent and sleepy, with motes of dust swimming lazily in the sunbeams that streamed through the frosted windows. All the beds were made, the trunks mostly packed. Everyone would be leaving Grimmauld Place in the next few days, reducing it once again to temporary emptiness. Even Creature had been induced to accompany the family back to the main house in Marble Arch for a couple of months. The aged quiet of the house seemed to fill the rooms, fog-like. James felt like a ghost. He was passing the door to his parents' bedroom when he stopped. He took a step backwards and peered in. The curtains were thrown wide open and a hard beam of sunlight speared the air, laying a window-shaped spotlight on Harry Potter's trunk. James glanced toward the hall stairs to be sure no one was coming, and then tiptoed into the room. The trunk wasn't completely closed. It didn't even have a lock. James lifted the lid slowly, peering in. There, in the same place it was last time, was his dad's invisibility cloak. It was folded tightly, packed into a corner, almost covered by a pile of socks. James glanced again at the doorway, already feeling guilty. He shouldn't do it, of course. Absolutely not. When his dad found out, there'd be trouble. But then again, maybe his dad wouldn't notice. Harry Potter seemed to carry the legendary cloak with him merely by force of habit. James couldn't remember the last time his dad had actually used it. It seemed wrong, somehow, that such a useful treasure was not being put to use by someone. James reached in and touched it, then, without allowing himself to think about it, he pulled the cloak out. He was about to turn and flee back to his bedroom, when something else inside the trunk captured his eye. He caught his breath as he looked, barely allowing himself to believe what he was seeing. It had been packed beneath the invisibility cloak, only revealed when James pulled it out. Few people would even recognize what it was. At first glance, it was merely an old parchment, folded many times. Like a map. James considered it. What finally decided him was the thought of what Ted Lupin might say if he knew that James had turned down such a golden opportunity. James grabbed the Marauder's map, clutching it and the invisibility cloak to his chest, then carefully closed his dad's trunk. He ran down the steps and back into his bedroom. By the time he'd hidden his contraband in the bottom of his own trunk, he was feeling both excited and frightened in equal measures. There was sure to be a row when he was found out, and there was no question that he would be found out. Still, he knew that his dad wouldn't be able to deny that he himself would have done the same thing if he'd been in James' shoes. He was counting on that to temper things when the time came. Until then, he'd put both items to great use. He didn't know exactly how, yet, but there was no question that, with the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map in his possession, he felt much better equipped to tackle whatever adventures were sure to come. The return trip to school was, like all post-holiday journeys, melancholy and quiet. Back at Hogwarts the next week, James and Ralph relayed to Zane everything Luna had told them and the connections they had subsequently made. James was gratified that Zane immediately grasped the implications. Maybe Madame Delacroix put the Imperious Curse on Jackson, he asked in a low tone as the three boys huddled around a table in the corner of the library. Yeah, Ralph agreed. That'd make sense. She could just be using him as a tool. James shook his head. Dad says the Imperious Curse is pretty easy to cast, but it takes a lot of willpower to maintain it over a long period of time. The whole school year is a long time. Also, a strong enough wizard can learn to throw it off or resist it altogether. Jackson's too sharp to be an easy target for something like that. Ralph shrugged, and then leaned in, lowering his voice as a group of students walked past. Either way, I still think the whole thing's a wash. I mean, wizards have been trying to get Merlin back for centuries, haven't they? And the best wizards alive today believe that the whole thing is just a sort of fairy tale. Professor Franklin said in DADA that the best records show that Merlin ended up getting involved with something called the Lady of the Lake who took his powers and imprisoned him. Could just be part of the legend, but still, supposedly he died around 1200 and was buried just like anyone else. Zane, who was always prone to the morbid imagination, widened his eyes. What if the plan is to bring him back as an Imperious? Maybe they're just going to raise his body like some kind of zombie or something. James rolled his eyes. Inferi are just animated corpses. Nobody would say somebody had been brought back to life if they'd just been turned into an Imperious. It'd be the same thing as just grabbing Merlin's skull and working it like a puppet. Zane held up his hand and mimed a mouth with his fingers. Hey, dudes. I'm Merlin. I just flew back from the dead, and boy, are my arms tired? James stifled a laugh. All right, so seriously, maybe the whole Merlin's return thing is just some crazy legend. Jackson and Delacroix and whoever they're working with in the progressive element believe in it, and as long as they do, they'll keep at it. Even if the plan to bring back Merlin doesn't work, they'll just figure something else out. If we can prove what they are trying to do, though, we can at least shut them down, Ralph nodded. Right? discredit them with the wizarding world. Yes. And if we can do that, we take away a lot of their ability to accomplish their goal. Zane laced his fingers behind his head and leaned back. So looks like we need to get our hands on those relics. The throne is too protected for us to get to, if it's on that island. We don't yet know who has the Merlin staff or if anybody even knows where it is. That leaves the robe. At least we know where it is, and as far as we know, Jackson's case won't try to bite our legs off if we open it. Ralph looked grim. As far as we know, we need to be able to get it without Jackson knowing it's gone. If he catches on, they'll have time to back off and cover their tracks, James said, thinking hard. I just wish we knew when they were planning on bringing all the relics together. We have to get them before they try it. And where's this Hall of Elders crossing? Ralph added. I figured it's got to be the island itself, James answered, raising his eyebrows. 7. It was Zane's turn to shake his head. Not. Can't be. The sign on the gate said that it was the Grotto Keep. At the bottom, it said something about the Hall of Elders crossing, as if it was someplace else. James dug in his backpack, finding the sheet of parchment he and Zane had recreated the gate poem on. He spread it between them. In the light of what Luna had told them about the relics, the poem made a lot more sense. They read it, along with their scribbled notes, once again. When by the light of Solva bright, Solva equals moon, I found the Grotto Keep, means can only find the keep by moonlight before the night of time requite, time requite. A certain date. Did wake his languid sleep. Merlinus, sleeping? Rip Van Winkle. Upon return the fretted dawn, happens at night time? With not a relic, lossing, the 3 relics. Brought back, together. Bygone a life, a new eon, a life from the past in a new time, the legend's origin? The Hall of Elders crossing. Here? Where? 7. Yeah, James agreed reluctantly. It makes it sound like the Hall of Elders crossing is a different place entirely. Maybe the Grotto Keep becomes the Hall of Elders crossing, somehow. Zane shrugged, unconvinced. Met. Doesn't make any difference, really, Ralph said after a minute's thought. It's just some old poem. Part of the legend. You didn't see the island, Zane said with feeling. Then, turning to James, you think that whole Grotto Keep grew up there on the island in response to the throne being there? Could be, James nodded. Whether the legend's true or not, that thing's got to have some serious magic in it. Probably, Madame Delacroix has added her own protective hexes and charms as well. Either way, Ralph insisted, we need to get the robe from Jackson's briefcase. Any ideas? All 3 boys merely looked at one another. Finally, James said, I'll work on a plan. We're going to need something to replace the robe with, though. It was just a hunk of black fabric, you say? Ralph said. We can use my dress cloak. My dad got me the entire wizard wardrobe when we were in Diagon Alley before school started, and unless I have to go to somebody's wedding or funeral, I can't imagine I'll need that thing. It's bigger than my bedspread. 7. James considered it. Sure, I guess it'll work as well as anything. Although, he added, looking seriously at Ralph, if they trace it back to you. Ralph was silent for a moment, and then shrugged. Well, I've got no shortage of enemies already. 1 or 2 more can't hurt much. Considering the caliber of enemy Ralph might make with such a plot, James thought it might hurt indeed, but he decided not to say so. He was proud of Ralph for volunteering, and he felt that it showed that Ralph had a great deal of confidence in James. James hoped he was worthy of it. For the rest of the week, James had very little time to think about Jackson's briefcase and the relic robe. As if he knew what they were up to, Professor Jackson had piled on more homework than usual, assigning nearly 5 chapters and a 500-word essay on Hector's law of displaced inertia. At the same time, Professor Franklin had planned a practical examination for late Friday afternoon, leaving only one day for James, Zane, and Ralph to practice disarming and blocking spells. Ralph was forced to practice on a fencing dummy. After 2 hours, he finally succeeded in casting an Expelliarmus spell without burning a crater in the cloth-bound mannequin. Fortunately, Franklin himself deigned to act as Ralph's dueling partner during the practical. Ralph, slightly more confident that Franklin could deflect any errant spells than any of his classmates, was able to concentrate a bit more on his wand work. To no one's greater surprise than his own, his Expelliarmus spell actually succeeded in blasting Franklin's wand from his hand. It vibrated in the ceiling like an arrow. 7. "Well done, Mr. Deedle," Franklin said, a bit faintly, gazing up at his wand. "Mr. Potter, would you be so kind as to retrieve my wand for me? There's a ladder by the supply closet." "That's a lad." As James and Ralph were leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts practical, James noticed that he was once again being watched closely by the mustachioed man in the painting of wizards gathered around the large globe. For the past week, he had begun noticing similar looks from paintings throughout the halls. Not all the paintings, by any means, but enough to nag at his attention. The fat wizard in the corner of the table at the painting of the poisoning of Pericles had seemed to listen intently as he, Ralph, and Zane had discussed Jackson's briefcase in the library. A cavalry rider in the painting of the Battle of Bourgogne had cantered his horse to the corner of the painting to watch James out of sight as he'd walked to Muggle studies. Perhaps strangest of all, a portrait of a portrait in the painting of the crowning of King Sisyphus had studied James unabashedly from the wall of the Great Hall as he and Zane were eating breakfast. James stopped on his way to the common room and approached the painting of the wizards gathered around the globe. The wizard with the dark mustache and spectacles peered at him with a hard, unreadable expression. "What?" James demanded. "Do I have mustard on my tie or something?" The painted wizard's expression didn't change, and once again, James found that there was something teasingly familiar about him. 7. "I know you, somehow," he said. "Who are you?" "You're talking to a painting," Ralph pointed out. "I talk to a painting every day to get into the common room," James said without turning around. "Yeah," Ralph nodded. "Still, it just seems a little weird to go around starting arguments with random paintings in the halls." "Where do I know you from?" James asked the painting, annoyed. "Young man," another wizard in the painting spoke up, "that's hardly the tone we are accustomed to being addressed in. Respect and deference, if you please. We are your elders." James ignored him, still studying the wizard with the mustache and spectacles, who merely stared back at him silently. It occurred to James that the wizard only seemed familiar because, somehow, he looked like the rest of the paintings that had been watching him. But that was obviously ridiculous, wasn't it? There was the fat man with the bald head, and the thin wizard in the portrait of the portrait who'd had a great bushy blonde beard. All of the paintings he'd caught watching him were utterly different. A few had even been rather ugly women. Still, there was something about the eyes and the shape of the face. James shook his head. He felt so close to figuring it out, yet it remained beyond his grasp. "Come on," Ralph finally said, grabbing James' arm. "Argue with the paintings later. It's steak and kidney night." 7. That weekend, James gave his new Thunderstreak a test ride on the Quidditch pitch. It was indeed an entirely different experience than riding any of the house brooms. The Thunderstreak was noticeably faster, but more importantly, it responded to James' direction with an accuracy and ease that bordered on precognition. James would merely think that perhaps he'd like to dip or turn, and suddenly, he'd find that it was happening. Ted explained, rather breathlessly, that the Thunderstreak was equipped with an option called Extra Gestural Enhancement. Basically, he said in an odd voice. The broom can read its owner's mind, just enough that it only needs the slightest touch to go where you want it to go. It already knows what you want, so the moment you steer, you're already there. James offered to let Ted ride the broom, but Ted shook his head sadly. It's bonded with you. You're the owner. If anybody else tried to fly it, it'd go all wonky. It's a drawback of the EGE option. Or a plus, if you're worried about people trying to steal it. Me wanty, Zane said in a low voice. How much are they? How much do you have? Ted asked. Zane thought for a moment. Since I gave my last 5 to the house elf doorman, nothing. It costs more than that, Ted said, nodding. On the way back to the castle, Zane told James that he'd had an idea about how to swap the relic robe with Ralph's dress cloak. 7. Meet me tonight in the Ravenclaw common room, he said. Tell Ralph to come, too, when you see him. I'll meet you both at the door at 9. That night, the Ravenclaw common room was unusually empty. Zane explained that there was a wizard chess tournament going on in the Great Hall. Horace Birch is playing Professor Franklin for the title of Grand Wizard Chess Champion of the Universe, or something. Unofficial, I'm thinking. Anyway, everybody's down there cheering him on. So have either of you come up with a way to get the robe relic from Jackson yet? I thought you said you had a plan? James said. I do, but it's pretty iffy. I thought I'd listen to your ideas first, in case they were better. James shook his head. Ralph said, I've been watching Professor Jackson. He never lets that briefcase out of his sight. Actually, Zane said, settling into a chair by the fire, that's not entirely true. Ralph and James sat on the sofa. James said, Ralph's right. He even takes it to Quidditch matches. He sets it between his feet at meals. He's got it with him constantly. He does have it with him constantly, Zane agreed, but there's one situation where he isn't exactly keeping his eye on it. What? James exclaimed. Where? Technomancy class, Zane answered simply. Think about it. Once he do all class long. 7. James considered it a moment, then his eyes widened slightly. He paces. Bingo, Zane said, pointing at James. He puts his case on the floor by his desk, careful as always, but then he paces. He circles the room 10 times a class, I bet. I've been watching. Takes him about a minute to make it all the way around the room, which means that for about 20 seconds, his back is turned to the briefcase. Wait, Ralph interjected. You think we should try to make the switch right in the middle of class? Zane shrugged. Like I said, it isn't a great idea. How? There's 20 people in that class. We can't have them all in on it. No, James agreed. Philia Doyle's in that class. She's tight with Tabitha Corsica, and it's possible, even likely, that they're in on the Merlin plot. Philia may even know what's in the case. Nobody else can know what we're up to. Doesn't mean it's impossible, Zane said. Ralph frowned. You think we're going to be able to get into Jackson's case, swat the robes, and close it again, all while Jackson's back is turned for 20 seconds, and without anyone else in the class catching on? James said, furrowing his brow. Maybe we don't need to get into the briefcase. What if we find another briefcase? We could stuff Ralph's cloak in it and somehow just swap the cases while Jackson's back is turned. Ralph was still doubtful. Jackson will be able to tell. He carries that thing with him everywhere. He's probably memorized every scratch and scuff on it. Actually, Zane said thoughtfully, it's a pretty standard-looking leather briefcase. I've seen others almost exactly like it right here at Hogwarts. If we could find something close enough. Zane suddenly sat up and snapped his fingers. Horace. Horace? James blinked. Horace Birch? The gremlin wizard chess player? What's he got to do with anything? Zane shook his head excitedly. Remember the Wocket? Horace used a Vice-Minectio charm to make it look like a flying saucer. It's a fool that I charm. He said it just makes people see what they expect to see. If we found a case that looked enough like Jackson's, then put a Vice-Minectio charm on it, I bet that'd be enough to fool old Stonewall good. I mean, he'd never expect anything to happen to his case during class, so the charm should help him see the fake briefcase as his own. Right? Ralph thought about it and seemed to brighten. That's so crazy, it just might work. Yeah, James added, but still, how do we swap the cases during class without anyone else noticing? We'd need a diversion, Zane said firmly. Ralph grimaced. You've watched too much telly. James frowned, thinking of the invisibility cloak. You know, he said, I think I have an idea. He told Zane and James about finding the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. You liberated them from your dad's trunk. Zane grinned delightedly. You little miscreant. Ted will want to kiss you. He doesn't know, and I want to keep it that way, for now, at least, James said sternly. But the point is, I think we can use the invisibility cloak to make the switch without anyone knowing. It'll require all of us, though. I'm not even in that class, Ralph said. James nodded. I know. What class do you have that period? First slot, Wednesday. Ralph thought. Arithmancy. Can you miss one? I guess. Why? James explained his plan. Zane began to grin, but Ralph looked uncomfortable. I'm a terrible liar. They'll catch on straight off, he moaned. Can't Zane do my part? He's a natural. James shook his head. He's in the class with me. It'd be no good. You can do it, Ralph, Zane said heartily. The trick is to look em straight in the eye and never blink. I'll teach you everything I know. We'll make a liar out of you yet. That night, as James got ready for bed, he ran through the plan in his mind. Now that he'd allowed himself to consider the impossibility of Merlin's literal return, he felt rather silly for having been so certain of it. Obviously, it really was just a mad delusion for power-crazed dark wizards. Still, it was evident that Jackson and Delacroix, at least, believed in it enough to try it. If James, Ralph, and Zane could capture the relic robe, that would be enough proof to get his dad and his orders to search the island of the Grotto Keep. They'd find the Merlin throne, and the conspiracy would be revealed. It'd be front-page news in the Daily Prophet, and Tabitha Corsica's progressive element, which was surely part of the plot, would be revealed as a campaign of lies and propaganda, intent only on war and domination. With that vision in his head, James felt a stab of determination to do everything he could to capture the relic robe. As he evaluated the plan, however, he had his doubts. It was certainly a rather convoluted scheme, with loads of variables. Much of it would depend entirely on dumb luck. One minute, James was certain it would work flawlessly. The next, he was sure it would be a ridiculous failure and he, Ralph, and Zane would be caught. What would they say? Jackson would know they were aware of his plan. Would that be enough to stop the plot? James was, after all, the son of the head orator. James thought not. If James and his friends were caught trying to steal the relic, Jackson would know they hadn't yet told Harry Potter anything. Would Jackson and his co-conspirators stoop to murder to keep their plans a secret? He could hardly believe it. But then again, he had been amazed to discover Jackson's involvement in such a terrible plan to begin with. No matter what, James was sure, probably more than either Zane or Ralph, that the three of them might be in great danger if their scheme failed. For the first time, he considered telling his dad everything. He could send Naughty with a letter, explaining everything they'd worked out so far. If the three of them succeeded in their plan to capture the relic robe, then he'd have proof to back up the letter. If they failed and were caught, at least someone else would know about the Merlin plot. It was too late to write the letter that night, but he felt reassured that it would be a good idea, and he determined to do it first thing in the morning. Thinking that, he fell asleep. The next morning, however, as he ran down the steps to breakfast, he forgot all about it. In the light of a new day and a new week, he felt perfectly confident that their plan would work. Failure was inconceivable. He was in such high spirits about it that he barely noticed the pale wizard in the painting of the Assumption of Saint Mungo watching him intently, frowning and stone-faced. 12. Vice Ineptio. The first hurdle James, Ralph, and Zane faced in capturing Jackson's briefcase was simply finding a case similar enough to make the switch. It was, as Zane had suggested, a fairly basic black leather case, rather more like a doctor's bag than a briefcase. They studied it carefully at dinner Monday evening, as it sat between the professor's black boots beneath the faculty table. It had two wooden handles on the top, a hinged brass catch, and was, indeed, rather beaten and scuffed. They were dismayed to discover that it had a small, tarnished brass plate riveted to one side with T.H. Jackson engraved on it. While it was, in most respects, an almost entirely unremarkable bit of luggage, the boys soon discovered that there was not, in fact, one exactly like it to be easily found. Plenty of students and faculty had leather cases and portfolios, but they were all either too narrow, or the wrong color, or of a rather different size or shape. By Tuesday night, they had still not found a case they could use to perform the switch. Ralph suggested that they might have to wait until the next week to perform the switch, but James was insistent that they keep trying. "We don't know when they're planning to bring all the relics together," he explained. "If we wait too long, they'll try it and then we won't have access to any of the relics at all. They'll figure out they don't work, and then hide them or destroy them." Ralph and Zane agreed, although it didn't get them any closer to finding an appropriate case to use for the switch. Then, Wednesday morning, the day of technomancy class, Ralph came to the breakfast table with a manic glint in his eye. He plopped down across from Zane and James and stared at them. "What?" James asked. "I think I've found a case we can use." James' mouth dropped open and Zane audibly gulped the coffee he'd been sipping. "What? Where?" James asked in a harsh whisper. He had decided they were going to have to wait after all, and had been simultaneously worried and relieved. Now adrenaline shot through him. The rather wide-eyed paleness of Ralph's face indicated he was feeling the same thing. "Do you know my friend, Rufus Burton?" James nodded. "Yeah, another first-year Slytherin. Greasy-haired kid, right?" "Yeah. Well, he collects rocks and stuff. Calls himself a rockhound. Has a whole bunch of polished little stones arranged on a shelf by his bed, crystals and quartzes and muncifiers and all that. I listened to him talking about it last night for almost an hour. Well, he brought all his rock hunting tools along with him to school, of course. He's got a little hammer that's a pick on one side, and a bunch of little scrapers and brushes and loads of these little cloths and polishing solutions." All right, Zane said. "We get the picture. Guy's a geek with tools." I'm spellbound. "What's the point?" "Well," Ralph said, unperturbed, "he carries all his tools and gear around in a case. He had it out on his bed last night. And it's the right size and shape." James prompted. Ralph nodded, still wide-eyed. "It's almost perfect. Even has a little plaque on the side. It has the name of the manufacturer on it, but it's in the same place as the little plate on Jackson's case. The color's different, and the handles are ivory, but other than that." "So how do we get it?" James asked breathlessly. "I've already got it," Ralph answered, seeming rather amazed at himself. I told him I wanted a bag to carry my books and parchments in. Told him my backpack didn't feel very, Slytherin. He said he knew just what I meant. He said he'd gotten a new tool case for Christmas, so I could have his old one. That's why he had it out. He was taking everything out of the old one to put into his new case, which is bigger and has a hard dragon skin cover. Watertight, he told me. Ralph was beginning to ramble. He just said you could have it. Zane asked, incredulously. Yeah. I've got to tell you, it wigged me out a bit. I mean, isn't that just a little too? I don't know. A little too much of a coincidence, Zane nodded. James grew thoughtfully determined. Where's the case, now? Ralph looked a little startled. I brought it down with me, but I hid it in one of the cubby holes under the stairs. I didn't want anyone to see me with it in here. Just in case. Good thinking. Come on, James said, getting up. You still want to go through with it? Ralph asked, following reluctantly. I mean, we were going to wait until next week, anyway. That was only because we didn't have a choice. Well, Ralph muttered, there's always a choice. I mean, we don't have to do it this way, do we? Couldn't one of us just hide under the invisibility cloak and make the switch when Jackson's not looking? Zane shook his head. No way. There's too little room in there. Jackson would run you over doing one of his laps. If we're going to do it, this is the only way. Look, I think we're meant to do this, James said, turning to face Ralph and Zane when they got to the doorway. If there is such a thing as destiny, then that's what put that case in your hands last night. Ralph. We can't miss this opportunity. It'd be like spitting in Destiny's face. Ralph blinked, trying to envision that. Zane scowled thoughtfully. Sound serious? You two still with me? James asked. Both other boys nodded. The case was still in the cubbyhole beneath the main staircase, and it was as similar to Jackson's as Ralph had described. It was a ruddy red color, and much more scuffed from having been dragged through the dirt and rocks, but it was exactly the same size and shape, with a matching brass catch in the center. Ralph had already stuffed his dress cloak into it, and when James opened it to check, it looked almost exactly the way the cloth inside Jackson's case had looked when it had come open that day in Franklin's classroom. Let's take it to the boys' bathroom in the upper cellars, James said, preceding the other two down the staircase. It's just down the hall from technomancy. Do you need anything special, Zane? Just my wand and my notes, Zane answered. Horace Birch had been more than happy to explain the Vice-Minectio charm to Zane, but there'd been no opportunity for him to practice. Further, the charm would only work, if it worked at all, on anyone who didn't know the charm was in place. The result was that neither James, Ralph, nor Zane would know if the charm was working. They'd just have to trust Zane's spell work until the switch had been accomplished and Jackson picked up the fate case. Only then, one way or another, would the effectiveness of the charm be shown. In the boys' bathroom, James plopped the case on the edge of the sink. Zane dug in his backpack for his wand and the bit of parchment he'd scribbled the Vice-Minectio incantation on. He handed the parchment to Ralph. Hold it up so I can see it, he instructed nervously. His hand was shaking visibly as he pointed his wand at the case. After a moment, he dropped his arm again. This is all screwy. Ralph's the wand master. Can't he try it? Horace taught it to you, James said impatiently. It's too late to show Ralph the wand motions. Class is in 15 minutes. Yeah, Zane protested, but what if I can't get it to work? If Ralph gets it right, you know it'd be good enough to fool anybody. And if he gets it wrong, James insisted, we'll be picking bits of leather off the walls for the next hour. I'm standing right here, remember? Ralph said. James ignored him. You have to, Zane. You can do it. Just give it a go. Zane took a deep breath, and then raised his wand again, pointing it at the bag. He looked at the parchment as Ralph held it up. Then, in a low, sing-song voice, he spoke. Light immortal speeds, the eye, for understanding's vanity. Discordia, the fool's ally, make expectations guarantee. Zane flicked his wand in 3 small circles, and then tapped the top of the case with it. There was a popping sound, and a very faint ring of light appeared, emanating from the wand's tip. The ring grew, slipping down over the case. It grew fainter until it vanished. Zane let out his breath. Did it work? Ralph asked. It must have, James said. It looks the same to us, of course, but something happened, didn't it? The charm must be in place. I hope so, Zane said. Come on, we have to get to the classroom before anybody else gets there. They ran through the corridor, Zane and James watching for Professor Jackson and Ralph carrying the fake case with his winter coat draped over it. This looks stupid, Ralph rasped. I look about as casual as Grot in a tutu. James shushed him. It doesn't matter, we're almost there. They stopped outside the door to the technomancy classroom. Zane peered in, then turned back to James and Ralph. Plan B, he said under his breath. There's somebody in there. A Hufflepuff. Can't remember his name. James leaned around the corner of the door. It was a boy he vaguely recognized from Muggle Studies class. His name was Terence, and he glanced up as James was looking. Hey, Terence, James called, grinning. He sauntered into the room. Behind him, he heard Ralph and Zane whispering. He tried to drown out their voices. So how was your holiday? Travel much? I guess, Terence mumbled. This is going to be harder than expected, James thought. So, where did you go? I took the train to London. Saw the family and everybody. Had loads of fun. You go anywhere fun? Terence turned in his seat. Went down to Cork with my mum. It rained most of the trip. Saw a flute concert. James nodded encouragingly. Fortunately, Terence was seated halfway from the front, turned around toward James. Out of the corner of his eye, James saw Zane near Jackson's desk, positioning the fake case. Terence started to turn back toward the front of the room. A flute concert. James blurted loudly. Cool. Terence turned back. No, he said, it wasn't. Zane stood up, giving James the all-clear signal. James saw him and sighed with relief. So? Well, sorry to hear it, he said, backing away from Terence. Anyway, see you around. Zane and James took their planned seats in the front row. It was a small classroom, and Jackson's desk was only a couple of feet away. James scanned the front of the room, pleased to see that nothing seemed disturbed. He waited until a few more students came in, laughing and talking, and then whispered to Zane. Where is it? It's in that little corner by the chalkboard. I left the cloak folded a little so it doesn't drape onto the floor. I just hope old Stonewall doesn't trip over it when he goes behind his desk. James looked into the corner that Zane indicated. It was just a shallow alcove formed where the closet next door butted into the room. It was unlikely that Jackson would venture there, but not impossible. Sometimes, he doesn't even go behind his desk all class, James whispered. Zane gave a little lift and drop of the shoulders, as if to say here's hoping. A few minutes later, Professor Jackson strode into the room, carrying his ever-present leather bag. James and Zane couldn't help watching intently as he draped his cloak over the desk and settled his briefcase into its accustomed space on the floor next to his desk. Greetings, class, Jackson said briskly. I trust you all had an instructive holiday. One can only hope you haven't forgotten everything we worked so hard to instill in your heads prior to the 7. break. Which reminds me. Please hand your essays to the left and then to the front. Mr. Walker, I will collect them from you once you have them all. Zane nodded, his eyes bulging a bit. Both James and Zane had their wands slipped up their sleeves. If Jackson noticed, they'd just say they were carrying them that way in honor of their favorite technomancy teacher, since Jackson himself carried his in a small sheath sewn into his sleeve. Thankfully, Jackson seemed a bit preoccupied. I will be grading your essays tonight, as usual. Until then, let us take a sneak peek, as it were, into your cumulative understanding of the subject. Mr. Hollis, please favor us with a short definition of Hector's law of displaced inertia, if you please. Hollis, a red-cheeked first-year Ravenclaw, cleared his throat and began to offer his explanation. James barely heard him. He looked down at Jackson's case, sitting tantalizingly only a few feet away. James thought he could probably kick it if he wished to. His heart pounded and he was filled with a horrible, icy certainty that the plan couldn't possibly work. It had been ridiculously foolhardy to think they could pull such a caper under the prow nose of Professor Jackson. And yet he knew they had to try. He felt vaguely sick with anxiety. Jackson began to pace. Unnecessarily verbose, Mr. Hollis, but relatively accurate. Miss Morgenstern, can you elaborate a bit regarding the transference of inertia between objects of different densities? Well, different densities respond to inertia differently, based on the proximity of their atoms, Petrarch answered. A ball of lead will be launched in a single direction. A ball of, say, marshmallow will merely explode. Jackson nodded. Is there a technomantic workaround for this? Anyone? Miss Goyle? Philia Goyle lowered her hand. A binding spell coupled with the inertia transference spell will keep even low-density substances intact. Sir, this has the added benefit that low-density projectiles will travel much farther and faster on a given factor of inertia than a higher-density projectile, such as Miss Morgenstern's lead ball. True, Miss Goyle, but not necessarily beneficial, Jackson smiled humorlessly. A feather shot out of a cannon still won't hurt. The class laughed a little at that. Jackson was just beginning his second circuit of the room. Then, suddenly, Ralph was at the door. Excuse me, he said in a strangely gurgly voice. Everyone in the class turned except James and Ralph. I be sorry. I seem to have a nosebleed. Ralph's nose was, indeed, bubbling blood at an alarming rate. He held his finger beneath it, and it was coated and slimy with blood. There was a chorus of oohs and ahs from the class, some amused and some disgusted. Zane wasted no time. As soon as he heard Ralph and saw that Jackson was turned away, heading up the right side of the classroom, he whipped his wand from his sleeve. Wingardium Leviosa, he whispered as quietly but as forcefully as he could. The invisibility cloak became visible the moment it whipped up, floating off the fake briefcase in the corner. Zane held it there as James fumbled his own wand out. Behind them, they heard Jackson speaking to Ralph. Good heavens, boy, hold still. I be sorry, Ralph stammered. I meant to get a cough lozenge and I ate one of Thode Woodley. Those bleed dogots instead. I have to get to the hospital wing, I think. James pointed his wand at the fake briefcase and whispered the levitation charm. The case was much heavier than anything James had levitated before, and he wasn't very good at it under the best of circumstances. The case scuttled on the floor, dragging by a corner. He moved it as close to the real case as possible, knocking the real case aside and partially under the desk. He gasped, and then caught his breath. Behind him, the students were laughing and making disgusted noises. Good grief, you don't need the hospital wing, Jackson said, becoming annoyed. Just stand still and move your finger. Ralph began to sway on his feet. "I think I be a hemophibian," he yelled. That had been Zane's idea. "You're not a hemophiliac," Jackson growled. "Now for the last time, hold still." James flicked his wand, trying to move the real case around the fake one. It was imperative that he move it into the corner and hide it under the invisibility cloak. Zane was still levitating. The real case was stuck, however, wedged under a corner of the desk. James concentrated mightily. The briefcase levitated under the desk, pushing the corner of the desk up with it. James grimaced, lowering his wand, and both the case and the desk clunked to the floor. Nobody seemed to notice. Zane was looking at James, wild-eyed. James made a grimace of helplessness. Desperately, Zane made to lower the invisibility cloak onto the real case where it was, wedged under the desk. Somehow, however, the cloak had also become snapped, caught on a coat hook next to the chalkboard. Nothing was going as planned. If anyone turned around now, there would be no hope of covering their tracks. James couldn't resist glancing around. Ralph's nose was still pattering blood. Jackson was half squatted in front of him, one hand on Ralph's arm, trying to pull Ralph's finger away from his nose, the other holding the hickory wand at the ready. The entire class was watching in various shades of amusement and revulsion. "Drat it, Boyle, you're making a mess. Move your finger, I tell you," Jackson exclaimed. James tried to free the real briefcase by working it back and forth with his wand. He was sweating and his wand hand was slick. The case finally came free just as James heard Jackson say, "Artemisi." "No," Ralph said, rather unnecessarily loudly. "There, yes, that's much better." "It'd have been better a minute ago if you'd have listened to me," Jackson said crossly, poking his wand back into his sleeve. The scene was over. Zane gave a final yank on his wand. The invisibility cloak popped loose from the coat hook and dropped to the floor in a heap, which promptly vanished. James had no time to hide the briefcase. He sensed the class turning back toward the front of the room. "Please go and wash yourself, young man," Jackson was saying, his voice becoming louder as he dismissed Ralph and turned toward the front of the room. "You're an awful sight. People will think you've been mauled by a quintaped." Under his breath, he added, "Nosebleed nougat." Desperately, James stashed his wand back up his sleeve. Zane, in an act of pure split-second inspiration, shot his legs forward from underneath the desk. He grasped the real briefcase between his ankles, then yanked it back beneath his own desk. James heard the scuffling as Zane tried to stuff the case beneath his chair using only his feet. Jackson stopped next to Zane, and the room became very quiet. James tried not to look up. He had the strongest sensation that the professor was looking down at him. Finally, helplessly, he raised his eyes. Jackson was indeed looking down the length of his nose, his gaze moving thoughtfully between Zane and James. James' stomach plummeted. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jackson continued to the front of the room. "Honestly," he said to the class in general, "the length some of you will go to skip a class. It astounds someone even as cynical as myself. At any rate, where were we, then?" "Ah, yes." The class wore on. James refused to meet Jackson's eyes. His only hope was to get out of the classroom as quickly as possible. There was no way to collect either the real briefcase or the invisibility cloak while Jackson was still there. Just possibly, however, Jackson wouldn't see his own case stuffed beneath Zane's chair. Everything rested, of course, on the effectiveness of Zane's vis aminatio charm. James looked down at the false briefcase, sitting on the floor approximately where the real one had been. To his eye, it looked completely fake, its leather a different color and its brass plate reading Hiram and Blattwat's Leathers, Diagon Alley, London, instead of T.H. Jackson. Jackson had obviously sensed something. But if the charm worked, there was still the slightest chance they could pull it off. Class finally concluded. James jumped up, herding Zane ahead of him. Zane shot him a look of pure consternation, his eyes darting toward the base of his chair, but James pushed him onward, shaking his head minutely. The class pressed toward the door, and James and Zane, having been seated in the front row, were stuck at the rear of the small throng. James was terrified to look back. Finally, the wall of shoulders and backpacks broke apart and James and Zane tumbled into the hallway. "What are we going to do?" Zane whispered frantically as they trotted down the corridor. "We'll come back later," James said, struggling to keep his voice low and calm. "Maybe he won't see anything. He was packing up the essays when we left. If we just hang back here, around the corner, we can watch." "Mr. Potter," a voice said imperiously from behind them. "Mr. Walker?" The two boys stopped in their tracks. They turned very slowly. Professor Jackson was leaning out of the door of the technomancy classroom. "I believe you two may have left something in my classroom. Would you care to come collect it?" Neither answered. They walked heavily back the way they had come. Jackson disappeared into the classroom again and was waiting behind the front desk when they got there. "Come closer, boys," Jackson said in a breezy voice. "Just right here, in front of the desk, if you please." Placed on the desk in front of Jackson were both the real and fake briefcases. When James and Zane got to the front of the desk, Jackson spoke again, this time in a low, cold voice. "I don't know who's been telling you stories about what I keep in my attaché, but I can assure the both of you that yours is neither the first nor even the most creative attempt to find out for certain." James raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Jackson nodded at him. "Yes, I have heard the tales that some of my students have invented. Stories of horrible dormant beasts, or doomsday weapons, or keys to alternate dimensions, each more terrible and mind-boggling than the last. Let me assure you, though, my terminally curious little friends." Here, Jackson leaned over his desk, bringing his nose less than a foot from the two boys' faces. He lowered his voice further and spoke very clearly, "That which I keep hidden in my attaché is far, far worse than even your fevered imaginings can contrive. This is not a joke. I am not making idle threats. If you attempt to meddle with my affairs again, you will likely not live to regret it. Am I making myself perfectly clear?" James and Zane nodded, speechless. Jackson continued to stare at them, breathing through his nose in obvious fury. 50 points from Gryffindor and 50 points from Ravenclaw. I'd give you both detentions, except that might lead to questions about this case of mine that I do not wish to answer. Therefore, let me finish by saying, my young friends, that even if you do not so much as look at my attaché ever again, I can still choose to make your lives extremely interesting. Please do bear that in mind. Now, he stood back, lowering his eyes, "Take this pathetic little ruse and be gone." With palpable disgust, Jackson shoved his bag at them with the back of his hand. The faith bag remained sitting in front of him. He laced the knuckly fingers of his right hand through the ivory handles and hefted it. The brass plate that read Hiram and Blackwatt's Leathers, Diagon Alley, London glinted dully as Jackson moved around the desk. Neither James nor Zane could quite bring themselves to touch the case in front of them. "Well?" Jackson demanded, raising his voice. "Take that thing and be gone." "Why yes, sir," Zane stammered, grabbing the professor's bag and pulling it off the desk. He and James turned and fled. 3 corridors later, they stopped running. They stood in the middle of an empty hall and looked at the bag Jackson had insisted they take. There was no question about it. It was the professor's own black leather briefcase. The nameplate shone clearly, T.H. Jackson. James began to grasp that somehow, amazingly, they had succeeded. They had captured the robe of Merlin. It was the Vice Minectio charm, Zane breathed, glancing up at James. It had to be. Jackson knew we were up to something, but he didn't expect that. James was completely bewildered. How, go? He had both bags right in front of him. 7. Well, it's pretty simple, really. Jackson assumed we were trying to swap the cases, but that we hadn't gotten around to it yet. He found the case under my chair and believed it was the fake one. The WINNIE-THE-POOH charm on the fake briefcase worked on both briefcases, letting him see what he expected to see. That's how it preserved the illusion that the fake case was the real one. Understanding dawned on James. The full-eye charm extended to the real briefcase, making it look like the fake one, since that's what Jackson expected. That's brilliant. James clapped Zane on the shoulder. Nice one, you goon. And you doubted yourself. Zane looked uncharacteristically humble. He grinned. Come on, let's go find Ralph and make sure he's okay. You really think he needed to eat 2 of those nosebleed nougats? You're the one that said we needed a diversion. James stuffed Jackson's briefcase under his robe, clutching it under his arm, and the 2 boys ran to find Ralph, stopping only long enough to collect the invisibility cloak from the floor of the empty technomancy classroom. 5 minutes later, the 3 boys clambered up to the Gryffindor common room, rushing to hide Jackson's briefcase before their next class. James buried it in the bottom of his trunk, then Zane produced his wand. Just learned this new spell from Jennifer, he explained. It's a special kind of locking spell. Wait, James stopped Zane before he could cast the spell. How will I get it open again? So. Well, I don't know, to tell you the truth. It's the counterspell to Alohomora. I wouldn't think it'd work against the owner of the trunk, though. Just anybody else. Spells are smart that way, aren't they? Here, Ralph said, crossing the room. He opened and closed the window, then stood back. Try it on the window latch. You don't need that open, anyway. It's dead cold out there. Zane shrugged, and then pointed his wand at the window. Colloportus. The window lock clacked shut. Well, it works, all right, Ralph observed. Now try to open it. Zane, wand still raised, said, Alohomora. The lock jiggled once, but remained locked. Zane pocketed his wand. You try it, James. It's your window, isn't it? James used the same spell on the window lock. The lock unhinged neatly and the window swung open. See? Zane grinned. Spells are smart. I bet old Stonewall could tell us how that works, but I'm not going to be asking him any more questions, I'll tell you that. James closed his trunk with Jackson's case inside, and Zane performed the locking spell on it. On the way back down to their classrooms, Ralph asked, won't somebody else notice that Jackson's carrying a different briefcase? What if one of the other teachers asks him about it? Not going to happen, Ralphinator, Zane said confidently. He's been carrying that thing long enough that everyone expects to see him with it. As long as they expect to see his case in his hand, the WINNIE-THE-POOH charm will make sure that is what they see. We're the only ones that'll see that it's your buddy's old rockhound bag. Ralph still seemed worried. Will the charm wear off over time? Or will it work as long as people think that the fake case is the real one? Neither James nor Zane knew the answer to that. We just have to hope it lasts long enough, James said. 13. Revelation of the robe. That evening after dinner, the 3 boys ran up to the Gryffindor sleeping quarters again, pausing only when James noticed the staring woman in the background of a painting of some maidens milking a pair of ridiculously plump cows. He berated the tall and ugly woman, who was dressed like a nun, demanding to know what she was looking at. After half a minute, Zane and Ralph got impatient and each grabbed one of James' elbows, dragging him away. In the sleeping quarters, They clustered around James' trunk while James unlocked it and pulled out Jackson's case. He set it on the edge of his bed, and the three of them stared at it. "Do we have to open it?" Ralph asked. James nodded. "We have to know we have the robe, don't we? It's been driving me crazy all day. What if I was wrong, and the thing in there is just some of Jackson's laundry? I can't help thinking that he's the sort that'd carry around a totally meaningless briefcase just to get people talking about it. You should have seen how he was this morning when he thought he'd caught Zane and me. He was right mad." Zane plopped onto the bed. "What if we can't even open it?" "Can't be that much of a lock if it popped open that day in DAD8, James reasoned. Ralph stood back, giving James room. "Let's get it over with then. Try and open it." James approached the case and tried the lock. He'd expected it not to work and was prepared to try the assortment of opening and unlocking spells the three had collected. Instead, the brass catch on top of the case popped open easily. So easily, in fact, that James was momentarily sure it had clicked open a split second before he'd actually touched it. He froze, but neither of the other two boys seemed to have noticed. "Well?" Ralph whispered. Zane leaned over the case. The mouth of it had come open slightly. "Can't see anything in there," Zane said. "It's too dark." "Open the rotten thing, James. It's yours more than either of ours." James touched the case, grasped the handles, and used them to pull it open. He could see the folds of black cloth. A vague, musty smell wafted from the open case. James thought it smelled like the inside of a jack-o'-lantern a week after Halloween. He remembered Luna saying that the robe had once been used to cover the body of a dead king, and he shuddered. Zane's voice was low and slightly hoarse. "Is that it?" "I can't tell what it is." "Don't," Ralph warned, but James had already reached into the case. He pulled the robe out. The cloth unfolded smoothly, spotlessly black and clean. There seemed to be acres of it. Ralph backed further away as James let the robe pool on the floor at his feet. The last of it came out of the case, and James realized he was holding the hood of it. It was a large hood, with golden braids at the throat. Zane nodded, his face pale and serious. "That's it, no doubt. What are we gonna do with it?" "Nothing," Ralph answered firmly. "Stick it back in the case, James. That thing's scary. You can feel the magic of it, can't you? I bet Jackson put some kind of shield charm or something on the case to contain it. Otherwise, somebody would have felt it. Go on, put it away. I don't want to touch it." "Hold on," James said vaguely. He could indeed feel the magic of the cloak, just as Ralph had said, but it didn't feel scary. It was powerful, but curious. The smell of the robe had changed. As James pulled it out, what had at first smelled faintly rotten now smelled merely earthy, like fallen leaves and wet moss, wild, even exciting. Holding the robe in his hands, James had the most unusual sensation. It was as if he could feel, in the deepest pit of his being, the very air in the room, filling the space like water, streaming through cracks in the frame of the window, cold, like ice blue vapor. The sensation expanded, and he sensed the wind moving around the turret that housed the sleeping quarters. It was alive, swirling over the conical roof, channeling into missing shingles and exposed rafters. James faintly remembered children's stories about how Merlin was a master of nature, how he felt it and used it, and how it obeyed his whims. James knew he was tapping into that power somehow, as if it was embedded in the very fabric of the relic robe. The sensation grew and spiraled. Now James felt the creatures of the deepening evening, the pattering heartbeats of mice in the attics, the blood-purple world of the bats in the forest, the dreaming haze of a hibernating bear, even the dormant life of the trees and grass, their roots like hands clutched in the earth, clinging to life in the dead of winter. James knew what he was doing, but didn't seem to be operating his own arms. He raised the hood, turning himself into it. The robe slid over his shoulders, and just as the hood settled over his head, hiding his eyes, James heard the alarmed and warning cries of Zane and Ralph. They were fading, as if down a long, sleepy tunnel. They were gone. He was walking. Leaves crunched under his feet, which were large and shoeless, tough with calluses. He breathed in, filling his lungs, and his chest expanded like a barrel. Big, he was. Tall, with muscled arms that felt like oiled pythons and 7 legs as thick and sturdy as tree trunks. The earth was quiet around him, but alive. He felt it through the soles of his feet when he walked. The vibrancy of the forest streamed into him, strengthening him. But there was less of it than there should be. The world had changed, and was still changing. It was being tamed, losing its feral wildness and strength. Alongside it, his power was dimming as well. He was still unmatched, but there were blind spots in his communion with the earth, and those blind spots were growing, shutting him off bit by bit, reducing him. The realms of men were expanding, scouring the earth, parsing it into meaningless plots and fields, breaking up the magic polarities of the wilderness. It angered him. He had moved among the growing kingdoms of men, advised and assisted them, always for a price, but he hadn't foreseen this result. His magical brothers and sisters were no help. Their magic was different than his. That which made him so powerful, his connection to the earth, was also becoming his only weakness. In a cold rage, he walked. As he passed, the trees spoke to him, but even the woodsy voices of the naiads and the dryads was dimming. Their echo was confused and broken, divided. Ahead of him, revealed only in the moonlight, a clearing opened, surrounding a stony depression in the earth. He descended into the center of the depression and looked up. The glittering night sky poured into the bowl-shaped clearing, painting everything bone-white. His shadow pooled beneath him as if it were noonday. There was no place for him in this world anymore. He would leave the society of men. But he would return when things were different, when circumstances had changed, when the world was again ripe for his power. Then he would reawaken the earth, revive the trees and their spirits. Refresh their power, and his with it. Then would be a time of reckoning. It might be decades, or even centuries. It might even be eternity. It didn't matter. He could stay in this time no longer. There was a noise, a scuffle of clumsy footsteps nearby. Someone else was there, in the clearing with him, someone he hated, but whom he needed. He spoke to this person, and as he did, the world began to dim, to darken, to fade. Instruct those that follow. Keep my vestments, station, and talisman at the ready. I will await. At the Hall of Elders Crossing, when my time of returning is come, assemble them again, and I will know. I have chosen you to safeguard this mission, Austen, for as my last apprentice, your soul is in my hand. You are bound to this task until it is complete. Vow to me your oath. Out of the descending darkness, the voice spoke only once. It is my will and my honor, master. There was no answer. He was gone. His robes dropped to the earth, empty. His staff balanced for a moment, then fell forward and was caught in an eerily white hand, the hand of Austen, before it could hit the rocky ground. Then, even that scene vanished. The darkness compressed to a dwindling point. The universe leapt up, monstrous and spinning, and there was only oblivion. James forced his eyes open and gasped. His lungs felt flattened, as if he hadn't had breath in them for several minutes. Hands grasped him, yanking the hood back and pulling the robe off his shoulders. Weakness stole over James, and he began to collapse. Zane and Ralph caught him awkwardly and heaved him onto his bed. What happened? James asked, still dragging in great gulps of air. You tell us. Ralph said, his voice high and frightened. Zane was stuffing the robe roughly back into the briefcase. You put this crazy thing on and then pop. Off you went. Not what I'd have called a wise choice, you know. I blacked out. James asked, recovering enough to get his elbows beneath him. Ralph said, blacked out nothing. You up and disappeared. Poof. It's true, Zane nodded, seeing James' stunned expression. You were clean gone for 3 or 4 minutes. Then he showed up. Zane indicated the corner behind James' bed with a worried nod. James turned and there was the semi-transparent form of Cedric Diggory. The ghost looked down at him, then smiled and shrugged. Cedric seemed rather more solid than the last few times James had seen him. Zane went on, he just appeared through the wall, as if he had come looking for you. Ralph here shrieked like, well, I'd say like he'd just seen a ghost, but considering we have breakfast with ghosts most mornings and a history class with one every Tuesday, the phrase doesn't seem all that impressive anymore. Ralph spoke up. He took one look at us, then the briefcase, and then he just, sort of, thinned out. Next thing we know, you're back, just where'd you been, looking white as a statue. James turned back to the ghost of Cedric. What did you do? Cedric opened his mouth to speak, tentatively and carefully. As if from a long way off, his voice seeped into the room. James couldn't tell if he was hearing it with his ears or his mind. You were in danger. I was sent. I saw what was happening when I got here. What was it? James asked. The experience was murky in his memory, but he sensed he'd remember more when the magic of it wore off. A threshold marker. A powerful bit of magic. It opens a dimensional gateway, designed to communicate a message or a secret over great time or distance. But its strength is careless. It almost swallowed you up. James knew that was true. He had felt it. In the end, the darkness had been consuming, seamless. He swallowed past a hard lump in his throat and asked, how did I get back? I found you, Cedric said simply. I dipped into the ether, where I have spent so much time since my death. You were there, but you were far off. You were going. I chased you and returned with you. Cedric, James said, feeling stupid for putting on the robe, and terrified at what had almost happened. Thanks for bringing me back. I owed you that. I owed your father that. He brought me back, once. Hey, James said suddenly, brightening. You can talk now. Cedric smiled, and it was the first genuine smile James had seen. On the ghostly face. I feel different. Stronger. More. Here, somehow. Wait, Ralph said, raising a hand. This is the ghost you told us about, isn't it? The one that chased the intruder off the grounds a few months ago. So, yeah, James said. Zane and Ralph, this is Cedric Diggory. Cedric, these are my friends. So what do you think is happening to you? What's making you more here? Cedric shrugged again. For what seemed like a long time, I felt like I was in a sort of dream. I moved through the castle, but it was empty. I never got hungry, or thirsty, or cold, or needed to rest. I knew I was dead, but that was all. Everything was dark and silent, and there didn't seem to be any days or seasons. No passage of time at all. Then things began to happen. Cedric turned and sat on the bed, making no mark on the blankets. James, who was closest, could feel a distinct chill emanating from Cedric's form. The ghost continued. For periods of time, I started to feel more aware. I began to see people in the halls, but they were like smoke. I couldn't hear them. I came to realize that these periods of activity happened in the hours of the day right after my time of death. Each night, I'd feel myself awaken. I noticed the time, because that was the thing that meant the most, the sense of minutes and hours passing. I searched out a clock, the one just outside the Great Hall, and watched the time go by. I was most awake throughout the night, but by each morning, I'd begin to fade. Then, one morning, just as I was losing touch, I saw him. James sat up straight. The intruder? Cedric nodded. I knew he wasn't supposed to be here, and somehow I knew that if I tried, I could make him see me. I scared him away. Cedric grinned again, and James thought he could see in that grin the strong and likable boy that his dad had known. But he came back, James said. Cedric's grin turned into a scowl of frustration. He came back, yes. I saw him, and I scared him off again. I started to watch for him in the mornings. And then, one night, he broke in through a window. I was stronger then, but I decided someone else needed to know he was inside the castle. So I came to you, James. You had seen me, and I knew who you were. I knew you'd help. That was the night you broke the stained glass window, Zane said, smiling. Kicked that guy through it like Bruce Lee. Nice. Who was he? James asked, but Cedric merely shook his head. He didn't know. So it's almost 7 o'clock now, Ralph pointed out. How are you making us see you? Isn't this your weakest time? Cedric seemed to think about it. I'm getting more solid. I'm still just a ghost, but I seem to be becoming, sort of, more of a ghost. I can talk more now. And there is less and less of that strange nothing time. I think that this is just how ghosts are made. But why? James couldn't help asking. What makes a ghost happen? Why didn't you just, move on? Cedric looked at him closely, and James sensed that Cedric himself didn't know the answer to that question, or at least, not very clearly. He shook his head slightly. I wasn't done yet. I had so much to live for. It happened so fast, so suddenly. I just wasn't done. Ralph picked up Professor Jackson's case and threw it back into James' trunk. So where did you go when you popped off, James? He said, heaving himself onto the end of the bed. James took a deep breath, collecting his memories of the strange journey. He described the initial feeling of holding the cloak, how it seemed to allow him to sense the air and the wind, then even the animals and the trees. Then he told them about the vision he'd had, of being inside Merlin's body, in his very thoughts. He shuddered, remembering the anger and bitterness, and the voice of the servant, Ostramadox, who vowed his oath to serve until the time of reckoning was come. He recalled it vividly as he spoke, finishing by describing how the blackness of the night had wrapped around him like a cocoon, shrinking and turning to nothingness. Zane listened with intense interest. It makes sense, he finally said in a low, odd voice. What? James asked. How Merlin might have done it. Don't you see? Professor Jackson himself talked about it on our first day of class. He was getting excited. His eyes were wide, darting from James to Ralph to the ghost of Cedric, who was still seated on the edge of the bed. 7. Ralph shook his head. I don't get it. I don't have technomancy this year. Merlin didn't die, Zane said emphatically. He disapparated. James was puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Any wizard can apparate. What's so special about that? Remember what Jackson told us that first day? Apparition is instantaneous for the wizard who's doing it, even though it takes a little time for the wizard's bits to fly apart, then reassemble at a new place. If a wizard disapparates without determining his new center point, he never reapparates at all, right? He just stays stuck in nothingness forever. Well, sure, James agreed, remembering the lecture, but failing to see the point. Zane was nearly vibrating with excitement. Merlin didn't disapparate to a place, he said meaningfully. He disapparated to a time and a set of circumstances. Ralph and James boggled, considering the implications. Zane went on. At the end of your vision, you said Merlin told Maddox to keep the relics and to watch for the time to be right. Then when the time came, the relics were supposed to be gathered again at the Hall of Elders Crossing. You see? Merlin was setting up the time and circumstances for his reapparition. What you described at the very end, James, was Merlin disapparating into oblivion. Zane paused, thinking hard. All these centuries, he's just been suspended in time, stuck in everywhereness, waiting for the right circumstances for his reapparition. To him, no time has passed at all. 7. Ralph looked at the trunk at the end of James' bed. Then, it's for real, he said. They could actually do it. They could bring him back. Not anymore, James said, smiling mirthlessly. We've got the robe. Without all the relics, the circumstances won't be right. They can't do anything. As soon as James had heard Zane explain it, it made perfect sense, especially in the context of the threshold marker vision. Suddenly, his possession of the robe had become even more important, and he couldn't help wondering at the remarkable series of lucky circumstances that had led to them obtaining it. From the briefcase Ralph had discovered in just the nick of time to Zane's remarkably effective vis ineptio charm, James had the strongest sense that he, Zane, and Ralph were being guided in their goal of thwarting the Merlin plot. But who was helping them? By the way, James said to the ghost of Cedric, once Ralph and Zane had fallen into an animated discussion about Merlin's disapparition. You said you were sent to help me. Who sent you? Cedric had stood and was fading a bit, but not much. He smiled at James and said, someone I'm not supposed to mention, although I think you can probably guess. Someone who's been watching. Snape, thought James. The portrait of Snape had sent Cedric to help him when he'd gotten sucked into the threshold marker. But how had he known? James thought about that for a long time after Zane and Ralph had headed back to their own rooms, long after the rest of the Gryffindors had climbed the 7 stairs and plopped into their beds. No answer came that night, however, and eventually James slept. For the next several days, the three boys went about their normal school activities in a sort of triumphant fog. James left Jackson's bag, with the relic robe inside, locked in his trunk and protected with Zane's locking spell. Considering the effectiveness of the vis ineptio charm on the fake case, they had no serious concerns that anyone would even be looking for the real briefcase. Jackson continued to carry the old red Rockhound bag with the Hiram and Blatchwat's label on it to classes and meals, with no indication that he thought anything was out of the ordinary. Further, no one else spared it a second glance, even though Jackson had been seen carrying the black case with his nameplate on the side for months. Finally, on Saturday afternoon, James, Ralph, and Zane met in the Gryffindor common room to discuss their next steps. There are really only 2 questions now, Zane said, leaning over the table upon which they were ostensibly doing their homework. Where is the Hall of Elders Crossing? And where is the third relic, Merlin's staff? 7. James nodded. I've been thinking about that last one. The throne is under the guard of Madame Delacroix. The robe was under the guard of Professor Jackson. The third relic must be under the guard of the third conspirator. My guess is it's somebody else here on the grounds, an inside person. What if it's the Slytherin who used the name Maddox on Ralph's game deck? They'd have to be aware of the plot if they used that name, and if they are aware of it, they're in on it. But who? Ralph asked. I didn't see who took it. It was just gone. Besides, the staff of Merlin would be pretty hard to hide, wouldn't it? If he was as big as you said he was in your vision, James, then the thing must be 6 feet tall if it's an inch. How do you hide a 6-foot magical lightning rod like that? James shook his head. I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's up to you to keep a lookout, Ralph. Like Ted said, you're our inside man. Ralph slumped. Zane doodled on a piece of parchment. So what about question 1? He said without looking up. Where is the Hall of Elders Crossing? James and Ralph exchanged blank looks. James said, no clue, again. But I think there's a third question we need to think about, too. As if the first two weren't tricky enough, Ralph muttered. Zane glanced up, and James saw he was doodling the gate to the grotto keep. What's the third question? Why haven't they done it yet? James whispered. If they believe they have all 3 relics, why haven't they just gone on? 7. Down to wherever this Hall of Elders Crossing is and tried to call Merlin back from his 1,000-year disapparition? None of them had any answers, but they agreed it was an important question. Zane flipped his doodle over, revealing a drabble of scribbled notes and diagrams from arithmancy class. I'm checking the Ravenclaw library, but between homework, classes, Quidditch, debate, and Constellations Club, I hardly have 2 minutes left to rug together. Ralph dropped his quill on the table and leaned back, stretching. How's that coming, anyway? You're the only one with any contact with Madame Delacroix. What's she like? Like a gypsy mummy with a pulse, Zane replied. She and Trelawney are supposed to be sharing Constellations Club, like divination class, but they've started trading on and off instead of teaching it together. Works a lot better, since they sort of cancel each other out, anyway. Trelawney just has us sketch astrological symbols and look at the planets through the telescope to ascertain the moods and manners of the planetary brethren. James, who knew Sybil Trelawney as a distant family friend, grinned at Zane's affectionate impression of her. Zane went on, Delacroix, though, she has us plotting star charts and measuring the color of starlight wavelengths, working out the exact timing of some big astronomical event. So, yeah, James remembered. The alignment of the planets. Petra and Ted told me about that. They're in divination with her. Seems like the voodoo queen's really into that kind of stuff. She's the anti-Trelawney, that's for sure. With her, it's all math and calculations. We know the date it'll happen, but she 7. Wants us to factor out the exact timing right down to the minute. Pure busy work, if you ask me. She's a little kooky about it. She's kooky in general, if you ask me, Ralph stated. I think she might be onto us, James said in a hushed voice. I've seen her looking at me sometimes. Zane raised his eyebrows and pointed at his eyes. She's blind, if you remember. She's not looking at anything, mate. I know, James said, undeterred. But I swear that she knows something. I think she has ways of seeing that don't have anything to do with her eyes. Let's not freak ourselves out, Ralph said quickly. This is freaky enough already. She can't know anything. If she did, she'd act on it, right? So forget about her. The next day, James and Ralph went to visit Hagrid in his cabin, ostensibly to inquire after Grot and Prechka. Hagrid was rebuilding the wagon Prechka had accidentally destroyed and was glad of the break. He invited them in and served them tea and biscuits while he warmed himself by the fire, tried flying over his feet and occasionally licking Hagrid's lowered hand. So, it's all ups and downs for them, Hagrid said, as if the tumults of giant courtship were a quaint mystery. They fought fair well over the holiday. Lovers spat over an elk carcass. Groppy wanted the head, but Prechka wanted to make the antlers into a bit of jewelry. Ralph took a break from blowing steam off his tea. She wanted to make jewelry out of elk antlers? Well, I say jewelry, Hagrid said, raising his huge palms. It's a tricky concept. Giants use the same sound fair jewelry in weapons. Comes to the same thing when you're 20 feet tall, I suppose. Anyway, they worked that all out and now they're happy as can be again. James asked, is she still living up in the foothills, Hagrid? Sure she is, Hagrid said, a little reproachfully. She's an honorable girl, is Prechka, and grow up. Why, he bides his time in his hovel most days. Got himself a right nice fire pit and a lean-to of birches. These things take time. Giant love is, well, it's a delicate thing, don't you know? Ralph coughed a little on his tea. Hey, Hagrid, James said, changing the topic. You've been around Hogwarts for a long time. You probably know lots of secret stuff about the school and the castle, don't you? Hagrid settled into his chair. Well, sure. Nobody knows the grounds as well as myself. Except maybe Argus Filch. I started out as a student, I did, a ways back before even your dad was born. James knew he had to be very careful. Yeah, that's what I thought. Tell me, Hagrid, if somebody had something really magical they wanted to hide in the castle somewhere. Hagrid stopped, petting Trife. He turned his great shaggy head toward James slowly. And what would a first-year pup like yourself be needin' to hide, might I ask? So, not me, Hagrid, James said quickly. Somebody else. I'm just curious. Hagrid's beetle black eyes twinkled. I see. And this somebody else, I'm wondering what they might be up to, then, hidin' secret magical items here and there. Ralph took a large, deliberate sip of his tea. James looked out the window, avoiding Hagrid's suddenly penetrating gaze. So, you know, nothing particular. I was just wondering. Ah, Hagrid said, smiling slightly and nodding. You've been told a lot of stories about old Hagrid from your dad and Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron, I'm guessing. Hagrid used to let slip some details that maybe he was supposed to keep secret. It's true, too. I can be a bit thick sometimes, forgettin' what I should and shouldn't be saying. You may recall stories about a certain dog named Fluffy, among others, yes? Hagrid studied James intently for a few moments, and then heaved a great sigh. James, boy, I'm a good bit older than I was then. Old keepers of the keys don't learn much, but we do learn. Besides, your dad clued me in that you might be getting up to Dickens and asked me to keep an eye out for you. Soon as he noticed borrowed his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, that was. What? James blurted, turning so quickly he almost knocked over his tea. Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose. So? Well, there, yep, though, then. I don't suppose I was meant to tell you that. He frowned thoughtfully, then seemed to dismiss it. Well, he didn't actually tell me not to mention it. James sputtered, he knows. Already? James, Hagrid laughed, your dad's the head of the Order department, in case you forgot. Talked to him about it last week right in me own fire, here. What he's most curious about is whether or not you've gotten the map to work yet, since so much of the castle's been rebuilt. He forgot to test it when he was here. So, any luck, then? In the adventure of capturing the Merlin robe, James had completely forgotten about the Marauder's map. Sulkily, he told Hagrid that he hadn't tried it yet. Probably for the best, Hagrid replied. Just 'cause your dad knows you nicked it, doesn't mean he's happy about it. And so far as I was able to gather, your mum doesn't know about it at all, yet. If you're lucky, she won't, neither, although I can't imagine your dad keeping that kind of secret from her fair long. Best just to keep your contraband packed away rather than hiding it anywhere on the grounds. Trust me, James. Keeping suspicious magical items around the school can cause a lot more trouble than it's worth. On the way back to the castle, bundled against the windy cold, Ralph asked James, what's he mean about getting the map to work? What's it do? James explained the Marauder's map to Ralph, feeling vaguely worried and annoyed that his dad already knew about his taking it and the invisibility cloak. He'd known he'd get caught eventually, but had assumed he'd get a howler about it rather than a ribbing from Hagrid. Ralph was interested in the map. It really shows everybody who's in the castle and where they are. That'd be seriously useful. So how does it work? You have to say a special phrase. Dad told me a long time ago, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. We'll give it a try some night. Right now, I don't want to think about it. Ralph nodded and let the subject drop. They entered the castle through the main portico and parted at the stairs leading to the cellars and the Slytherin quarters. It was getting late, and James found himself alone in the corridors. The wintry night was cloudy and starless. It pressed against the windows and sucked at the light of the hall torches. James shivered, partly at the cold and partly at a sense of icy dread that seemed to be seeping into the corridor, filling it like a heavy fog from the floor up. He walked faster, wondering how it could be that the halls were so dark and empty. It wasn't particularly late, and yet the air had a sense of chilly stillness that felt like the dead of morning or the air of a sealed crypt. He realized he'd been walking rather farther than the corridor should have allowed. Surely he should have come to the intersection with the statue of the one-eyed witch by now, where he'd turn left into the reception hall, leading to the staircases. James stopped and glanced back the way he had come. The hall looked the same, and yet wrong somehow. It looked far too long. The shadows of it seemed to be in the wrong places, teasing his eye somehow. And then he noticed there were no torches on the walls. The light hung empty, ghostly, bleeding its color from flickering yellow to shimmery silver, fading even as he watched. Fear leaked onto James' back, icy cold and undeniable. He spun back to the front, meaning to run, but his feet failed him when he saw what was ahead. The corridor was still there, but the pillars had become the trunks of trees. The ribs of the vaulted ceilings had turned to limbs and vines, with nothing beyond but the vast face of the night sky. Even the pattern of the tiled floor melted into a lacework of roots and dead leaves. And then, even as James watched, the illusion of the school corridor evaporated completely, leaving only forest. Cold wind barreled past him, whipping his cloak and threading the hair back from his temples with ghostly fingers. James recognized where he was, even though the last time he'd been here, the leaves had still been on the trees and the crickets had been singing their chorus. This was the wood bordering the lake, near the island of the Grotto Keep. The trees groaned, rubbing their bare branches together in the wind, and the sound was like low voices moaning in sleep, wrapped in fever dreams. James realized he was walking again, moving toward the edge of the trees, where the reeds swished and bobbed at the edge of the lake. A great, dark mass rose beyond, blotting out the view. As James approached, apparently helpless to stop his plodding feet, the moon unveiled from a bank of dense clouds. The island of the Grotto Keep revealed itself in the moonglow, and James' breath caught in his chest. The island had grown. The impression of a secret fortress was stronger than ever. It was a Gothic monstrosity, decked with grim statues and leering gargoyles, all somehow grown from the vines and trees of the island. The dragon's maw of the bridge lay before him, and James forced himself to stop there, without setting a foot onto it. He remembered the gnashing wooden teeth as it had tried to devour him and Zane. In the silvery moonlight, the gates at the other end of the bridge were quite visible, as well as the words of the poem. When by the light of Solva, bright I found the Grotto Keep. The gates suddenly shuddered and flung open, revealing blackness like a throat. A voice came out of that blackness, clear and beautiful, pure as a chiming bell. Keeper of the relic, said the voice. Your duty is satisfied. As James stood and watched, looking across the bridge into the darkness of the open doorway, a light formed there. It condensed, solidified, and assumed a shape. It was, James recognized, the gently glowing shape of a dryad, a woman of the wood, a tree sprite. It wasn't the same one he had met before, however. That one had glowed with a green light. This one's light was pale blue. She pulsed slightly. Her hair flowed around her head as if in a current of water. A quiet, almost loving smile was on her lips and her huge, liquid eyes twinkled gently. "You have performed your role," the Dryad said, her voice as dreamy and hypnotic as the other Dryads had been, if not more so. "You need not guard the relic. This is not your burden. Bring it to us. We are its guardians. Ours is the task, granted from the beginning. Relieve yourself of its weight. Bring us the relic." James looked down and saw that, without realizing it, he had taken a step onto the bridge. The dragon's maw hadn't closed on him. He glanced up and saw that it had actually pulled upwards a bit, welcoming him. The junction of the fallen trees, which formed the jaw, creaked slightly. "Bring us the relic," the Dryad said again, and she lifted her arms toward James as if she meant to welcome him with an embrace. Her arms were unnaturally long, almost as if they stretched out to him over the bridge. Her fingernails were a blue so deep, it was nearly purple. They were long and surprisingly ragged. James retreated a step, backing off the bridge. The Dryad's eyes changed. They brightened and hardened. "Bring us the relic," she said once more, and her voice changed as well. The song had leaped out of it. "It isn't yours. Its power is greater than you, greater than all of you. Bring it to us before it unmakes you. The relic destroys those whom it does not need, and it no longer needs you. Bring it to us before it decides to use someone else. Bring us the relic while you still can." Her long arms reached across the bridge and James felt sure he could touch them if he reached out. He backed away further, hooking his heel on a root and stumbling. He turned, pinwheeling his arms for a handhold, and fell against something broad and hard. He pressed his hands against it and pushed backwards, righting himself. It was the stone of a wall. 5 feet away, a torch crackled in its sconce. James glanced around. The corridor of Hogwarts stretched away, warm and mundane, as if he'd never left. Perhaps he never had. He looked the other direction. There was the intersection with the statue of the one-eyed witch. The sense of dread was gone, and yet James felt certain that what had happened hadn't just been a vision of some kind. He could still feel the chill of the night wind in the folds of his cloak. When he looked down, there was a crumble of dry river mud on the end of his shoe. He shivered, then gathered himself and ran the rest of the way to the stairs, where he took 2 at a time, climbing to the common room. The only thing James was sure of was that something wanted him to give up the Merlin robe. He just wasn't sure it was the right something. Fortunately, the robe was still locked away in Jackson's bag in James' trunk. After his experience with touching the robe, James had no plans to take the robe out of the trunk again until he handed it over to his dad and the Order department when the time was right. The time wasn't right yet, but it would be soon. Either way, he wasn't about to hand it over to some mysterious entity, tree sprite or not. Confident of this, James reached the Gryffindor common room and prepared for bed. Still, long after he had settled under his blankets, he thought he could hear the whispering voice in the wind beyond the window, pleading with him endlessly, monotonously, "Bring us the relic. Bring us the relic while you still can." It chilled him, and when he did sleep, he dreamed of those haunting, beautiful eyes and those long, long arms with the thin hands and ragged, purple fingernails. The following Friday, in herbology class, James was amused to see that Neville Longbottom had moved Ralph's transfigured peach tree out of the Transfiguration classroom, where it had become rather cumbersome, and into one of the greenhouses. All this from a banana. Neville confirmed to James after class. "Yeah. I bet Ralph was more surprised than anybody. He's amazing, but I don't think he knows his own power, really. Some of the other Slytherins think he's got some powerful old magical family in his bloodline. Could be, I suppose, since he never knew his mum. That's the sort of thing they'd think," Neville said with unusual candor. "Muggle-borns can be just as powerful as anyone born of an old pure-blood family. Some prejudices never changed, though. James looked up at the peach tree, which had become rather large, despite the fact that its roots were still twined hopelessly around one of the Transfiguration room tables. He knew Neville was right, but he couldn't help thinking about the look on Ralph's face the day he'd transfigured the banana. Ralph had never said so, but James had a sense that Ralph's power frightened him just a little. The next day, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was slated in a match against the Slytherins. James sat in the Gryffindor stands with Zane and Sabrina Hildegard. Ralph, for purposes of maintaining his few Slytherin friends, sat in the green-decked grandstand across the pitch. James made eye contact with Ralph once and waved. Ralph waved back, but carefully, being sure not to be seen by his older housemates. Below, on the field, the team captains strode out to the center line to meet with Cambridge Cully for the declaration of rules and a handshake, a tradition that nobody really paid any attention to anymore. James watched Justin Kennelly shake Tabitha Corsica's hand perfunctorily. Even from his vantage point high in the grandstand, James could see the smarmy, polite smile on Tabitha's admittedly beautiful face. Then both turned and walked in opposite directions back to their holding pens. Beneath the stands, leaving Rid Cully alone with the Quidditch trunk. Zane happily munched a bag of popcorn he'd brought with him, having somehow convinced one of the kitchen house elves to prepare it. This should be an excellent match, he observed, taking in the high-spirited crowd. Gryffindor against Slytherin is always a crowd stopper, Sabrina said, raising her voice over the noise. Back in my mum's day, everybody hated Slytherin because they were dirty players. A guy named Miles Bletchley was the team captain back then, and he went on to play for the Thunderlara Thunderers for a couple of years until he was booted from the league for using a corked broom. A what? Zane interjected. How do you cork a broom? James explained, it's a kind of cheating where a hole is drilled down the center of the broom and something magical is threaded into it, like a dragon's rib or a basilisk thong. Basically, turns the whole broom into a magic wand. He was using it to cast repelling spells and modified Expelliarmus spells, making the opposing team fumble the quaffle. Really, crooked old bugger, he was. As he spoke, the Slytherin team streaked out from their holding pen to the sound of cheers from their grandstand. Damien, seated in the broadcast booth with his wand to his throat, announced the team, his voice echoing in the crisp January air. So, Zane called over the cheers. Doesn't seem like everybody hates the Slytherins anymore. Sure enough, there was scattered applause throughout the rest of the grandstands. Only the Gryffindor stands booed and hissed. James shrugged. They don't seem to play as dirty as they used to. But they still field unusually strong teams. There's something dodgy about them, it's just not as obvious as it used to be. I'll say, Zane agreed. When we played Slytherin before the break, it was as clean a match as I've played all year. Rid Cully barely called a single foul on M. Still, there was something just a little too slick about them. They're either the luckiest bunch of skunks ever to mount brooms, or they've made a deal with the devil himself. James gritted his teeth. Across the pitch, Horace Slughorn, red-cheeked and bundled in a fur-collared coat and matching hat, waved a small Slytherin flag on a stick and yelled encouragements to his house team. Ralph, seated 2 rows below him, applauded dutifully. James knew that Ralph wasn't much of a Quidditch fan, despite the almost studious attention he paid to the matches, and James guessed that it was because Ralph couldn't really choose a team to be loyal to. His friends, including Rufus Burton, cheered and hooted wildly. The Gryffindor team took to the pitch next, streaming from the holding pen beneath their grandstand, and the spectators around James erupted, leaping to their feet as one. James shouted right alongside them, grinning and ecstatic, certain that the Gryffindors would win. He stomped his feet and yelled himself hoarse as the team circled the pitch, waving and grinning. The teams flew into position. After instructing the teams to play a clean match and assuring everyone was in position, Rid Cully released the bludgers and snitch and tossed the quaffle into the air. The players collapsed into a swarm, chasing the bludgers and wrestling over the quaffle. Noah and Tom Sawyer, the two seekers, streaked off after the snitch, which darted around the Ravenclaw banners and vanished. Almost immediately, the difference between the teams became apparent. Gryffindor fought a textbook match, based entirely on carefully practiced drills. Justin Kennelly could be heard shouting plays and formations over the cheering crowd, pointing and giving signs. The Slytherins, on the other hand, seemed to have a graceful, almost eerie playing style that moved them over the pitch like a school of fish. Tabitha Corsica called no directions from her broom, and yet her players peeled off and regrouped with dance-like precision. Once, while in possession, Tabitha ducked under a bludger and simultaneously tossed the quaffle over her shoulder. The ball arced through the air and was deftly caught by a teammate who had flown a perpendicular course directly underneath her. The teammate underhanded the quaffle through the center goal before the Gryffindor keeper even realized Tabitha didn't have it anymore. James groaned while the Slytherins stood and cheered. Justin Kennelly looked as if he wanted to jump up and down on his broom in frustration. Still, an hour into the match, the score was 130-140 in favor of Gryffindor, close enough that the lead had changed 5 times. "It's all about the seekers in a match like this," Sabrina yelled exuberantly, not taking her eyes from the players. "And Squallis is new to that position since Naughton finished last year. Noah should be able to nail him to the wall with his own broom." Sure enough, a sudden roar went up from the crowd and James saw that Noah was in pursuit of the snitch. Across the pitch, Tom Sawyer was bent over his broom, baring his teeth into the cold wind and rushing to cut Noah off. He banked through the throng of players, barely missed by Justin Kennelly's swatted bludger. Despite his speed, James was confident there was no way Squallis would beat Noah to the prize. A golden streak and the whir of tiny wings buzzed by the Gryffindor grandstand, followed a split second later by Noah. Those in the front rows ducked, then leapt to their feet cheering as Noah banked hard, barely missing the grandstand and lunging forward on his broom, arm outstretched. There was a long, breathless moment when Noah appeared to be in the toe of the tiny golden ball, the distance shrinking, Noah's hand trembling as he reached. Then, in a flurry of cloaks and brooms, something changed. Noah was forced to yank up on his broom, grinding to a slewing stop that destroyed his control. A cloud of Slytherins, led by Tabitha Corsica, had swept in front of him from all directions, stitching a virtual wall in midair. Noah ran into a burly Slytherin and bounced off, losing his grip on his broom. He tumbled sideways, grabbing on with one hand and swinging beneath it. The crowd roared. Tabitha Corsica shot through the wall of Slytherins, which opened for her like an iris. Her cloak went behind her and James was amazed to see the snitch flying behind her, in the shadow of her cloak. It dipped upwards, and Tabitha followed almost instantaneously, bent low over her broom. Somehow, without even looking, she was shadowing the snitch, marking it. For Tom Sawyer. He saw her, banked hard, and swooped past her. When he came out on the other side, his hand was raised and the snitch glittered within it. The Slytherin grandstands cheered uproariously. The game was over. Noah swung himself from beneath his broom, hooking one foot over it. He struggled upright just as Ted and Justin Kennelly swooped in next to him, talking and gesturing. James understood the nature of what they were saying, even if he couldn't hear the words through the cheers and boos. Something extremely odd had happened, and yet the Slytherins hadn't actually committed any fouls. On the grass of the pitch, Petra Morgenstern, who played Chaser, had cornered Cambridge Cully and was animatedly pointing at Tabitha Corsica, who was still on her broom, being congratulated by her teammates alongside Tom Sawyer. Rit Cully shook his head, unable or unwilling to agree with Petra's allegations. There didn't seem to be any recourse for the Gryffindors, since they couldn't prove that anything illegal had actually occurred. What in the name of Voldy's pasty white rear end was that? Damien Damascus demanded, having quit the broadcast booth and joined James, Zane, and Sabrina. Sabrina shook her head. That was right creepy. Did you see what I saw? Corsica blocked the snitch. She never touched it, but she flew right next to it, marking it until Squalus could get his broom in gear. There's no rule against that, Zane asked as they all joined the throng leaving the stands. No point making rules against things that are impossible, Damien said crossly. As long as she didn't touch it, she's in the clear. She wasn't even watching the snitch. I'd swear it. Ralph was trotting across the pitch when James and Zane tromped down the last few steps. Panting, he angled them away from Sabrina and Damien, whose moods were getting fouler. Did you see that? Ralph asked, struggling to catch his breath. He seemed extremely agitated. We saw something, James said, although I'm not sure I believe my eyes. Zane was less diplomatic. The Gryffindors think your buddies cheated somehow. It's going to throw off the final standings, too. Now it looks like Ravenclaw will be playing Slytherin for the tournament. I was hoping for a Gryffindor and Ravenclaw match. Will you two forget about the bloody Quidditch tournament for a minute? Ralph said, turning to face the two of them at the base of the grandstands. In case you've forgotten, we have more important things to think about. All right, then spill it, Ralph, James said, trying not to be annoyed. Ralph took a deep breath. You told me I was your man on the inside, didn't you? So I've been watching closely, looking for hints and clues about who might be involved with the whole Merlin plot, right? And you think now is the time to discuss this? Zane asked, raising his eyebrows. No, it's fine, James interjected. What did you see, Ralph? Something going on back at Slytherin Central? No, Ralph said impatiently. Not back at the common room or anything. Right here, just a few minutes ago. Remember what we're supposed to be looking for? Yeah, Zane said, becoming interested, the Merlin staff. Ralph nodded meaningfully. There was a cheer nearby. The three boys turned as the Slytherins left the pitch, surrounded by a crowd of students in green scarves. Tabitha walked at the head of the group, her broom held triumphantly over her shoulder. 6 feet or so of unusually magical wood, Ralph said in a low voice, still watching Tabitha leave the pitch. Origins unknown. That's right, James replied, understanding dawning on him. Tabitha said her broom was a custom design, crafted by some Muggle artist or something. She registered it as a Muggle artifact, since it wasn't a standard model. And there's no question that there's something pretty unusually magical about it, Ralph added. James nodded. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Zane asked, incredulously. Ralph glanced back at him. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's the perfect hiding place. That's why I came running over here right after the match. I wanted you both to see it, too, and see if it fits. Zane whistled in awe. Talk about your corked brooms. Here, all this time Corsica's been flying around on Merlin's flippin' staff. James couldn't take his eyes off it as Tabitha crested the hill heading back to the castle. The wintry sunlight glinted off the bristly tail of the broom. It was indeed the perfect disguise for a 6-foot length of highly magical wood. And now they knew for sure who was the third co-conspirator in the Merlin plot, the Slytherin who went by the profile name of Austen. James' heart pounded with excitement and anticipation. So, he said as the three of them began to follow the Slytherins at a careful distance, wending their way back to the castle, how are we going to get the Merlin staff away from Tabitha Corsica? 14. The Hall of Elders Crossing. What? Why do we need to steal her broom, anyway? Ralph exclaimed at breakfast the next morning. He leaned over the table, reaching for a plate of sausages. It would be loads harder to steal than Jackson's case was. Boys aren't even allowed in the girls' dorms. We'd never get near it. Besides, we've got the robe already. They can't do anything without all the relics. It's the Merlin staff, that's why we have to get it, James replied. Even on its own, it's got to be one of the most powerful magical objects in the world. You saw what Tabitha Corsica did with it at the match. And it wasn't just her shadowing the snitch without even looking. Her whole team seemed to respond to it somehow, or at least their brooms did. They knew just where to be at all the right moments. That's some really powerful magic. So far, she's only using the staff to win Quidditch matches, but do you really want something like that in the hands of someone like her and the progressive element? Ralph looked dour. Zane put his coffee cup down and stared at the tabletop. I don't know, he said. What? James said impatiently. Zane glanced up. Well, it just seems too easy, really. I mean, first there was Ralph's buddy's rockhound bag that showed up at just the right time. Then, no matter how you look at it, we got really lucky with that Viceminectio charm. Even before that, look at all the coincidences that led to you discovering the hiding place of the Merlin throne. From catching a glimpse of the Voodoo Queen on the lake that night to finding that Daily Prophet article about the break-in at the ministry. And now, we just happened to figure out that Tabitha's broom is the Merlin staff. I hate to say it, but it can't be much of a dark conspiracy if a trio of first-year schlubs like us have worked it all out. James fumed. All right, yeah, so we've gotten lucky here and there. We've worked really hard and been extremely careful, too. And besides, it all fits, doesn't it? Just because the people behind the Merlin plot have been too arrogant to think anybody could catch them, doesn't mean the plot isn't for real. What about what happened when we opened Jackson's case? And I didn't even tell you what happened to me last week. Ralph jumped, almost knocking over his pumpkin juice. His eyes were wild for a second, and then he calmed himself. Last week. When? The night we went to see Hagrid, right after I left you, James answered. He described the way the halls of Hogwarts had transformed into forest around him, his strange journey to the island of the Grotto Keep, and the mysterious ghostly figure that had instructed him to bring her the relic robe. Zane listened with keen interest, but Ralph's face was pale and blank. When James finished, Zane asked, You think it really was a dryad? James shrugged. I don't know. It sure looked a lot like the one we saw in the forest, but different, too. It pulsed, if you know what I mean. I could feel it in my head. Maybe it was a dream, Zane said carefully. It sure sounds like one. It wasn't a dream. I was in the corridor heading to the common room. I wasn't sleepwalking. I'm just saying, Zane said blandly, lowering his eyes. What? James prodded. You think that whole Merlin thing was a dream, too? When I disappeared from the room right in front of the both of you, and Cedric Diggory's ghost had to bring me back. Of course not. Still, it just sounds kind of crazy. Were you in the forest, or were you in the corridor? Which one was real? Were either of them real? I mean, you've been thinking about all of this an awful lot, maybe. Ralph was studying his empty plate. He spoke without raising his head. It wasn't a dream. James and Zane both looked at Ralph. How do you know, Ralph? Zane asked. Ralph sighed. Because the same thing happened to me. James' eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. You saw the Grotto Keep. And the Dryad, too? Ralph, why didn't you say anything? I didn't know what they were. Ralph said, looking up. I wasn't with you two when you went out in the forest and saw the island and met the Dryad, remember? So last week, I was on my way through the cellars to the Slytherin rooms and all of a sudden, the cellars just faded out and turned into a forest, same as you described, James. I saw the island and the tree sprite lady, but I didn't recognize them. I thought she was a ghost or something. She told me to bring the relic to her, but I was scared. I'm not used to having weird, magical, out-of-body experiences or anything. I tried to run away, but then, all of a sudden I was standing outside the door to the Slytherin common room, plain as could be. I was worried about my sanity, to tell the truth. I thought all this magical stuff was making me soft in the head. Frankly, I'm a little relieved that the same thing happened to you, too. I can see why, Zane said, nodding. But why you? James asked. You don't have the relic. I do. Zane tilted his head and cinched a corner of his mouth up in that expression of comical concentration he put on when he was thinking hard. Maybe it's as simple as the fact that Ralph's a Slytherin. I mean, he was in the debate against Petra and me. Maybe whatever it was thinks Ralph is the weakest link. Maybe it thinks it can get Ralph to betray you and steal the robe and then bring it to the island. Not that you would, Ralph, Zane added, looking at Ralph. No way. I'm never touching that thing, Ralph concurred. I guess that makes sense, James admitted. So why not you, then, Zane? Zane adopted a beatific expression, eyes raised to the ceiling, because I'm as pure as the wind-driven snow. And besides, I'm never setting foot on that island again. Too freaky for me, by far. But I couldn't even steal the robe if I wanted to, Ralph said, furrowing his brow. Not with Zane's locking spell on it. James is the only one who can open the trunk. You could just drag the whole trunk out there, I suppose, James replied. Where there's a will, there's a way. Fortunately, there's no will, Ralph said gravely. Zane pushed his empty coffee cup away. The Dryad, or whatever it was, wouldn't necessarily know about the extra locking spell on the trunk, anyway. But the fact that it happened to both of you sure proves something wants that robe, and knows we have it. If it isn't Jackson or any of his crew, then who? James said, remember what the Green Dryad told us? She said that the trees were waking, but that many of them had. How did she put it? Zane nodded, remembering. She said they'd gone over, like milk past its expiration date or something. Some of the trees are bad, in other words. They're on the side of chaos and war. You think yours and Ralph's Blue Dryad was one of the bad ones trying to sound nice? Makes sense, Ralph said. She was all beautiful and smiles and everything, but I had a pretty strong feeling that if I didn't bring her the robe, that smile could turn hungry pretty fast. That's what scared me. That and her fingernails. He shuddered. So this is way bigger than just us and the Merlin conspirators, Zane said seriously. The tree spirits are involved. And who knows what else, too. For all we know, everything in the magical world might be taking a side. Either way, James said earnestly, it proves that these relics are incredibly powerful. In the wrong hands, who knows what kind of damage they could do. That's why we have to get the staff away from Tabitha. I don't understand why we don't just get your dad in here, Ralph interjected. It's his job to deal with this kind of stuff, isn't it? Because they have rules they have to follow, James replied wearily. They'd have to bring in a team of warriors to scour the grounds. They wouldn't just go nick Tabitha's broom because we said it was the Merlin staff, even if we did turn over the robe. There'd be magical sweeps, investigating every unusual source of power. It could go on for days. By the time they got around to checking out Tabitha, she'd have gotten the broom out of here. Jackson and Delacroix might sniff trouble and escape, too. They might even get the whole conspiracy together to go to this Hall of Elders crossing and try to bring Merlin back. It wouldn't work without the robe, of course, but then the throne and the staff would be lost, hidden, and in the control of dark wizards. Ralph sighed. All right. I'm convinced. So we'll try to capture the Merlin staff from Corsica. But that's it, all right? Then we turn it all over to your dad and his pros. They clean up the mess and we can be the heroes. Whatever. Okay? Zane nodded. Yeah, I'm with you. Get the broom and we're done. Agreed? James agreed. So, we need a plan. Any ideas? It won't be easy, Ralph said firmly. If we got lucky with Jackson's briefcase, then we'll need an act of God to pull this one off. The Slytherin quarters are so thick with guard hexes and anti-spying spells that they'd almost hum. They're the most suspicious lot I've ever met. Tricksters always expect to be tricked, Zane said wisely. But there's one thing we're forgetting, and it may even be more important than capturing the Merlin staff. What's more important than that? James asked. Keeping the relic we've got, Zane answered simply, meeting James' eyes. Something out there knows we have the robe, and it's already tried once to get it from you. I don't know what kind of magic that was, but you both seem pretty convinced that it transported you to the island straight out of Hogwarts halls, right? James and Ralph exchanged looks and then nodded at Zane. So, Zane continued, if this apparition is impossible on Hogwarts grounds, then it used some other form of magic to get you there. That's some powerful mojo. What's to say it won't try again? Ralph paled. I hadn't even thought of that. Maybe it used up all its power the first time, James said a little doubtfully. You two better hope so, Zane said, looking back and forth between them. Because it already tried asking nice. The next time, it won't be so polite. An idea struck James, and he shivered. What? Ralph asked, seeing James' face change. Remote physio apparition, James said in a hushed voice. That's what Professor Franklin called Delacroix's power to. Project a wraith of herself. It's different from regular apparition, because she just sends out something like a ghost of herself, but the wraith can still look solid and affect things. I looked it up. The ghost makes a solid version of itself out of whatever material is handy, and then wears that like a puppet. Somehow she used it to bring the Merlin throne here and hide it on the island without being detected. Zane frowned. Okay. So what if that was how Ralph and I were sent out to the Grotto Keep? Ralph, you called it an out-of-body experience. What if that's what it really was? Maybe we were forced to have a remote physio apparition. Only a wraith of ourselves went out to the grotto, but our bodies stayed in the corridors, just sort of frozen. Ralph was clearly horrified by the thought. Zane looked thoughtful. It seems to fit. Both of you said it happened when you were alone in the corridors. There'd be no one to see you both standing there on autopilot while your souls or whatever were strung out to the Grotto Keep. But that's Delacroix's specialty, Ralph said, shuddering. You think she knows we got the robe somehow? James answered, maybe. She's slippery as an eel. She might have figured it out and not even told Jackson. Maybe she wants all the glory for herself. One thing is for sure, then, Zane announced. We can't let you two be alone. My guess is that whoever or whatever is doing this doesn't want the secret to get out. That's why they waited until you two were alone for a few minutes. If we keep people around you, then maybe it won't try again. Ralph was as white as a statue. Unless it gets really, really desperate. Well, yeah, Zane agreed. There's always that possibility. But we can't do anything in that case, so let's just hope it doesn't come to that. That makes me feel loads better, Ralph moaned. Come on, James said, getting up from the breakfast table. It's getting late and the house elves are giving us the eye. It's time we got out of here before somebody notices we're planning something. The three boys wandered out onto the chilly grounds and talked of other things for a while, then, having separate house-related obligations, went their separate ways for the rest of the day. The next week was frustratingly busy. Neville Longbottom assigned one of his very unusual but painstakingly demanding essays. This led to James spending an inordinate amount of time in the library, researching the endless uses of spinoswort, an endeavor that was further complicated by the fact that every part of the spinoswort plant, from the leaves to the stem to the root and even its seeds, was used in any number of applications, from healing skin diseases to waxing broomsticks. James had just added the 79th entry to his scribbled list when Morgan Petunia sat down at the table across from him with a heavy sigh. Morgan, a first-year Hufflepuff, was also in herbology and working on her spinoswort essay. "You only need to list 5 uses," Morgan stated when she saw James' list. "You know that, don't you?" "5?" James said weakly. Morgan gave James a look of somehow delighted disdain. "Professor Longbottom only assigned us to write about spinoswort because it's one of the 3 most useful plants in the magical world. If we were to write about every one of its uses, we'd be turning in encyclopedias, you silly boy." James' face heated. "I knew that," he said, aiming for aloof arrogance and hitting only wounded petulance. "I just forgot. Can't blame me for being thorough, can you?" Morgan tittered, obviously thrilled that James had wasted so much time. James packed up a few minutes later and moved to the Gryffindor common room, annoyed but simultaneously relieved. At least his essay was finished. In fact, since he'd already written about 23 spinoswort uses, he probably stood to get loads of extra credit. Just as long as Neville didn't figure out that the thoroughness of James' report simply meant James hadn't been paying much attention in class. Twice, James sought Professor Delacroix in the corridors and had the haunting sensation that she was watching him. He never actually saw her eyes on him, but since she was blind, that hardly mattered anyway. James remembered the way Delacroix had maneuvered the tureen of gumbo with her ugly grapefruit wand at the Alma-Dal-Aron dinner, never spilling a drop. He had a suspicion that Delacroix had ways of seeing that didn't rely at all upon her useless eyes. In fact, that could explain how she might have noticed that Jackson's briefcase was different. The vis humaneptio charm only worked on what people saw with their eyes. Didn't it? Still, she never said anything or even so much as paused in her stride when she passed him. James decided that he was simply being paranoid. Besides, as Zane pointed out, what difference did it make? She might be the one trying to trick Ralph and James into taking the relic road out to the grotto keep, or it might be some other force entirely. Either way, they had to be on guard never to be alone, and in the end, the source of the threat didn't really matter anyway. James had begun to realize just how hard it was to never be alone. He would have thought, in a school the size of Hogwarts, it would have been quite rare, anyway. Now that he was paying attention, he realized he'd been on his own on the grounds or in the halls several times each day, whether crossing the grounds to get to Neville Longbottom's herbology class after Transfiguration or just going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Arranging to never be alone even in these circumstances was an annoying chore, but Zane, to James' surprise, was consistently adamant about it. "Even if we did capture that robe by a string of completely freakish lucky breaks, I'm not gonna let it slip out of our hands because we got careless," he told James one day, walking him to the herbology greenhouses. "It's the Merlin conspirators' carelessness that's been working for us. I'm not gonna do them any favors like that." One day, James introduced Ralph and Zane to the protean charm as a means of communicating if ever an emergency chaperone was needed. James had ordered 3 novelty rubber ducks from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, giving one each to Zane and Ralph. "The protean charm means that if I squeeze my duck, both of yours will sound as well," James explained, giving his duck a tweak. Sawed off, all 3 ducks quacked in unison. "Excellent," Zane said, giving his own duck a firm squeeze, resulting in a chorus of happy insults. "So if either of you find yourselves alone or need me to take you to the bathroom, you just honk on this and I come running, eh?" "Ugh," Ralph said, staring at his duck with distaste. "I hate this. It's like being 3 years old again. Hey, if you want to go getting zapped off to meet with some unhappy tree spirit again, Zane said, shrugging. I didn't say I wouldn't do it, Ralph replied, annoyed. I just hate it, is all. Zane turned back to James. So how will I know which one of you quacked for me? James produced a black marker and drew a small J on the bottom of his duck. Take a look at yours, now. Anything we do to a single duck will show up on all of them. When you hear the quack, just check the bottom of the duck and see whose initial shows up. Very tight, Zane said approvingly. He raised his duck and tweaked it as if he was saluting with it. "Eat-doxy-poon," the ducks quacked gaily. All right, James said, putting his own duck in his backpack. This'll only work if we only use them in an emergency. Got it? Why don't they just squeak? Ralph asked as he pocketed his. Ask a Weasley, James answered dismissively. At first, having to have Zane or somebody else around at all times was as annoying to James as it was to Ralph, but eventually, James got used to it and even began to like it. Zane would sit on a chair in the corner of the bathroom while James bathed, quizzing him on defensive spell pronunciations or transfiguration terminology and restrictions. James learned that many of his herbology classmates, including Morgan Petunia, had charms class before herbology. Knowing this, James was able to hurry from his transfiguration class to the charms classroom and then accompany Petunia and her friends to the greenhouses, thus avoiding the solitary trek across the grounds. Constantly being near people became an easy habit for James, and eventually, he nearly forgot he was doing it. In this fashion, the weeks melted past. The rawness of winter began to thaw into the fragile warmth of spring. Still, neither James, Ralph, nor Zane had come up with a plan to get Tabitha Corsica's broomstick. Eventually, they determined, albeit reluctantly, that some group reconnaissance was required. I'm not liking this, Ralph said as he led the other two to the door of the Slytherin common room. I haven't seen anyone other than Slytherins in here for months. Don't worry about it, Ralph, Zane said, but his voice was less confident than usual. We've got James' magic map here. We can check it again, but according to it, most of your buddies are out watching the Slytherins practice for the tournament. Right, James? James had the Marauders map unfolded in his hands. He studied it as he walked. As far as I can tell, there's only a couple of people in the Slytherin dorms, and none of them are people we need to worry about. Are you sure you're reading that thing right? Ralph asked, plugging his ring into the eye socket of the snake sculpture on the gigantic wooden door. Last I heard, you said you couldn't even remember how to get it to work. Well, it's working, isn't it? James replied testily. In truth, he was worried about the accuracy of the map. He had remembered the phrase to get the map to open and display the grounds, but as his dad had feared, the castle had changed rather a lot since the map had been created by Moony, Prongs, Patfoot, and Wormtail. Irregular chunks of the map were completely blank, and each blank section was marked with a notation that read redrawing required. Please see Messrs. Prongs and Patfoot for assistance. James could only guess that his grandfather and Sirius Black had been the chief artists who'd plotted the map, but since both were long since dead, there would apparently be no redrawing of the map to fill in the rebuilt areas. The tiny names that marked the locations of everyone on campus could still be seen moving here and there, but as they entered one of the blank areas, their marker and name would flicker out. Fortunately, the Slytherin quarters were under the lake, and therefore had been very little damaged in the Battle of Hogwarts. James could see the entire warren of Slytherin rooms and halls on the Marauders map. The snake sculpture asked its questions. Ralph announced himself and explained who James and Zane were, and that they were friends. The glowing green snake-eye examined Zane and James for a long moment, and then unlocked the complicated system of bolts and bars that secured the door. The three boys couldn't help skulking as they moved through the apparently deserted Slytherin common room. The brackish green sunlight, filtered by the lake water above the stained glass ceilings, filled the room with murky shadows. The fire was a dull red glow in the gigantic fireplace, which was sculpted in marble to resemble an open snake's mouth. Nothing like reading a good book in front of gaping doom, Zane murmured, passing the fireplace. So where do they keep their broomsticks, Ralph? Ralph shook his head. I told you already, I don't know. I just know there isn't a common locker or anything, like the Gryffindors or Ravenclaws. Most of these guys don't trust each other all that much. Everybody has a private closet with a special magical key. Besides, their brooms aren't here now, anyway, are they? They've all got them out at the Quidditch pitch. We aren't here to grab it now, Zane answered, peering around the common room. We're just here to scope out where they might hide them. Even in the middle of a spring day, the Slytherin rooms were a pall of shifting green dimness. Lumos, James said, illuminating his wand and holding it aloft. This hall goes back to the boys' quarters, right, Ralph? Yes. The girls' rooms are on the other side, up those stairs. Zane threaded through the furniture of the common room, aiming for the stairs. Panty raid in the Slytherin girls' quarters. I'm on it. Wait, James said sharply. It'll be charmed, you know. No boys are allowed in any of the girls' quarters. You go up there, it'll be sure to set off some sort of alarm. Zane stalked, glancing at James, and then turned back to the stairway. Drat. They thought of everything, didn't they? Besides, Ralph said from across the room, they're called knickers around here. You say potato, I say patata, Zane muttered. Can we get back to why we're here, after all? James said as loudly as he dared. We're supposed to be looking for ways to get to Tabitha's broom. Even if all we can do is figure out where she keeps it. Believe it or not, Zane said primly, that's what I was thinking of. For all we know, she sleeps with the thing. Even if she doesn't, you can bet she keeps it near enough to guard. That means getting into the girls' quarters, doesn't it? James shook his head. Not possible. I'm beginning to see how helpful it was for my dad to have Aunt Hermione as part of his crew. He could have sent her up to check things out. We're pretty much stuck, though. As James finished speaking, a noise came from the stairway. The three boys froze guiltily, looking toward the stairs. There was a shuffling of small feet, and then a tiny house elf came down, balancing a basket of rumpled clothing on its head. The elf stopped, seeing the three boys staring at it. Many pardons, masters, the elf said, and James could tell by the timbre of its voice that it was a female. Just collecting the washing, if you please. Her bulbous eyes flicked between the three of them. She seemed disconcerted to have elicited such keen interest. James realized she was probably used to being completely ignored, if she was seen at all. Not a problem, Mississippi. Zane said, affecting a small bow and taking a step back from the stairs. The elf didn't move. Her eyes followed Zane's movement with increasing consternation. Excuse me, master? Your name, miss? Zane replied. Bob. E.R. Figgle, master. I apologize, master. Figgle isn't accustomed to masters and mistresses speaking to her, master. The elf seemed to be nearly vibrating with nervousness. I'm sure that is true, Figgle, Zane said understandingly. You see, I'm a member of an organization you may have heard of. We're called the... Zane glanced back at James, his eyes wide. James remembered telling Zane and Ralph about Aunt Hermione's Equal Rights for Elves organization. James stuttered, oh. Yeah, SPEW. The Society for the Promotion of, Elfish Welfare? Yes, what he said, Zane said, spinning back to Figgle, who flinched. SPEW. You've heard of us, no doubt. We help those who help themselves. Figgle hasn't, master. Not a bit. Figgle has loads of work, master. That's exactly the point, my dear Figgle. We at SPEW are working to lessen that load. In fact, as an act of good faith, I'd like to help you now. Please, might I help you carry that? Figgle looked positively horrified. Oh, no, master. Figgle couldn't. Master shouldn't mock Figgle, sir. James could see where Zane was heading with this charade, but was doubtful it would get anywhere. House elves, especially those who worked amongst the Slytherins, were often mistreated and tricked by their masters. Figgle looked as if she was about to burst into tears from fear. Zane knelt down, bringing himself eye level to the trembling house elf on the second step of the stairs. Figgle, I'm not going to hurt you or get you into trouble. I promise. I'm not even a Slytherin. I'm a Ravenclaw. You know Ravenclaws? Figgle does, master. Figgle collects the Ravenclaw's wash on Tuesdays and Fridays. Ravenclaws use less scent than Slytherins, master. The elf was babbling, but she seemed a bit calmer. I'd like to help you, Figgle. Surely there is more to carry. May I carry it for you? Figgle pressed her lips together very hard, obviously caught on the knife edge between her fear of a mean prank and her duty to do what she was told. Her tennis ball-sized eyes studied Zane, then, finally, she nodded once, quickly. Excellent, Figgle. You're a good elf, Zane said soothingly. There is more laundry upstairs, isn't there? I see you're piling it there by the door. I'll gather the rest for you. He made to step forward onto the stairs. Oh, no, master. Wait. Figgle said, raising her hand. The basket on her head wobbled a bit and she steadied it easily. Master will break the boundary. Figgle mustn't let the others see she is being helped. Figgle jumped lightly down the last 2 steps and turned toward the stairs. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Something changed about the doorway. James would have sworn that something like a light had been turned off, although the actual lighting in the room hadn't changed. Now master can go up. But please, master. Again, Figgle seemed tortured on the edge of fear and obedience. Please, master mustn't touch anything but the basket. Then Figgle will take all the wash to the basements. Please? She seemed to be pleading to get this over with and be gone as soon as possible. Of course, Zane answered, smiling. With only the slightest pause, he put his foot on the first step. Nothing happened. I'll be right back, guys, Zane said over his shoulder, then trotted up the steps. James let out a pent breath and heard Ralph doing the same. Figgle watched Zane tramp up the stairs, then glanced worriedly back at James and Ralph. Ralph shrugged at her and smiled. It was, James thought, a rather ghastly smile. Figgle didn't seem to notice. She weaved through the furniture, balancing the huge basket easily, and then tipped it onto a large pile near the door. James, Ralph said quietly, the map. James nodded and opened the Marauder's map again. He looked first toward the upper right area of the map, where a set of neat drawings illustrated the Quidditch pitch and grandstands. Dozens of names were crammed together there, most in and around the grandstands, but a few swooped around the pitch. The Slytherin practice session was still going on, although there seemed to be fewer people on brooms at the moment. They were probably gathered on the ground nearby, talking strategy or something. He glanced over the names ranged between the pitch and the grandstands. There was Squalus, Norbert, Beetlebrick, and a few others James didn't know. Figgle raised her hands in the same gesture James had seen the house elves in the Great Hall use to gather up the tablecloths. The pile of laundry clumped into a large ball and a bedsheet cocooned around it, the 4 corners tying at the top. Figgle tossed a small puff of pink powder onto the gigantic ball of laundry and snapped her fingers again. The ball of laundry vanished, presumably to reappear in the basements. She looked nervously at the stairs. "Well?" Ralph asked James in a tight, worried voice. "I can't see Tabitha," James answered, trying to keep his voice calm. "Or Philia Goyle. They aren't out on the pitch anymore as far as I can see." "What?" "Well, where are they?" "I don't know. They seem to be off the map at the moment." Figgle was looking at them, her eyes wide and alert. She seemed to sense something was even more wrong than it had been a minute ago. James studied the Marauders' map keenly, watching the huge blank spots to see if Goyle and Corsica would appear out of them. He kept a sharp eye on the blank spot at the door to the Slytherin quarters. "Though, no," he said, his eyes widening. "Here they come." "What are they doing here now?" "Get rid of the map," Ralph said, his face going pasty white. "Come on, Zane," he called up the steps. There was no answer. Figgle's expression had gone from alarm to raw panic. "Mistress Corsica is coming. Figgle has done an awful thing. Figgle will be punished." She bolted for the stairs, snapping her fingers as she went. There was that sudden sensation of change, as if an invisible light had popped back on, and James knew that the boundary charm over the stairs was in place again. There was a clatter of footsteps and muffled voices both from upstairs as well as from the front door of the common room. James balled the Marauders' map roughly and jammed it into his open backpack. Ralph threw himself onto the nearest couch, trying to effect a scene of lazy indolence. The door swung open just as James re-shouldered his backpack and turned. Tabitha Corsica and Philia Goyle stepped through the doorway. Their eyes fell on James, and both of them went silent. Tabitha was dressed in a sport cloak and black capris, her broomstick over her shoulder. Her hair was in a neat ponytail, and even though she had, only minutes before, been swooping over the Quidditch pitch on her unusually magical broom, she appeared as cool and fresh as a tulip. She spoke first. "James Potter," she said mildly, having almost instantly recovered from her surprise at seeing him. "What a pleasure." "What are you doing here?" Philia demanded, scowling. "Philia, don't be rude," Tabitha said, moving into the room and passing James breezily. "Mr. Potter is as welcome among us as I'm sure we would be amongst the Gryffindors. If we don't have goodwill during these difficult times, what have we got?" "Good afternoon, Mr. Deedle." Ralph croaked something from the couch, looking remarkably awkward and uncomfortable. Philia continued to stare hard at James, her expression openly hostile, but she remained silent. "It's a shame about the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Tabitha called from a corner of the room as she hung up her cloak. "We always love a Gryffindor versus Slytherin match for the tournament, don't we, Ralph? I'm sure it pains your friends not to be out scrimmaging with us as we speak, James. Please give them our sympathies. By the way," Tabitha crossed the room again, heading toward the stairs to the girls' sleeping quarters, "I saw several of the Ravenclaw players out at the pitch studying our drills. Interesting that your friend, Zane, wasn't among them. You haven't seen him, have you?" She tapped her broomstick on the floor, idly, watching James' face. James shook his head, not daring to speak. Tabitha murmured thoughtfully. "Curious, that. Nevertheless. Come, Philia." James watched, horrified, as Tabitha and Philia began to climb the steps. He thought furiously, trying to invent a quick diversion, but nothing came. "Sawed off," a pair of muffled voices suddenly squeaked. Both Tabitha and Philia stopped in their tracks. Philia, on the first step, whipped around angrily. Tabitha, ahead of her, turned much more slowly, a look of polite wonderment on her face. "Did you say something?" she asked James slowly. James coughed. No. Sorry. Got a frog in my throat. Tabitha watched him for a long moment, then tilted her head slightly and narrowed her eyes at Ralph. Finally, she turned away and disappeared up the rest of the stairs with Philia following, glancing back furiously. After a few moments, their footsteps could be heard from above. There were no angry screams or sounds of struggle. "Grotty Blighter," quacked the muffled voices again. "That crazy loon," Ralph rasped, jumping up and grabbing his bag. "What's he doing?" "Come on," James said, lunging toward the door. "If he's still up there, we can't help him." They both ran out into the hallway and threaded their way around several random corridors before finally stopping. Panting and hearts pounding, they dug their rubber ducks out of their bags, each examining his own even though they were identical. 2 words were scrawled on the bottom of the ducks in black ink: laundry room. "That crazy loon," Ralph said again, but he was almost laughing with relief. Figgle just took him down to the cellars with the rest of the dirty sheets. "I say, we leave him there." James grinned. "No, let's go get him before they try to stick him in the wringer. He probably deserves it, but first, I want to know what he might have found out." The 2 boys ran to find the washrooms in the cellars. James stopped only once to ask directions from an annoyingly observant servant in a painting of a gaggle of dining knights. "I hardly had 2 minutes to look around before Figgle came up the stairs like a cannonball," Zane told James and Ralph when they found him in the washrooms. "She threw a handful of pink dust at me, and then pow! I'm down here." Ralph was looking around in awe at the enormous copper vats and the clanking machinery of the washers. Elves bustled around them, ignoring the 3 boys completely as they moved through the hive of their basement workspace. 2 elves on a catwalk above the vats were dumping wheelbarrows of powdered soap into the frothing water. White flakes filled the air and stuck like snow in the boys' hair. "Trust me, this all gets a lot less interesting after 2 minutes or so," Zane said tersely. "Especially when the Lollipop Guild here won't let you leave." 3 elves were clustered around Zane, looking at him with obvious hostility. "Figgle brings a human down to the washrooms. We keeps him until someone explains why," the oldest and grumpiest elf said in a gravelly voice. Policy. Humans interfering with elf work is against Hogwarts Code of Conduct and Practices, Section 30, Paragraph 6. "So, then, who be you 2? James and Ralph exchanged blank looks. Ralph said, "We're his." "Well, we're his friends, aren't we? We came to bring him back upstairs." "Did you, then?" the elf said with a penetrating glare. "Figgle tells a story about this human trying to do her work, she does. Says he was going on about elf welfare and such bilge. She was fair upset. Can't obey that sort of thing, you know. We got a coalition agreement with the school." "He won't do it again," James soothed. "He meant well, but he's a bit dim about such things, isn't he?" "I'm sorry. He got out of our hands for a minute. Won't happen again." Zane acted offended, but stayed wisely silent. The head elf scowled thoughtfully at James. James was used to elves being subservient and meek, or at least politely surly. Here, in their working realm, the rules appeared to be quite different. The elves had a coalition agreement with the school, the head elf had said. It almost sounded like they'd unionized, and that an essential rule of the elf union was that only elves did elf work. Perhaps they viewed it as job security. James wasn't sure if Aunt Hermione would view this as an improvement or a setback. Finally, the head elf grumbled, "I'm going against my better judgments, you know. The 3 of yous are on probation. Any more interference with elfish protocol and I'll obey you before the headmistress. We got a coalition agreement, you know." "So I hear," Zane muttered, rolling his eyes. "But you don't even know our names," Ralph pointed out. "How are we on probation if you don't know who we are?" James elbowed him in the ribs. The head elf grinned at his fellows, who smiled back a bit disconcertingly. "We're elves," he said simply. "Now off with yous, and let's hope we don't see you again." The corridors leading out of the washrooms were, not surprisingly, small and short, with half-sized steps that forced James, Zane, and Ralph to mince carefully as they climbed them. "I don't know whether to congratulate you or kick you," Ralph said to Zane. "You almost got us caught by Corsica and Gretel." "But I did get into the Slytherin girls' sleeping quarters," Zane pointed out, with a grin. "How many people can say that? Or would want to?" James added. "Be nice, or I won't tell you what I found." "It better be good," said Ralph. "It's not," Zane sighed. "The girls' quarters have big wooden wardrobes alongside each bed. Only one of them was open, but I got a peek inside. Let's just say I'm not wondering where Tabitha keeps her broom anymore." They reached a larger door at the end of a flight of minuscule stairs. James pushed it open, thankful to be out of the heat and noise of the washrooms. "What do you mean?" "Well, they're magical wardrobes, of course, although they don't lead to any fairy wonderlands. The one I looked into looked like a combination vanity and walk-in closet. Seemed like a boutique had exploded in there, to tell you the truth. One of those really fruffy ones, but with a gothic vampire flair to it. There was a bottle of vanishing cream on the vanity, and from the looks of it, I don't think the vanishing part was a metaphor. All the girls have a wardrobe like that." Ralph asked. "Sure looked like it." James frowned. "Our chances of getting into the Slytherin girls' quarters again are pretty much zero. And even if we could, how would we even know which wardrobe was Corsica's, much less even get it open?" "I told you this was going to be right impossible," Ralph reminded James. "Smelled like my grandma's dresser in there, too," Zane said. "Will you let off with the details?" James exclaimed. "This is serious. We still don't know where the Hall of Elders crossing is or when Jackson and Delacroix are planning to bring the elements together. For all we know, it could be tonight." "So," Ralph said. "Like you said, they can't do anything without all the relics." Zane sighed, turning sober. "Yeah, but if they try it and nothing works, then they'll hide the rest of the relics and we'll never get to them." Ralph threw up his hands. "Well, there's got to be another way, then. I mean, she has to take the broom out of her wardrobe sometimes, right? We saw her with it today. What if we nick it somehow during a Quidditch match or something?" Zane grinned. "I like that. Especially if we can do it when she's 100 feet or so in the air." "Impossible again," James said in frustration. "Ever since my dad's day, there have been protective spells all around the pitch to keep people from interfering with matches. There were a few instances where dark wizards tried to use spells to hurt him or throw him off his broom. Once, a bunch of Dementors swarmed right onto the pitch. Ever since, there have been boundary areas set up by the officials. No spells can get in or out." "What's a Dementor?" Ralph asked, his eyes widening. "You don't want to know, Ralph. Trust me." "Well, then, looks like we're back to square one," Zane said dourly. "I'm all out of ideas." Ralph stopped suddenly in the middle of the corridor. Zane bumped into the larger boy, stumbling backwards, but Ralph didn't seem to notice. He was staring hard at one of the paintings lining the corridor. James noticed it was the one they had stopped at earlier to ask for directions to the laundry room. The very observant servant in the rear corner of the painting had caught James' attention on the way down, but only as someone they could get directions from. James had become almost inured to the random, watchful characters in the paintings all over Hogwarts. The servant stared sullenly out at Ralph as the knights in the painting hoisted their tankards and turkey drumsticks, slapping each other happily on their partially armored backs. "So, great," Zane said, rubbing his shoulder where he'd run into Ralph. "Look what you've done, James." Now Ralph's obsessed with every 15th painting. And not even the good ones, if you ask me. You two are the weirdest art lovers I've ever met. James took a step closer to the painting as well, studying the servant standing in the shadowy background with a large cloth over his shoulder. The figure took a half step backward, and James felt sure that it was trying to blend further into the dim recesses of the painted hall. "What, Ralph?" he asked. "I've seen that before," Ralph answered in a distracted voice. "Well, we just stopped at this painting not 10 minutes ago, didn't we?" "Yeah." It looked familiar then, too, but I couldn't place it. "He's standing different now." Ralph suddenly dropped to one knee, flinging his backpack onto the floor in front of him. He unzipped it quickly and dug inside, almost frantically, as if worried that whatever inspiration had struck him would flee before he could confirm it. He finally produced a book, gripped it triumphantly, and stood up again, riffling toward the back. Zane and James crowded behind him, trying to see over Ralph's broad shoulders. James recognized the book. It was the antique potions book his mum and dad had given Ralph for Christmas. As Ralph flipped through the pages, James could see the notes and formulae that crowded the margins, crammed alongside doodled drawings and diagrams. Suddenly, Ralph stopped flipping. He held the book open with both hands and slowly raised it so that it was level to the observant servant in the background of the painting. James gasped. "It's the same dude," Zane said, pointing. Sure enough, there, in the right-hand margin of one of the last pages of the potions book, was an old pencil sketch of the observant servant. It was unmistakably the same figure, right down to the hook nose and the sullen, stooped pose. The painted version recoiled from the book slightly, and then crossed the hall as swiftly as it could without actually running. It stopped behind one of the pillars lining the opposite side of the painted hall. The knights at the table ignored it. James, watching intently, narrowed his eyes. "I knew it looked familiar," Ralph said triumphantly. "He was in a different position when we first came across him, so I didn't place it straight off. Just now, though, he was in exactly the same pose as the drawing in this book. Now, that is weird." "Can I see?" James asked. Ralph shrugged and handed the book to James. James bent over it, flipping back to the front of the book. The margins in the first 100 pages were filled mostly with notes and spells, many with sections scribbled out and rewritten in a different color, as if the writer of the notes was refining his work. By the middle of the book, though, drawings and doodles began to crowd in with the notes. They were sketchy, but quite good. James recognized many of them. Here was a rough sketch of the woman in the background of the painting of the king's court. A few pages later he found two quite detailed drawings of the fat wizard with the bald head from the painting of the poisoning of Pericles. Again and again, he recognized the sketches as the characters in the paintings all over Hogwarts, the secondary figures who'd been watching James and his friends with avid, unconcealed interest. "Amazing," James said in a low, odd voice. "All these drawings are from paintings all over the school, you see?" Ralph squinted at the drawings in the book, then back at the painting again. He shrugged. "It's weird, but not all that amazing, is it? I mean, the guy who owned this book was probably also a student here, right? Sounds like he was a Slytherin, like me. That's why your dad gave me the book. So whoever he was, he liked art. Lots of art lovers sketch from paintings. Big deal." Zane's brow furrowed as he looked back and forth between the drawing of the observant servant and his painted equivalent, who was still skulking near the pillars in the background. "No, these aren't just sketches," he said, shaking his head slowly. "These are the originals, or so close it's impossible to tell the difference. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. Whoever sketched these drawings was either a master forger, or he was the actual artist." Ralph thought about it for a moment, and then shook his head. That doesn't even begin to make sense. These paintings were painted at lots of different times. No way one bloke was responsible for all of them. Besides, a lot of these paintings are old. Way older than this book. It makes perfect sense, James said, clapping the potions book shut and looking down at the cover. Whoever painted these didn't paint the whole paintings. Think about it. Not a single one of these sketched characters is of a dominant person in any of the paintings. Every one of them is a drawing of some totally unimportant background character. Whoever drew these just added the characters into existing paintings. Zane cinched up the corner of his mouth and furrowed his brow. Why would anyone do that? It's like graffiti, but nobody would notice it except the guy who painted it. What's the fun in that? James was also thinking hard. He nodded slightly to himself, looking down at the old book in his hands again. I think I have an idea, he said, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. We'll find out for sure. Tonight. Come on, Ralph. James complained in a harsh whisper. Quit tugging. You're yanking it up. You can see my feet. I can't help it, Ralph moaned, crouching down as far as he could. I know you said your dad and his mates used to do this all the time, but one of them was a girl, remember? Yeah, and she didn't eat 7 meals a day, either, Zane said. The three of them shuffled down the darkened corridor, crammed under the invisibility cloak. They'd met at the base of the staircases, and apart from one tense moment when Stephen Metzger, the Gryffindor prefect and brother of Noam, had passed them in the hall singing slightly off-key, they had encountered no one. When they reached the intersection near the statue of the one-eyed witch, James directed them to stop. The three of them maneuvered clumsily into a corner and James opened the Marauder's map. I don't see why all three of us need to do this anyway, Ralph complained. I trust you two. You could have just told me about it tomorrow at breakfast. You seemed plenty excited about it when we planned this, Ralphinator, Zane whispered. You can't lose your nerve now. It was daytime then. And I wasn't born with any nerve, just so you know. SHH, James hissed. Zane bent over the map. Is anyone coming? James shook his head. No, looks safe. Filch is in his office downstairs. I don't know if he ever sleeps, but for now, at least, the coast is clear. Ralph straightened up, pulling the invisibility cloak a foot off the floor. Then why are we under this thing at all? It's tradition, James said without looking up from the map. Besides, Zane added, what good's having an invisibility cloak if we don't use it to float around the halls unseen every now and then? There's nobody to see us, anyway, Ralph pointed out. James directed them toward the right angle of the intersection and they shuffled on. Soon enough, they came to the gargoyle guarding the stairway to the headmistress' office. James could tell it was watching their feet under the raised cloak even though it remained perfectly still. James hoped that the password hadn't changed since he'd accompanied Neville to the headmistress' office a few months earlier. He cleared his throat and said quietly, Gallow water. The gargoyle, which was relatively new, having replaced the one that had been damaged in the Battle of Hogwarts, stirred slightly, making a sound like a mausoleum door grating open. Is that the one with the forest green field and the sky blue and red patterns? It asked in a carefully measured voice. I can never remember. James conferred in harsh whispers with Ralph and Zane. Forest, green field? I don't even know what it is. It's just the word Neville used to get in. How'd he answer the question, then? Zane asked. It didn't ask him any questions. It's a tartan pattern, I think, Ralph rasped. My grandmum is mad about them. Just say yes. Are you sure? Of course, I'm not sure. Say no, then. How should I know? James turned back to the gargoyle, which seemed to be staring fixedly at James' shoes. Yeah, sure. The gargoyle rolled its eyes. Lucky guess. It straightened and stood aside, revealing the entry to the spiral staircase. The three boys shuffled toward it and clambered onto the lower steps. As soon as all three were on it, the staircase began to rise slowly, carrying them up with it. The hall outside the headmistress' office lowered into view before them, and they stumbled into it, swearing and jostling each other under the cloak. "That's it," Ralph said in an annoyed voice. He yanked at the cloak, struggling out from underneath it, and then let out a stifled shriek. James and Zane pulled the cloak off their heads and glanced around nervously, looking for whatever had startled Ralph. The ghost of Cedric Diggory was standing in front of them, smiling mischievously. "You've really got to stop doing that," Ralph said breathlessly. "Sorry," Cedric said in his far-off voice. "I was asked to be here." "Who asked you?" James inquired, trying to keep the annoyance out of his voice. The hair on the back of his neck was still prickling. "How would anyone know we were coming here tonight?" Cedric just smiled and then gestured toward the heavy door that led into the headmistress' office. It was shut tight. "How'd you plan to get past that?" James felt his face heat a little in embarrassment. "I forgot about that," he admitted. "Locked, is it?" Cedric nodded. "Don't worry about it. That's why I'm here, I guess." The ghost turned and walked effortlessly through the door. A moment later, the three boys heard the sounds of the lock being unbolted. The door swung open silently and Cedric grinned, welcoming them in. James entered first, and Zane and Ralph were surprised to see him turn immediately away from the headmistress' massive desk. The room was extremely dim, but for the reddish light of the banked fireplace. James lit his wand and held it up. "Get that thing out of my face, Potter," a voice drawled quietly. "You'll wait the rest with it, and I suspect that this is meant to be a private conversation." James lowered his wand again and glanced around at the rest of the portraits. All of them were sleeping in various poses, snoring gently. "Yeah, you're right," James agreed. "Sorry." "So you deduced a version of the truth, I see," the portrait of Severus Snape said, his black eyes locked on James. "Tell me what you believe you know." "It wasn't much of a deduction, really," James admitted, glancing at Ralph. "He figured it out. He's got the book." Snape rolled his eyes. "That dragged book has been more trouble than it was ever worth. I should have destroyed it when I had the chance." "Do continue." James took a deep breath. "Well, I knew something was going on when I noticed all those characters in the paintings watching us. I also knew they all looked a little familiar, even though they were all really different. I don't think I'd have made the connection if Ralph hadn't shown me the drawings in the potions book, though. I knew the book had belonged to a Slytherin my dad had loads of respect for, so I thought of you and it all just came together. You painted all those characters into the paintings all over the school, and every one of them is a portrait of you, but in disguise. That's how you've been watching us. You spread yourself out through all those paintings. And since you're the original artist, nobody else can ever destroy the portraits. It was your way of assuring you could always keep an eye on things, even after death." Snape studied James, scowling. Finally, he nodded slightly. "Yes, Potter, quite true. Few knew it, but I had some natural inclination toward the task. Being adept at potions, mixing the necessary enchanted paints was the simple part. It did take me quite some time to hone my rendering skills enough to modify the paintings, but as with any other art, painting was mainly a matter of practice and study. I agree with you, however, that you'd have never made the connection if it weren't for my own blind arrogance in allowing that book to continue to exist. I may have been a genius, but pride has been the downfall of greater geniuses than myself. Nevertheless, it has proved to be a very successful endeavor. I have been able to observe you and the rest of this school's operations rather freely. So tell me, why do you come to me now?" To gloat over your luck? No, James said firmly, and then paused. He didn't want to say what he'd come to say. He was afraid Snape would laugh at him, or worse, refuse their request. We came to ask for your help. Snape's expression didn't change. He regarded James seriously for a long moment. You came to ask for help, he said, as if confirming he'd heard James correctly. James nodded. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. James Potter, I'd never have suspected it, but you have finally impressed me. Your father's greatest weakness was his refusal to seek assistance from those better and more knowledgeable than him. He always required their help in the end, but usually to their great, and sometimes final, detriment. You seem to have thrown off that weakness, albeit reluctantly. If you had come to this realization a few weeks ago, we might not have had to rely on pure fortune and good timing to save you from a fate worse than death. James nodded again. Yeah, thanks for that. I know it was you who sent Cedric to help when we were going to open Jackson's case. Foolhardy and ignorant, Potter. You might have known better, although I admit I'd have been surprised if you had. The robe is exceedingly dangerous, and you are stupendously negligent to keep it here. As much as I am loath to admit it, you should turn it over immediately to your father. What do you know about the Merlin conspiracy, then? James asked excitedly, ignoring the rebuke. I know little more than you do, unfortunately, other than the wealth of knowledge I've accumulated through my studies of the legend and the multitude of previous attempts to facilitate the return of Marilinus Ambrosius. A study, I can assure you, would have proven far more helpful to you than your current ridiculous fantasies of capturing the Merlin staff. Why are they ridiculous? Zane asked, stepping a bit closer. Bob, the jester speaks, Snape sneered in a low voice. Mr. Walker, I believe. It's a fair question, James said, glancing at Zane. The staff is probably even more dangerous than the robe. We can't let it be controlled by the sorts of people who believe Voldemort was just some misunderstood sweetie who wanted everybody to be pals. And who might these people be, then, Potter? Snape asked silkily. Well, Tabitha Corsica, for one. Snape regarded James with open contempt. Typical Gryffindor, prejudice. Prejudice? James exclaimed. Whose house is it that believes that all Muggle-born wizards are weaker stock than the pure-bloods? Whose house invented the term, mudboot? Don't ever say that word in front of me again, Potter, Snape said dangerously. You believe you speak of what you know, but let me save you from your ignorance by reminding you that what you know is as limited as it is one-sided. Easy judgments about individuals based on their house of origin is another of your father's greatest mistakes. I'd hoped that you would surpass that as well, based on your own choice of companions. Snape's black eyes darted to Ralph, who had hung back, watching silently. Well, Ralph's different, isn't he? James said, weakly. Snape responded quickly, his eyes still on the larger boy. Is he different from what, Mr. Potter? What, precisely, do you believe you know about the members of Mr. Deedle's house? Or, dare I ask, Mr. Deedle himself? I know what the tree sprite told us, James said, rounding on the portrait, his voice rising in anger. I know that there is a bloodline of Voldemort alive in these halls even now. His blood beats in a different heart. The heir of Voldemort is alive and he walks among us. And what makes you so certain, Snape said sharply, that this heir is a Slytherin? Or a male? James opened his mouth to answer, and then closed it again. He realized that the Dryad had never actually said either of those things. Well, it just makes sense. Snape nodded, the sneer creeping back into his face. Does it? Perhaps you haven't learned anything after all, then. Snape sighed, and he seemed genuinely disappointed. What did you come to ask, Potter? I see you are determined in your course, regardless of what I say, so let's get this over with. James felt small in front of the portrait of the former headmaster. Zane and Ralph stood further back, and James knew it was his question to ask. This was his battle more than it was theirs. His battle against the Merlin conspiracy, yes, but more importantly, his battle against himself and the shadow of his father. He raised his eyes to Snape's black gaze. If we can't get the Merlin staff, I need to go to the Hall of Elders Crossing. I need to stop them there, before they can hide the staff and the throne forever. James heard the movement of Zane and Ralph behind him. He turned back to them. I won't ask you two to come, but I'm committed. I have to try to stop them. Snape sighed hugely. Potter, you really are just as foolish and preposterously self-absorbed as your father. Turn the robe over. Give it to your father or the headmistress. They will know what to do. I will advise them. You cannot possibly hope to manage this on your own. You've impressed me once. Do try and accomplish that again. No, James said with conviction. If I tell them, Jackson and Delacroix and whoever else will get away. You know it, just like I do. Then 2 of the relics will be lost forever. Without all 3 together, the power of the relics is broken. But not destroyed, James insisted. They are still powerful on their own. We can't let them be used by those who try to continue Voldemort's work. We can't risk them falling into the hands of Voldemort's heir. Snape scowled. If such a person exists. That's not a risk worth taking, James countered. Where is the Hall of Elders Crossing? You do not know what you're asking, Potter, Snape said dismissively. We'll find out somehow, James, Zane said, stepping forward again. We don't need this old pile of paint to tell us. We've worked everything out so far. We'll figure this out, too. You've survived on suspicious good fortune and the interference of myself alone, Snape growled. Do not forget your place, boy. It's true, Ralph said. James and Zane turned to look at him, surprised to hear him speak. Ralph swallowed and went on. We have done pretty well so far. I don't really know who you are, Mr. Snape, but as grateful as we are for you helping us when James put on the robe, I think James is right. We need to try to stop them and get the rest of the relics. You were a Slytherin, and you said that the things they say about Slytherins aren't always right. Well, one of the things they say about Slytherins is that we always just look out for ourselves. I don't want that to be true. I'm with James and Zane, even if we fail. No matter what. Snape had listened to this sudden speech from Ralph with a steely eye and a tight frown. When Ralph finished, he glanced at all 3 of the boys in succession, and then heaved another sigh. You're all completely daft, he said flatly. This is a pointless and destructive fantasy. Where's the Hall of Elders Crossing? James asked again. Snape regarded him, shaking his head minutely. As I said, Potter, you do not know what you're asking. Zane spoke up. Why not? Because the Hall of Elders Crossing is not a place, Mr. Walker. You, of all people, should have recognized that. If any of you had been paying even a shred of attention for the last several months, you'd know it. The Hall of Elders Crossing is an event. Think about it for a moment, Mr. Walker. Elders Crossing. Zane blinked. Elders, he said thoughtfully. Wait a minute. That's what the astronomers of the Middle Ages called the astrological signs. The planets. They called them the Elder Ones. So the Hall of Elders Crossing. James concentrated, and then widened his eyes in revelation. The alignment of the planets. The Hall of Elders Crossing is when all the planets cross each other in their paths. When they make a hall. The alignment of the planets, Ralph agreed in an odd voice. It's not a place, but a time. Snape stared hard at all three boys. It's both, he said resignedly. It's the moment the planets align, and it's the place that all three of the relics of Merlinus Ambrosius are brought together. That's when and where the return of Merlin can only be accomplished. That is his requirement. And unless I am greatly mistaken, if you mean to go through with this foolhardy plan of yours, you have less than 1 week. Zane snapped his fingers. That's why the Voodoo Queen's been drilling us to work out the exact moment of the alignment. She said it would be a night we'd never forget, and she meant it. That's when they mean to bring the relics together. The Grotto Keep, James whispered. They'll do it there. The throne is already there. The other two boys nodded. James felt flushed with fear and excitement. He looked at the portrait of Severus Snape. Thanks. Don't thank me. Take my advice. If you plan to go through with this, I will not be able to help you. No, one will. Don't be a fool. James backed away, extinguishing his wand and pocketing it. Come on, you two. Let's get back. Snape watched as James consulted the Marauder's map. It wasn't Snape's first encounter with the map. On one occasion, the map had insulted him fairly cheekily. Having assured themselves that Filch was still in his office, the three crowded back under the invisibility cloak and shuffled back through the door of the headmistress' office and into the hall. Snape considered waking Filch, who he knew was sleeping in his office with a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on his desk. One of Snape's self-portraits resided in a hunting painting in Filch's office, and Snape could easily use that painting to alert Filch to the three boys sneaking. Reluctantly, he decided not to. Like it or not, such petty tricks gave him little pleasure anymore. The ghost of Cedric Diggory, who Snape had come to recognize before anyone else, closed the door behind the boys and shot the bolt. Thank you, Mr. Diggory, Snape said quietly, amidst the snores of the other paintings. Feel free to accompany them back to their dormitories. Or not. I don't much care. Cedric nodded to Snape. Snape knew the ghost didn't like to talk to him. Something about a ghost talking to a painting seemed to disturb the boy. Nothing technically human on either end, Snape figured. Cedric dismissed himself and walked through the locked wooden door. One of the paintings near Snape stopped snoring. He isn't precisely like his father, is he? A thoughtful, older voice said. Snape settled back into his portrait. He's only like him in the worst of ways. He's a Potter. Now who's passing easy judgments? The other voice said with a hint of teasing. It's not an easy judgment. I've watched him. He's as arrogant and foolish as the others that bore his last name. Don't pretend you don't see it. I see that he came to ask for your help. Snape nodded grudgingly. One can only hope that that instinct has a chance to mature. He asked for help only when he ran out of other options. And he didn't, you'll notice, actually take any of my advice. The older voice was silent for a moment, and then asked, will you tell Minerva? Perhaps, Snape said, considering. Perhaps not. For now, I will do as I've done all along. I will watch. You believe there is a chance he and his friends might succeed, then? Snape didn't answer. A minute later, the older voice spoke again. He is being manipulated. He doesn't know it. Snape nodded. I assumed there was no point in telling him. You're probably right, Severus. You have an instinct for such things. Snape replied pointedly, I learned when not to talk from the master, Albus. Indeed, you did, Severus. Indeed, you did. 15. The Muggle Spy. Martin J. Prescott was a reporter. He always thought of the word as if it was capitalized. For Martin, being a reporter was more than a job. It was his identity. He wasn't just another face reading from a teleprompter or another name next to a dateline. He was what the producers in the age of the 24-hour news cycle called a personality. He accented the news. He framed it. He colored it. Not in any negative way, or so he firmly believed. He simply added that subtle dash of flair that made news into news, in other words, something people might want to watch or read. For one thing, Martin J. Prescott had the look. He wore white button-down shirts with jeans, and he usually had his shirt sleeves rolled up a bit. If he wore a tie, it was invariably of an impeccable style, but loosened just a tad, enough to say, yes, I've been working extremely hard, but I respect my viewers enough to maintain a degree of professionalism. Martin was thin, youngish, with sharp, handsome features and very dark hair that always looked wind-blown and fabulous. But, as Martin was proud of saying to the attendees at the occasional press club breakfast, his appearance wasn't what made him a reporter. It was his sense of people, and of news. He knew how to plug the one into the other in a way that produced the biggest emotional jolt. But the last thing that made Martin J. Prescott a reporter was that he loved the story. Where the other high-paid and high-profile news faces had long since assembled a team of lackeys to tramp far and wide, collecting footage and filming interviews while they themselves huddled in their dressing rooms reading about their ratings. Martin prided himself in doing all his own travel and research. The truth of it was that Martin enjoyed the reporting, but what he absolutely loved was the chase. Being a member of the press was like being a hunter, except that the former aimed with a camera rather than a gun. Martin liked to stalk his prey himself. He delighted in the pursuit, in the blurry jostle of handheld camera footage, the shouted, perfectly timed question, the long stakeout of a courtroom back door or a suspicious hotel room. Martin did it all himself, often alone, often filming himself in the act, providing his viewers breathless moments of high tension and confrontation. No one else did it like him, and this had made him famous. Martin had, as they say of the very best reporters, a nose for news. His nose told him that the story he was chasing right now, if it panned out, if he could simply provide the real, unadulterated footage, was quite possibly the story of a lifetime. Even now, crouched among the brush and weeds, dirty and salty with 2 days' worth of sweat, his fabulous hair matted and soiled with twigs and leaves, even after all the setbacks and failures, he still felt this was the story that would cement his career. In fact, the harder he'd had to work for it, the more doggedly he'd pursued it. Even after the ghost. Even after being kicked out of a third-story window by a homicidal kid. Even after his harrowing brush with the gigantic spider. Martin viewed setbacks as proof of value. The harder it was, the more it was worth pursuing. He took a grim satisfaction in knowing that, had he merely hired a team of investigators to check this out, they'd have turned back months ago, when they'd first met the strange, magical resistance of the place, without a solitary blip of a story. This was the kind of story that could only be told by him. This, he told himself with satisfaction, was anchorman material. No more field reports. No more special interest segments. If this panned out, Martin J. Prescott would be able to pave his own way in any major newsroom in the country. But why stop there? With this under his belt, he could anchor anywhere in the world, couldn't he? But no, he told himself. One mustn't think of such things now. He had a job to do. A difficult and outrageously demanding job, but Martin took pleasure in the sense that the hardest part was behind him. After months of plotting and arranging, planning and observing, the time had finally come for the big payoff, for all the bets to be called in. Granted, if this last phase of the hunt didn't work out exactly as planned, he'd walk away with nothing. He'd been unable to get any usable, convincing footage on his own, except for the handheld camera video of that incredible flying contest a few months back. That might have been enough, but even that had been lost, sacrificed. Reluctantly, to the gigantic spider during his escape through the woods. It didn't do to dwell on failures, though. No, this would work. It would go exactly as planned. It had to. He was Martin J. Prescott. Still crouched at the perimeter of the forest, Martin checked the connections of his cell phone. Most of his field gear had gone completely buggy ever since he made it through the forest. His palm top barely worked at all, and when it did, it exhibited some very strange behavior. The night before last, he'd been trying to use it to access his office computer when the screen suddenly went entirely pink and began to display the lyrics to a rather rude song about hedgehogs. Fortunately, his camera and cell phone had worked relatively well until the incident with the spider. His phone was nearly all he had left now, and despite the fact that the display screen showed a strange mixture of numbers, exclamation marks, and hieroglyphics, it did seem to be maintaining a connection. Satisfied, Martin spoke. I'm huddled outside the castle at this moment, hidden in the arms of the forest that has been my occasional home during these last grueling months. Up until now, I have simply watched, careful not to disturb what might only be a simple country school or a boarding facility, despite the reports of my sources. Still, I am confident that the time has finally come for me to approach. If my sources are wrong, I will merely be met with puzzlement and that rare brand of careful good humor that is the purview of the Scottish countryside. If, however, my sources prove correct, as I suspect, based on my inexplicable experiences so far, then I may well be walking into the clutches of my own doom. I am now standing. It is mid-morning, about 9 o'clock, but I see no sign of anyone. I am leaving the safety of my hiding place. I am entering the grounds. Martin crept carefully around the edge of the ramshackle cabin near the forest. The enormous, shaggy man he'd often spied in and around the cabin was not anywhere in sight. Martin straightened, determining to be bold about his initial approach. He began to cross the neatly cropped field between the cabin and the castle. In truth, he did not believe he was in grave peril. He had an innate sense that the greatest dangers were behind him, in that creepy and mysterious forest. He had indeed camped on the fringes of that forest, far on the side opposite the castle, where the trees seemed rather more normal and there were fewer unsettling noises in the night. Still, his travels back and forth through the densest parts of that forest had been strange, to say the least. Apart from the spider, which he had only escaped by sheer good luck, he hadn't actually seen anything. In a sense, he thought it might have been better if he had. A known monstrosity, like the spider, is far easier to deal with than the unknown phantoms conjured by Martin's imagination in response to the strange noises he'd heard on those long woodland walks. He'd been shadowed, he knew. Large things, heavy things, had followed him, always off to the left or right, hidden just behind the density of the trees. He knew they were watching him, and he also sensed that, unlike the spider, they were intelligent. They might have been hostile, but they were certainly curious. Martin had almost dared to call out to them, to demand they reveal themselves. Finally, remembering the spider, he'd decided that, after all, maybe an unseen monster that is merely curious is better than a seen monster that feels provoked. The castle, as I have mentioned, is positively huge, Martin said into the small microphone clipped to his lapel. The microphone was connected to the phone on his belt. I've traveled much of this continent and seen quite a variety of castles, but I've never seen anything so simultaneously ancient and yet immaculately maintained. The windows, apart from the one I was forced through those months ago, are beautifully sturdy and colorful. The stonework here doesn't show so much as a crack. This wasn't entirely true, but it was true enough. It is a beautiful spring day, fortunately. Clear and relatively warm. I am not hiding myself at all as I cross to the enormous gates, which are open. There seems to be a gathering over to my right, on a sort of field. I can't quite tell, but it looks as if they are playing football. I can't say that I expected that. They don't seem to be paying me any attention. I am continuing to the gates. As Martin entered the gates, he finally began to be noticed. He slowed, still maintaining a steady course onward. His goal was simply to get as far into the castle as possible. He had purposely left his still camera behind. Cameras, in nearly every circumstance, incite resistance. People with cameras get thrown out of places. Someone simply walking into a place, walking confidently and purposely, may be met with curiosity, but they are not usually stopped. At least, not until it is too late. The courtyard was dotted with young people moving here and there in knots. They wore black robes over white shirts and ties. Many carried backpacks or books. The ones nearest Martin turned to watch him past, mostly out of curiosity. There are what appear for all the world to be school pupils, Martin said quietly into his microphone, sidling past students as he worked across the courtyard. Young people in robes, all school age. They seemed surprised at my presence, but not hostile. In fact, as I am now approaching the entryway into the castle proper, it appears that I have elicited the attention of virtually everyone. Excuse me. This last was said to Ted Lupin, who had just appeared in the doorway with Noah Metzger and Sabrina Hildegard. All three of them stopped talking instantly as the strange man in the white shirt and loosened tie slipped between them. The quill in Sabrina's hair wobbled as she turned to watch him. "Who's he talking to?" Ted said. "And who the ruddy hell is he?" Sabrina added. The trio turned in the open doorway, watching the man work his way carefully into the entry hall. Students parted for him, recognizing immediately that this man was rather out of place. Still, no one seemed particularly alarmed. There were even a few puzzled grins. Martin went on speaking into his microphone. "More and more of what I must, for the time being, call students. There are dozens of them around me at the moment. I am moving through a sort of main hall. There are chandeliers, great doorways, statues, paintings. The paintings. The paintings. The paintings." For the first time, Martin seemed at a loss for words. He forgot the students gathering around him, watching him, as he took 2 steps toward one of the larger paintings lining the entry hall. In the painting, a group of ancient wizards were clustered around a large crystal ball, their white beards illuminated in its glow. One of the wizards noticed the staring man in the white shirt and tie. He straightened and scowled. "You're out of uniform, young man," the wizard exclaimed sternly. "You look a fright. I dare say you have a leaf in your hair." "The paintings." "The paintings are," Martin said, his voice an octave higher than normal. He coughed and gathered himself. "The paintings are moving. They are, for lack of a better term, like painted movies, but alive. They are addressing me." "I address equals, young man," the wizard said. "I command the likes of you. Begone, ruffian." There was a smattering of laughter from the crowding students, but there was also a growing sense of nervousness. Nobody was ever amazed at the moving paintings. This man was either a nutter of a wizard, or he was, well, it was unthinkable. A muggle could not get into Hogwarts. The students formed a large circle around him, as if he was a mildly dangerous animal. "The students have hemmed me in," Martin said, turning around, his eyes rather wild. "I'm going to attempt to break through, however. I must move further in." As Martin proceeded, the perimeter of students broke apart easily, following him. There was a murmuring now. Nervous chatter followed the man, and he began to raise his voice. "I'm entering a large chamber. Quite high. I've been here before, but late at night, in the dark. Yes, this is the hall of moving staircases. Very treacherous. Remarkable mechanics at work here, and yet no sound of machinery at all. "What's he saying about machinery?" someone in the crowding students called. "Who is this bloke anyway? What's he doing here?" There was a chorus of confused responses. Martin pushed on, turning past the staircases, almost shouting now. "My presence is beginning to cause some resistance. I may be stopped at any moment. I am bypassing the stairs." Martin turned a corner and found himself in the midst of a group of students playing winkles and augers in a bright alcove. He stopped suddenly and recoiled as the auger, an old quaffle, stopped 3 inches from his face, floating and turning slowly. "Joy, what are you thinking just walking right into the middle of the sodding match, you?" one of the players called, yanking his wand up and retreating the quaffle. "Dangerous, that is. You need to watch yourself. Flying things." Martin squeaked, straightening himself and smoothing his shirt frantically. "Wands. Actual magical wands and levitating objects. This is perfectly remarkable. I've never seen." "Hey now," another of the winkles and augers players said sharply. "Who is this? What's he going on about?" Someone else yelled, "Who let him in? He's a muggle. Got to be. It's the man from the Quidditch pitch. The intruder." The crowd began to yell and jostle. Martin ducked past the winkles and augers players, losing some of the pursuing crowd. "I'm pressing in further still. Corridors leading everywhere. Here is as far as I can tell, it is a hall of classrooms. I'm entering the first one." He burst into the first classroom on his right, followed by a stream of confused, yelling students. The room was long and recessed. The students attending the class turned in their seats, seeking the source of the interruption. Relatively normal, it seems, on the surface, at least, Martin yelled over the growing din, scanning the room. "Students, textbooks, a teacher of some kind, hoot. Again, Martin's voice rose and he seemed to be losing control of it. His eyes boggled and he ran out of breath. His mouth continued to work, making hoarse raspy sounds. At the front of the class, the ghostly Professor Binns, whose grasp on the temporal realm was tentative at best, had not yet noticed the interruption. He droned on, his voice high and chiming, like wind in a bottle. The professor finally noticed the gasping form of Martin J. Prescott and stopped, frowning. "Who is this individual, might I ask?" Binns said, peering over his ghostly spectacles. Martin finally dragged a great gulp of air. "A ghost," he declared tremulously, pointing at Binns. He began to totter. Just as the students near the doorway were shoved roughly aside by the advancing figures of Professor Longbottom and Headmistress McGonagall, flanked by Ted and Sabrina, Martin fell over in a dead faint. He landed hard across 2 desks at the rear of the room. The students occupying the desks threw their hands up, lunging to get out of the way. A bottle of ink fell to the floor and shattered. Headmistress McGonagall approached the man swiftly and stopped a few feet away. "Can anyone please inform me who this man is?" she said in a strident voice, "and what he is doing fainting dead away in my school?" James Potter shouldered his way to the front of the crowd. He looked at the man, collapsed across the desks. He sighed deeply and said, "I think I can, ma'am." 15 minutes later, James, McGonagall, Neville Longbottom, and Benjamin Franklin bustled into the headmistress' office, with Martin Prescott stumbling between them. Martin had regained consciousness halfway to the office, and had instantly shrieked in horror at the realization that he was being levitated along the corridor by Neville. Neville, in turn, had been so startled by Martin's shriek that he'd nearly dropped him, but had recovered in time to lower the man fairly gently to the floor. Apart from James' explanation that the intruder was the very same man he'd accidentally knocked through the stained glass window and later seen on the Quidditch pitch, the trip to the headmistress' office had progressed with very little conversation. Once the door to her office had closed behind them, McGonagall spoke up. "I only want to know who you are, why you are here, and most importantly, how you managed to gain entry," she said furiously, stalking behind her desk but remaining upright. "Once we have resolved that, you will be removed forthwith, and with nary a glimmer of any memory of what you have seen. I can promise you that. Now, speak." Martin swallowed and glanced around at the assembly. He saw James and grimaced, remembering the shattering glass and the sickly fall afterward. He took a deep breath. "First of all, my name is Martin J. Prescott. I work for a news program called Inside View. And second of all," he said, returning his gaze to the headmistress, "I have been injured upon these grounds. I don't wish to make a legal matter of it, but you must be aware that it is entirely within my rights to pursue compensation for those injuries. And somehow, I don't get the impression that this domicile is insured, exactly." "How dare you?" McGonagall exclaimed, leaning over her desk and meeting Martin's eyes. "You break into this castle, trespass where you have neither the right nor the understanding to carry yourself." She shook her head, and then went on in a lower voice. "I will not be baited by threats. You are obviously of Muggle origin, so I will practice a modicum of patience with you. Answer my questions willingly, or I will be more than happy to resort to more straightforward means of interrogation." "Ah," Martin said, trying to sound confident despite the fact that he was trembling visibly. "You must mean something along the lines of this." He reached into his shirt pocket and produced a small vial. James recognized it as the one he had seen in this man's hand when he'd encountered him in the potions closet. "Yes. I see by your faces that you know what this is. Took me a time to figure it out. Veritaserum, indeed. I put 2 drops into a coworker's tea and I couldn't get him to shut up for an hour. I learned things about him I hope I live to forget, I'll tell you." "You tested an unknown potion on an unsuspecting person?" Franklin interrupted. "Well, I had to know what it did, didn't I? I figured 2 drops wouldn't hurt anyone." He shrugged and lifted the bottle again, looking at the light through it. "Truth serum. If it was dangerous, you'd hardly have kept it right there on the shelf where just anyone could get to it." McGonagall's face was white with fury. "In these halls, we rely on discipline and respect rather than cages and keys. Your friend is fortunate, indeed, that you didn't happen upon a vial of Nargle Spike or Tharf sap." "Don't try to intimidate me," Martin said, obviously quite intimidated in spite of himself. "I just wanted to show you that I know your tricks. I've been watching and studying you for quite some time. You won't be getting me to drink any of your potions or performing any brainwashing tricks on me. I'll answer your questions, but only because I expect you to answer some of mine, as well." Neville fingered his wand. "And why, pray tell, do you believe we won't just bring in an obliviator, have your mind wiped of all memory of this place, and drop you off at the nearest turnpike?" Martin tapped the tiny microphone clipped to his lapel. "This is why. My voice, and everything all of you are saying, is being sent through my phone to a computer at my office. Everything is being recorded. In a small town not 3 kilometers from here is a film crew and a group of experts in a variety of fields whom I have asked to assist me in my investigation." "Investigation," the headmistress repeated incredulously. "Absolutely and unequivocally out of the question." Martin overrode her. "One of those individuals is an agent of the British Special Police." James felt a palpable silence descend over the room at the mention of the Muggle police. He knew from conversations he'd heard between his dad and other ministry officials that it was one thing to obliviate a single person or even a contained group, but things could get extremely complicated if any official Muggle investigative bureaus became involved. "It pays to be owed favors in high places," Martin went on. "It took quite a lot to get a ranking agent out here, but I am confident that this is the sort of story one calls in large favors for. There is no official charge yet, of course. Merely curiosity, since there is no record of any establishment of this size in the area. The point is this: if they do not receive a phone call from me in the next 2 hours with directions for how to get their gear onto the grounds, they are to return immediately to the office, retrieve the recording of this conversation and everything that has occurred to me here so far, and broadcast it however they see fit. It may seem preposterous to most people, I grant. A school in a castle in the dead of nowhere teaching kids how to work real magic, wands, and all. But your secret will be out, nevertheless. Your students may attend here, in this secret location, but they do sometimes go home, do they not? And I am willing to bet those homes are nowhere near as protected as this. There will be investigations. You will be revealed. One way or another. Headmistress McGonagall's face was as hard and white as a tombstone. She merely stared at the skinny man in the white shirt. Franklin broke the silence. My good sir, you cannot comprehend what you are asking. He took off his glasses and stepped in front of Martin. Your plan would undeniably result in the closing down of this school and possibly many others like it. All those present, and many, many more, would lose their livelihoods and educations. More importantly, what you are insisting upon is the reintroduction of the entire magical world into the world of Muggles, whether either is prepared for that or not. And to what end? Not for the betterment of mankind, I expect. No, I suspect that your aspirations are far more myopic. Please, do think before you continue. There are forces at work here that you do not comprehend, although you may well be acting on behalf of some of them. I sense that you are not a bad man, or at least not yet a very bad man. Think, my friend, before you make a choice that will condemn you in the eyes of generations. Martin listened to Franklin's words, and seemed to actually consider them. Then, as if snapping out of a daze, he said, You're Benjamin Franklin, aren't you? He grinned and waggled a finger at Franklin. I knew you looked familiar. That's amazing. Look, I know you're not in a position to discuss this right now, but I have 2 words for you, exclusive. Interview. Think about it, right? Mr. Prescott, the headmistress said, her voice stony. You cannot expect us to make a decision regarding this in a matter of minutes. We simply must discuss this. Indeed, Neville added. Even if we do agree to your conditions, you must conduct yourself upon our terms. How that can be of any benefit to us considering the sheer magnitude of what you are undertaking, I do not yet know. But regardless, we must have some time. As I said, Martin replied, seeming far more comfortable now that he believed he had the upper hand, you have 2 hours. Well, 94 minutes, actually. Answer me this, Mr. Prescott, Franklin said, sighing. How did you get onto the school grounds? Before we go any further with this charade, we must know that. Martin sighed lightly. Got a chair? It's rather a story. Neville pointedly produced his wand. Never taking his eyes off Martin, he pointed the wand at a wooden chair in the corner and levitated it rather brusquely. The chair shot forward, nearly scooping Martin off his feet. The man plopped gracelessly onto the seat and the chair thunked to the floor. Do continue, Neville said, half sitting on a corner of the headmistress' desk. McGonagall settled into her chair, but remained ramrod straight. Franklin and James continued to stand. Well, I first got the letter telling me about this place in September of last year, Martin said, leaning forward and rubbing his backside while staring angrily at Neville. The View offers £100,000 reward for proof of paranormal activity, and the gentleman that wrote the letter seemed to think that this Hogwarts place would offer such proof in spades. Honestly, we get thousands of letters a year from people hoping to collect the reward. They include everything from blurry pictures of tossed pie plates to actual slices of toast with the faces of saints burned onto them. The View never actually had any plans to reward the money. They like a nice dash of the inexplicable in the news from time to time, but when it comes to belief, most of them are the most cynical bunch of hardheads imaginable. Me, on the other hand, I'm the sort of guy who wants to believe. It wasn't the tone of the letter that got my attention, though. It was the little item the sender had included in the envelope. A little box containing something called a chocolate frog. I expected it might have some novelty spring snakes in it, at best, so being a sport, I went ahead and opened it. Sure enough, there was a perfect little chocolate frog inside. I was just about to grab it and take a bite when the thing lifted its head and looked right at me. I just about dropped the box. Next thing I know, the frog leaped straight out of the box and onto my desk. It was a hot day, and the thing had just come in with the post. Good thing, too, 'cause the little bugger had gotten a little melty. Left little chocolatey frog footprints all over that night's copy. 3 good hops, then the frog just putters out. I was afraid to touch it, but 5 minutes later, it still hadn't moved. I had time to determine that it had just been a normal frog covered in chocolate. Some joke. Thing probably had suffocated from the stuff, and from the heat of being in the box. So I went ahead and scooped it back up, and sure enough, the thing was just chocolate. Good chocolate, too, I might add. I still might have forgotten all about it, to tell you the truth. No matter how open-minded a person might think they are, being confronted with something truly inexplicable still tends to shut down the old belief circuits. If it weren't for those little chocolatey frog footprints on my papers, I might never have mustered the resolve to be here. I kept them in the bottom of my desk, and every time I looked at them, I remembered that little bugger hopping across my desk. I couldn't get it out of my mind. So I emailed the guy who'd sent it. Nice trick, I told him. Got any more? He emails me back next day and says if I really want to see tricks, I just need to follow the signal he'd send me. Sure enough, the day after that, there's another package from him. A little one. Contained everything I needed to lock onto the signal here. There was no way those faithless turds in management would acquaint me with a crew to investigate the origin of a jumping chocolate frog, even if I showed them the froggy footprints. Fortunately, I had some vacation time coming, so I decided to give it a go on my own. A little camping out would do me good. So I packed my own cameras and caught a train. Getting into the general vicinity was easy enough, of course. I spent the first night on the other side of the forest, knowing by the signal that I was within a few kilometers of the source. Next day, I was on foot by dawn. I followed the direction I knew I was supposed to go, but sure enough, every time, I'd find myself heading right back out the way I'd come. It never seemed like I'd turned around or even veered off my course. It was as if I had succeeded in getting to the opposite side of the forest, but somehow the planet had turned around right underneath me. I tried using a compass, and it'd tell me I was dead on as well, until all of a sudden I'd be stepping right back out into my camp and the needle would spin away as if it had forgotten what it was for. This went on for 3 solid days. I was getting frustrated, I'll tell you that. But I was also getting determined, because I knew something was trying to keep me out. I wanted to know what. So the next day, I got out my little package and located the coordinates. This time, though, I kept it in front of me the whole time, watching that little flashing dot. Soon enough, the ground seemed to force me away. I'd run into an old creek bed with sides too steep to climb. I'd angle away only to run into a deadfall of trees or a low cliff. Everything seemed to be working to turn me off my course. I pushed on, though. I climbed and scurried. I pushed through thorns and the thickest undergrowth I've ever seen. Then, even gravity seemed to be working against me. I kept feeling as if the earth was tilting up beneath me, trying to throw me backwards off it. No such thing was happening, of course, but it was a dreadful sensation. Nonetheless, I became nauseous and unaccountably dizzy. But I followed my direction, crawling at the last. And then, suddenly, the sensations were gone. The forest seemed to snap back to normal, or at least what passes for normal in this neck of the woods. I had made it through. 10 minutes later, I came out for the first time on the edge of the clearing overlooking this very castle. I was stunned, needless to say. But what amazed me far more than the castle was the scene that I very nearly walked into the midst of. There, not 20 feet before me, was the largest man I had ever seen. He looked almost like a grizzly bear that had been taught to walk upright. But then, standing next to him, for the first time in his story, Martin paused. He swallowed, obviously shaken by the very memory. There was something so monstrously huge that I at first thought it must be a kind of dinosaur. It had 4 legs, each the size of a pillar. I raised my eyes and saw that it was, in fact, 2 creatures standing near each other, and they were both human-shaped. The tallest one's head was above the treetops. I couldn't even see its face. I scrambled back into a hiding place, certain they'd heard me, but it seemed not to be so. The smallest one, the one that looked like a walking bear, talked to the other 2, and they answered, sort of. Their voices vibrated the ground. Then, to my horror, they turned and headed towards me, into the forest. The largest one's foot came down right next to me, shaking the earth like a bomb and leaving a footprint 3 inches deep. Then, they were gone. Martin drew a huge sigh, obviously content with his telling of the tale. And that was when I knew I had found it. The greatest story of my life. Possibly the greatest story of this century. He looked around, as if he expected applause. There is one small detail you have failed to explain to my satisfaction, Headmistress McGonagall said coldly. This device you mentioned. It was somehow able to point you to this school. I must know what it is and how it works. Martin raised his eyebrows, and then chuckled and sat up. So, yes. That. It's been acting pretty wonky ever since I got here, but at least it maintained the signal. A simple GPS device. Please forgive me. You are probably unfamiliar with the term. A global positioning system device. It allows me to locate any point on Earth within a meter or so. Very helpful bit of Muggle magic, if you will. James spoke for the first time since entering the room. But how did you pinpoint the school? How would that device know where to find it? It's unplottable. Not on any map. Martin turned to look at him, his brow furrowed, apparently uncertain whether he should even deign to answer James. Finally, seeing that everyone else in the room expected him to respond, Martin stood up. Like I said, I was sent the coordinates. They were provided by someone on the inside. Really, very simple. Martin reached into the pocket of his jeans and pulled something out. James knew what it was even before he saw it. He had known it somehow even before he'd asked the question. His heart sank as if through the very floor. Martin flourished a game deck. It was a different color than Ralph's, but of exactly the same make. He plunked it unceremoniously onto the headmistress' desk. Wireless uplink for online competition, including chat capability. Pretty standard stuff. So anybody here go by the screen name Austen? You can't do this to me, Martin exclaimed as Neville led him unceremoniously into the room of requirement, which had arranged itself into a rather quaint turret-top prison cell, complete with a barred window, a cot, a bowl of water, and a crust of bread on a plate. This is unlawful imprisonment. It's an outrage. Think of it as field research, Neville instructed politely. We have much to discuss, and after your ordeals in the forest, we thought you might like a bit of a breather. Take a load off, friend. James, who was standing in the hall behind Neville, couldn't help smiling a little. Martin saw him, scowled angrily, and made to shove past Neville. Neville whipped out his wand so fast that James barely saw his robes twitch. "I said," Neville repeated with low emphasis, not quite pointing his wand at Martin, "take a load off. Friend." James' smile faltered. He'd never seen Neville Longbottom so intense. Of course, James knew the stories of how Neville had cut off the head of Voldemort's snake, Nagini, but that was before James had been born. In all his memory of the man, Neville had been a kindly figure, soft-spoken, and a bit clumsy. Now Neville's wand hand was so immobile and purposeful that it might have been carved out of marble. Martin blinked at Neville, saw something in the man's posture and the set of his face that he didn't like, and backed up. The back of his knees struck the cot, and he sat down hard. Neville pocketed his wand and stepped back into the hall, pulling the door of the room of requirement shut behind him. Martin, seeing the wand put away, immediately jumped up and started to yell again, but his voice was cut off as the door slammed shut. "You know, we do have dungeons, Madam Headmistress," Neville said in his normal voice. Seeing the door closed, Headmistress McGonagall turned on her heel and walked briskly down the corridor as the others followed. "We have some rather antique torture devices as well, Professor Longbottom, but I believe this will suffice for the moment. We only need to hold him until we receive word from the Ministry of Magic about whatever recourse we may or may not have against the dilemma Mr. Prescott has foisted upon us. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, I must ask you, do you know anything about the game device that has apparently led this person into our midst?" James swallowed as he struggled to keep up the headmistress pace. He opened his mouth to answer, but nothing came. Well. Neville touched James on the shoulder as they walked. "We all saw your face turn as pale as the moon when Prescott produced the game deck device. You looked almost like you expected it. Is there something you know that might help us, James?" James decided there was no point in trying to protect Ralph. It wasn't his fault, anyway. "My friend has one. He's a first year, like me, but he's Muggle-born. He didn't know it might be dangerous to have here. None of us did, really. I was surprised it even worked here." "He used it to communicate with someone in the Muggle community?" Neville asked quickly. "No. As far as I know, he never used it at all. As soon as he got here, his housemates saw it and gave him a load of trouble about it. They're Slytherins, so they were all ragging on him about counterfeit magical devices, about how it was an insult to the purebloods and all that." The headmistress turned a corner, heading back toward her office. "I assume you are speaking of Mr. Diddle?" "Yes. I am confident enough that he is not at the head of this particular conspiracy, although this device of his might be. Does it perhaps broadcast some sort of signal?" James shrugged. "You'd be better off asking Ralph about that, or even my other friend, Zane. He seems to know a lot about how these things work. But I don't think it sends out information on its own. Ralph says somebody else took his game deck and used it. Another Slytherin, we think. Zane was able to tell that somebody had spent some time on it, and that they'd used the name Ostramadux. They hadn't played the game at all, though. They must have just been using it to send information. Probably the coordinates that guy said he used to locate the school using his GPS thing." "You're quite sure about this, are you, James?" Neville said, following the headmistress back into her office. "Have you considered that Mr. Diddle might have used this device on school grounds and unwittingly shared information that he shouldn't have? It is possible that this tale of the stolen game deck is a ruse." James shook his head firmly. "No way. Not Ralph. It never even occurred to him, or any of us, that the thing might be used to lead people here. He just knew it made his Slytherin mates angry." "We're all forgetting one important thing," McGonagall said, lowering herself tiredly into her chair. "Even if Mr. Diddle or this unknown borrower of the device did attempt to share information about this school with a muggle, the vow of secrecy would prevent them. Professor Franklin, who had remained in the headmistress' office to fiddle with the game deck, replaced the device on the desk and stared at it, apparently unable to make anything of it. How does this vow work, precisely, Madam Headmistress? It's quite straightforward, Professor. Every student must sign the vow, proclaiming they will not knowingly reveal any information regarding the existence of Hogwarts to any Muggle individual or agency. If they do, the magical properties of the vow will engage, preventing any such communication. This might mean the Langlock jinx or any other curse that would disable the individual's ability to share information. In this case, we might assume that the user of the device might experience a fusing of the fingers or paralysis of the hand, anything that would prevent them from entering any dangerous information into this device. Franklin was thoughtful. We use a similar means at Alma Eron. The wording of the vow must be very specific, of course. No loopholes. Still, it does seem apparent that someone was indeed able to use such a device to communicate very specific information about this school. My guess is that each of these gaming devices is equipped with a tracker that corresponds to the global positioning mechanism Mr. Prescott spoke of. Whoever used Mr. Deedle's device was apparently able to send the geographical coordinates of one game deck to another. Mr. Prescott merely needed to enter that information into his GPS device and follow it very carefully. Despite Mr. Prescott's obvious Muggle nature, this made him a sort of haphazard secret keeper. He can, if he so wishes, share the secret of this school's location with anyone else he wishes. Whether they are able to get past the school's unplottability zone is another question, though. Not everyone is quite as persistent as he is. This might explain why he needs our help to bring in his entourage. We cannot allow such a thing to happen, of course, Neville said, looking to the headmistress. I'm not entirely certain we can prevent it, she said heavily. Our Mr. Prescott is indeed an extremely tenacious individual. He knows enough already to do us great harm. Even if we were to discover the whereabouts of his crew, obliviate them all and send them back, they would discover the recording that has been made of all Mr. Prescott has seen so far. He would inevitably return, and perhaps next time, it will occur to him to bring live cameras rather than just a telephone. I see no recourse but to allow him to go on with this investigation of his and hope to talk him out of broadcasting it. Neville shook his head. I have more confidence that we could talk the mere people out of living in the lake than that we could convince this sodding twit not to broadcast his prize story. Franklin adjusted his tiny glasses and looked at the ceiling. Of course, there are more, wholesale methods of dealing with this kind of thing, Madam Headmistress. We could simply place the imperious curse upon Mr. Prescott. That way we could arrange for him to send his crew away and even accompany him back to his offices to help him destroy any record of this visit. Once that was accomplished, we could feel free to obliviate Mr. Prescott with no fear of a repeat performance. McGonagall sighed. This is not the sort of decision we are exactly authorized to make, and frankly, I am glad of that. The Ministry of Magic has been notified of the situation and I am assured they will instruct us on the proper course within the hour. I expect to hear from your father directly, Mr. Potter, and at any moment. As if on cue, a woman's voice spoke up from the fireplace. Greetings and salutations. This is an official communication of the Ministry of Magic. Can we be assured that this is a secure assembly? McGonagall stood and moved around her desk to face the fireplace. It is. These with me are the only persons on the grounds at present fully aware of what is happening, although by this point, the whole of the school must know that we have a Muggle individual among us. His entry was hardly subtle. The face in the banked coals of the headmistress' fireplace looked around at Neville, James, and Professor Franklin. I am the Undersecretary of Miss Brenda Saccharina, co-chair of the Council of Ambassadorial Relations. Please stand by to be connected. The face vanished. James saw McGonagall's face tighten just the tiniest bit when the undersecretary mentioned Miss Saccharina. Only a few seconds passed before the face of the prim woman appeared in the fireplace. Madam McGonagall, Professors Franklin and Longbottom, greetings. And young Mr. Potter, of course. An ingratiating smile appeared on Saccharina's lips when she spoke to James. The smile disappeared almost as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it was something she could turn on and off like a light. We have conferred about the situation that has thrust itself upon you and have reached a conclusion. As you may guess, we have prepared contingencies for just such an occurrence. Please tell Mr. Prescott that he may contact his associates. We find that there is no recourse but to allow his investigation to proceed. However, no one other than Mr. Prescott is to be allowed onto Hogwarts grounds until a delegation from the ministry arrives to oversee them. We will arrive no later than tomorrow evening, at which time we will assume all negotiations with Mr. Prescott and his crew. Miss Saccharina, McGonagall said, are you suggesting that the ministry may well allow this man to perform his investigation and broadcast it to the Muggle world? I'm sorry, Madam McGonagall, Saccharina said sweetly. I didn't mean to imply that, or anything else. You may rest assured that we are prepared to deal with this situation, regardless of the method we choose. I'd hate to burden you with any more detail than you've already been forced to deal with. The headmistress' face became rather pink. Burden away, Miss Saccharina, for I can promise you that the future of this school and its students is hardly the sort of detail I'm likely to dismiss. Saccharina laughed lightly. My dear Minerva, I suspect that the future of Hogwarts, the students, and yourself is as secure as ever. As I mentioned, we have contingencies for such events. The ministry is prepared. Forgive me, Miss Saccharina, Franklin interjected, taking half a step forward. But you'd have us believe that the Ministry of Magic has prepared contingencies for a Muggle investigative reporter penetrating the school of Hogwarts on foot with a camera crew at the ready and intentions to broadcast the secrets of the magical world to Muggles worldwide. Saccharina's indulgent smile tightened. I'd have you believe, Mr. Franklin, that the ministry has prepared emergency response techniques for dealing with a wide variety of confrontations. The specifics do not matter. I beg to disagree, Mississippi. The specifics of this instance have revealed a rather large security breach that could, at this point, be utilized by virtually anyone. This school can no longer be considered secure until this breach has been addressed. One thing at a time, Professor. We appreciate your concern, but I assure you that we are fully equipped to deal with the matter in its entirety. If, however, you feel that the safety of yourself and your staff are at risk, we could possibly arrange for your early departure. This would cause us great disappointment and be quite a disruption to the school. My concern, Miss Saccharina, Franklin said coolly, removing his glasses, is for the security of everyone within these walls, and for the security of the magical and Muggle worlds in general. Again, with the hyperbole, Saccharina smiled. Please, all of you, put your minds at ease. I, along with Mr. Recreant, will arrive tomorrow evening. We will meet with this Mr. Prescott, and I am quite confident, positive, even, that we will reach a mutually amicable arrangement. You needn't bother yourselves with it any further. What about my dad? James asked. Saccharina blinked, apparently mystified. Your father, James? Whatever do you mean? Well, don't you think he ought to be here, along with you and Mr. Recreant? Saccharina smiled her ingratiating smile again. Why, your father is head of the Auror department, James. There is no dark magic involved in this unfortunate set of circumstances, so far as we can tell. There'd be no reason to bother him with it. But he's dealt with this man before, Neville said. He and James witnessed him on the Quidditch pitch last year and led the search to try to capture him. And a fine job he did, Saccharina said, her smile snapping shut. That was his duty at the time. This, however, as you cannot fail to realize, is an ambassadorial issue. Harry Potter's skills may be varied, but ambassadorship is not one of them. Besides, Mr. Potter is currently on assignment and not to be interrupted. We do have, however, specialists in exactly this sort of negotiation. Along with myself and Mr. Recreant, we are arranging for another ambassador to join us. He is an expert in Muggle magical relations. We expect him to spearhead our dealings with Mr. Prescott and his crew, and we have full confidence that he will serve all parties quite well. McGonagall waved her hand dismissively. What shall we do with Mr. Prescott until your arrival, Miss Saccharina? Make him comfortable. Allow him to make his telephone call. Other than that, as little as possible. Surely you do not mean for us to allow him free access to the school, the headmistress said, as if it were a statement rather than a question. Saccharina seemed to shrug in the fireplace. Whatever harm he might be able to do by observing is surely less than the harm he could do if he brought Muggle legal charges against us. We must, for the moment, treat him as a guest. Besides, it sounds as if he's seen quite a lot already. McGonagall's face was unreadable. Very well, then. Good afternoon, Miss Saccharina. We will look forward to your arrival tomorrow evening. Saccharina smiled again. Indeed. Until then. The face vanished from the fire. The headmistress reached for her poker and poked studiously at the embers for several seconds, strewing them so that no hint of the face remained. She replaced the poker, turned her back to the fire, and said, "Insufferable bureaucratic poppycock. I'll be happy to lodge Mr. Prescott in the Alma-Dal-Aron quarters," Franklin said, putting his glasses back on. "I'd prefer to keep a close eye on him, anyway. I suspect we can keep him busy enough to prevent him causing any more trouble." "I don't like this at all," Neville said, still looking at the fireplace. "Harry should be here. Prescott himself isn't a dark wizard, of course, but there is something extremely dodgy about how he got here at all. Somebody led him here, and that person somehow circumvented the vow of secrecy. I don't care what Saccharina says, I'd feel a lot better with a decent order looking into it." The headmistress opened her door. "At this point, it is out of our hands. Professor Franklin, your idea is as good as any. Let us escort Mr. Prescott to the Alma-Dal-Aron quarters. And despite what Miss Saccharina might believe, I'd prefer for us to arrange for Mr. Prescott to be quite busy for the next 24 hours. The less time he has to explore the school, the better. Mr. Potter, please feel free to return to your classes, and although I suspect I cannot ask you not to speak of this to Mr. Walker and Mr. Deedle, I'd be quite happy if you managed not to talk of it to anyone else. Especially Ted Lupin or Noah Metzger." As James followed the adults out of the office, a quiet voice spoke to him from the wall. "Going to be quite a busy day tomorrow, Potter." James stopped and glanced at the portrait of Severus Snape, not entirely sure what he meant. "I guess so. At least for the headmistress and everybody." Snape's black eyes bored into him. "Answer me truthfully, Potter, are you still laboring under the delusion that Tabitha Corsica is in possession of the Merlin staff?" "Oh," James said, "look, say what you want, but it makes sense. We're going to get it from her, too, one way or another." Snape spoke quickly. "Don't be a fool, Potter. Turn over what you have. Give it to the headmistress. Surely you see how dangerous it is to keep the robe, especially now." James blinked. "Why? What happens now? Does it have something to do with this Prescott fellow?" Snape stared hopelessly at James. "You don't see it, then," he sighed. "There is a very good reason why your father, dull as he is being kept from accompanying tomorrow's delegation. There are members of the progressive element even within the ministry, although they do not call themselves by that name. Saccharina is one of them. Recreant may be as well, although he is not really in charge. Either she is taking full advantage of a very suspicious coincidence, or this is all her plan from the beginning. What? What's her plan? James asked, lowering his voice and stepping closer to the portrait. The details are unimportant. All that matters is that unless you secure the Merlin robe by tomorrow night, all will very likely be lost. But it is secure, James replied. We captured it already. You know that. We have to get the Merlin staff now. Forget the staff. Snape hissed angrily. You are allowing yourself to be manipulated. If I had even the slightest hope that you'd be any better at it than your father was, I'd have taught you a clemency by now. When I tell you to secure the Merlin robe, I mean you must turn it over to those who know how to bind it, not just hide it. The enemy has the other two relics. The robe wishes to be reunited with them. You will not be able to prevent that, Potter. Don't be the arrogant fool your father was. James scowled. My father was never the arrogant fool you think he was, and I'm not either. I don't have to listen to you. Besides, tomorrow isn't the alignment of the planets. It's the next night. Zane told me himself. Snape grinned maliciously. So trusting are you both? Where, pray tell, does Mr. Walker get his information? He's in Constellations Club, James replied angrily. Madame Delacroix's been using everybody in the club to help her pinpoint the exact timing of the alignment. And did it never occur to you that she might have deliberately altered the information just enough to mislead those too ignorant to notice? She has known the day of the alignment for the past year. She only needed help to ascertain the hour. Even you have realized that she is involved in the Merlin plot. Do you expect that she would desire dozens of stargazing students to be swarming the grounds on the very night she plans to skulk off to facilitate the return of the most dangerous wizard of all time? James felt sheepish. Of course, she wouldn't. He just hadn't thought of it. He opened his mouth to speak, but could think of nothing to say. Snape went on. She has misled all of you by exactly one day. The Hall of Elders crossing will not occur Thursday night, but Wednesday. Tomorrow, Potter. You have been duped, and you are being duped still. There is no time for any more delusions of grandeur. You must turn over the robe. If you do not, you will fail and our enemies will succeed in their plan. James? It was Neville. He poked his head into the headmistress' doorway. We lost you, it seems. Did you forget something? James' mind was running at full speed. He stared blankly at Neville for a few seconds, and finally gathered himself. No. No, sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Neville glanced at the portrait of Snape. Snape sighed and crossed his arms. Go on, Longbottom, and take the boy with you. I've no use for him. Neville nodded. Come along, James. You still have time to make your afternoon classes if you hurry. I'll walk with you and explain your tardiness. James followed Neville out of the room, thinking only of what Snape had told him. They had only one day to get the Merlin staff from Tabitha. One day before the Hall of Elders crossing, and it just happened to be the very same day that Saccharina was coming to deal with Prescott. As he rode down the moving spiral stairs and came out into the corridor below, it occurred to James that Snape was right about one thing. Tomorrow was indeed going to be a very busy day. 16. Disaster of the Merlin staff. The next morning, James, Ralph, and Zane entered the Great Hall for breakfast and headed purposefully toward the far end of the Gryffindor table. Are you sure about this? Ralph asked as they crossed the hall. We can't go back after this, you know. James pressed his lips together, but didn't answer. They crowded in with Noah, Ted, and the rest of the gremlins, all of whom were seated conspicuously in a tight knot. "Bob, the very man," Ted announced as James squeezed between him and Sabrina. "We were just taking bets on why you asked all of us to meet you for breakfast. Noah thinks you want to officially join the ranks of the gremlins, in which case we've prepared a series of grueling challenges for you to complete. My favorite is the one where you don Sabrina's old Yule gown and run through the school singing the Hogwarts tribute as loud as you can. There's plenty more, although Damien's challenges tend to involve too many slugs and mustard for my taste." James grimaced. "To tell you the truth, the reason I asked to talk to all of you is that Ralph, Zane, and I have something we need to ask of you." To their credit, none of the gremlins seemed surprised. They simply leaned in a little as they continued to eat. James didn't exactly know where to begin. He had awoken that morning with the simple realization that, on their own, he, Ralph, and Zane would not succeed in capturing the Merlin staff in one day. They had no plan. The portrait of Snape had been some help, but Snape didn't even believe that Tabitha Corsica had the staff. So who could they turn to? He acted on his first impulse. He could ask the one group of people in all the school who were experts in the subtle arts of chaos and tomfoolery. It might take too long to explain everything to Ted and his fellow gremlins, and even if he could, they still might not agree to help, but it was his best, last hope. James sighed hugely and stared at his glass of pumpkin juice. "We need your help to borrow something." "Borrow something?" Noah repeated, his mouth full of toast. "What? Money? A cup of sugar? A decent haircut? Doesn't sound like you need us, exactly." "Quiet, Metzger," Ted said mildly. "What is it you want to borrow, James?" James took a deep breath and then simply said it. "Tabitha Corsica's broom." Damien coughed into his juice. All the other gremlins glanced at James with widened eyes. All except Ted. "Whatever for?" Sabrina asked in a low voice. "Tonight's the tournament match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Is that it? Are you trying to ruin Slytherin's chances? I admit that there's something highly suspect about that broom of hers, but cheating doesn't exactly seem like your style, James." "No. It doesn't have anything to do with the match," James said, and then faltered. "It's a lot to explain. And I'm not even allowed to talk about some of it. McGonagall asked me not to." "Tell us as much as you can, then," Petra said. "All right. Zane, Ralph, help me out. Fill in any bits I Mississippi. It's going to sound pretty mad, but here goes." Between the three of them, they explained the entire story of the Merlin conspiracy, from the first glimpse of the shade of Madame Delacroix on the lake to the adventure at the grotto Keep to Ralph and James' mysterious confrontation with the creepy dryad demanding the Merlin robe. They had to back up then, and explain how they'd come to capture the robe from Professor Jackson. James was worried that the story had become so fragmented that the gremlins wouldn't be able to follow it. Ted listened intently the entire time, simply eating and watching whoever was speaking. The rest of the gremlins asked clarifying questions and responded with a mixture of skepticism, awe, and excitement. "You've been working this whole plot out all year, and you're only now telling us about it?" Damien asked, narrowing his eyes. "Like I said, McGonagall warned us not to tell anybody about the grotto Keep," James said sincerely. "And we were worried that you wouldn't believe the rest of it, anyway. We had a hard time believing a lot of it ourselves. For a while, at least. So what do you think?" "I'm confused," Sabrina said, frowning. "The whole thing seems pretty patched together. It's one thing to shoot off Weasley fireworks during the debate, but it's something else entirely to go and steal the broom of one of the most prominent, and frankly, scary witches in the school. That's thievery, that is." "It's only thievery if what we're saying isn't true," Zane reasoned. If Tabitha's broom is the Merlin's staff, then it isn't hers, really. I don't know whose it is, but no matter what, she had to have stolen it somehow herself. Damien didn't seem convinced. Even if she did, we'd be the only ones who knew that. If she hauls us all into the headmistress' office claiming we stole her broom, what would we say? It's all right because she stole the broom herself from somebody, we don't know who, and besides, the broom is really the magic staff of the most powerful wizard ever. So we were really just doing the world a favor taking it out of Corsica's hands. That'll fly like a dead owl. Well, why wouldn't it? Ralph interjected. If it's true, it's true. And that came from the mouth of a Slytherin, Noah said, grinning crookedly. What's that supposed to mean? Ralph said, firming his jaw. James shook his head. It's all right, Ralph. He's ragging you. The point is, yes, even if it is true, we might not be able to prove it. I won't tell you we might not get in trouble over this. I can only tell you that if it is true, then being hauled to McGonagall's office and called a thief is the least of our worries. I can't ask any of you to get involved if you don't want to. It's risky. We could all get in loads of trouble. We could even fail, despite our best efforts. Now wait a minute, Noah said, this is the gremlins you're talking about. Petra sat up straight and looked around at the group. The thing is, if James, Zane, and Ralph are wrong, we'll know by tomorrow. If we did borrow Corsica's broom, we could return it, somehow. Probably anonymously. No harm, no penalty. Everybody will just think it was a Quidditch prank, right? But if this story is true, and the broom really is the Merlin staff, then nobody will be dragging anybody to the headmistress' office. Why not? Sabrina asked, interested. Because Tabitha will have bigger fish to fry, Noah answered thoughtfully. If she's part of some big Merlin conspiracy and she fails to come through with the staff, she'll be in some serious outs with her cronies. People like that don't tend to be very forgiving, you know. Why, we might never even see her again. One can only hope, Petra muttered. Ted stirred. Look, here, all of you. This is all well and good, but as far as I'm concerned, there's only one thing to decide. Can we trust James? I don't know Zane and Ralph here all that well, but I grew up with James. He may have sometimes been an obnoxious little squidder, but he's always been honest. And besides, he's the son of my godfather. You remember that guy, don't you? I'm willing to take a little risk for him. Not just because he's family, but because he's a Potter. If he says there's a battle worth fighting, I'm inclined to believe him. Well said, mate, Noah said gravely, slapping Ted on the back. And besides, let's not forget that this does have the fringe benefit of pulling one over on Tabitha Corsica. And perhaps balancing out tonight's Quidditch match, Sabrina admitted. And maybe we could somehow snatch her broom when she's nice and high in the air. Damien grinned nastily. That's what I said. Zane exclaimed. You're both mad, Petra said reproachfully. You're as bad as she is. We don't want to kill her, Zane replied in a wounded voice. We just want to see her drop a few hundred feet in terror. Ritcully would levitate her at the last moment, just like the Ralphinator did for James. Honestly, you must think we're monsters. So are we all agreed, then? Ted asked the group. Everyone nodded and murmured assent. That's wonderful and all, Ralph said, but how are we going to do it? Ted leaned back and stared up at the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, stroking his chin. Slowly, he smiled. Does anyone know what the weather is supposed to be like tonight? There was very little that the group needed to do to prepare. After lunch, Sabrina and Noah headed off to the basements to talk to the house elves. James and Ted, both of whom had an afternoon free period, spent some time in the library studying a collection of gigantic books about atmospheric and weather charms. "This is Petra's thing, really," Ted lamented. "If she wasn't busy all afternoon with divination and runes, we'd be a lot better off." James looked over their notes. "Looks like we've got what we need, though, doesn't it?" "I guess," Ted replied airily, flipping a few huge pages. A minute later, he looked up at James. "It was really tough for you to ask for help, wasn't it?" James glanced at Ted and met his eyes, then looked out a nearby window. "A little, yes. I didn't know if I'd be able to explain it. I wasn't sure any of you would believe it." Ted furrowed his brow. "Is that all?" he prodded. "Well," James began, then stopped. He fiddled with his quill. "No, I guess not. It just seemed like something I was supposed to do on my own. I mean, with Zane and Ralph's help, sure. They were along with the whole thing from the start. But still, I kind of figured that, between the three of us, we'd be able to manage. We'd work it out." It felt a little like. He stopped, realizing what he was about to say, surprised by it. "Like what?" Ted asked. James sighed. "Like a failure. Like if the three of us couldn't do it on our own, we'd failed, somehow." "The three of you? Like your dad and Ron and Hermione, you mean?" James glanced at Ted sharply. "What?" No, he said, but suddenly he wasn't sure. "I'm just saying," Ted replied. "It makes sense. That's how your dad did it. He was a big one for taking on all the responsibilities of the world and not sharing the load with anyone else. He and Ron and Hermione. There were always loads of people around who were ready and willing to help, and sometimes they did, but not until they'd pretty much forced themselves into the action." Ted shrugged. "You sound like Snape," James said, keeping his voice level. He felt uncomfortably vulnerable all of a sudden. "Well, maybe Snape's right, sometimes," Ted said mildly, even if he was an oily old humbug most of the time. "Yeah, well, blast him," James said, surprised to feel a prickle of tears. He blinked them away. He was a load of help, wasn't he? Sneaking around, working both sides, never making it clear to anybody where his loyalties really lay until it was too late. Can't really blame my dad for not trusting him, can you? So I don't trust him either. Maybe my dad did do most stuff with just Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron. That was all he needed, wasn't it? They won. He'd found two people he could trust with everything. Well, I've found them, too. I've got Ralph and Zane. So maybe I thought I could be as good as Dad. I'm not, though. I needed some help." There was more James meant to say, but he stopped, uncertain if he should continue. Ted looked at James for a long, thoughtful moment, and then leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Tough thing living in the shadow of your dad, isn't it?" he said. James didn't reply. A moment later, Ted went on. "I never knew my dad. He died right here, on the school grounds. He and Mum both. They were in the Battle of Hogwarts, you know. You'd think that it would be hard to feel resentful of people you never knew, but you can. I resent them for dying. Sometimes, I resent them for being here at all. I mean, what were they thinking? Both of them rushing off into some big battle, leaving their kid at home. You call that responsible? I sure don't." Ted looked out the window as James had done a minute earlier. Then, he sighed. "Oh well, most of the time, though, I'm proud of them. Somebody once said, if you don't have something worth dying for, you aren't really living. Mum and Dad had something worth dying for, and they did. I lost them, but I got a legacy out of it. A legacy is worth something, isn't it?" He looked across the table at James again, searching his face. James nodded, unsure what to say. Finally, Ted shrugged a little. The reason I bring it up, though, is my dad. He left me something else. Ted was quiet for almost a minute, thinking, apparently debating with himself. Finally, he spoke again. Dad was a werewolf. I guess it's as simple as that. You didn't know that, did you? James tried to keep his face from showing it, but he was quite shocked. He knew there had been something secret about Remus Lupin, something that had never been explained to him or even mentioned outright. All James knew for sure was that Lupin had been close friends with Sirius Black, James Potter I, and a man named Peter Pettigrew that had eventually betrayed them all. James knew that Lupin had come to teach at Hogwarts when his dad was in school, and that Lupin had taught his dad how to summon his Patronus. Whatever the secret of Remus Lupin's past, it couldn't have been anything terribly serious, James had reasoned. He had thought perhaps Ted's father had been in Azkaban for a while or that he had once flirted with the dark arts when he was young. It had never crossed James' mind that Remus Lupin might have been a werewolf. Despite James' attempt to mask his shock, Ted saw it on his face and nodded. Yeah, quite a secret, that was. Your dad told me the whole story himself a few years back, when I was old enough to understand it. Grandmom never talks about it at all, even now. I think she's afraid. Not so much of what was, but... well, what could be? James was a little afraid to ask. What could be, Ted? Ted shrugged. You know how it is with werewolves. There are only two ways to become one. You can get bitten by one, or you can be born of one. Of course, nobody really knows exactly what happens when only your mom or dad is a werewolf. Your dad said that my dad was pretty upset when he found out mom was going to have a baby. He was scared, see? He didn't want the kid to be like him, to grow up an outcast, cursed and hated. He thought he never should have even married my mom, because she wanted babies, but he was afraid to pass on the curse to them. Well, when I was born, I guess everybody breathed a big sigh of relief. I was normal. I got my mom's metamorphosis thing, even. They tell me I was always changing my hair color as a baby. Got no end of laughs about that, Grandmom says. I can still do it today, and a few other things, too. I usually don't, though. Once you get known for stuff like that, it's hard to be known for much else, if you know what I mean. So I guess Dad died feeling a bit better about having me, then. He died knowing I was normal, more or less. I'm glad of that. Ted was staring out the window again. He took a deep breath, and then looked back at James. Harry told me how your grandfather James, Sirius Black, and Pettigrew used to run with my dad when he changed. How they'd change into animal forms and accompany him around the countryside under the full moon, protecting him from the world and the world from him. I even started thinking it was all sort of adventurous and romantic, like those dopey muggles who read those werewolf stories where the werewolves are all handsome and seductive and mysterious. I started almost wishing I had got the werewolf thing after all. And then, Ted stopped and seemed to wrestle with himself for a moment. He lowered his voice and went on. Well, the thing is, nobody really knows how all this werewolf stuff works, do they? I never gave it a second thought. But then, last year, I started having insomnia. No big deal, right? Except it wasn't any normal insomnia. I couldn't sleep, but not because I wasn't tired, exactly. I was. He stopped again and leaned back in his chair, staring hard at the wall by the window. Hey, James said, feeling nervous and embarrassed, although he didn't quite know why. You don't have to tell me. Forget it. No problem. No, Ted said, returning his gaze to James. I do need to tell you. As much for me as for you. Because I haven't told anybody else yet, not even Grandmom. I think if I don't tell somebody, I'll go nutters. See, I couldn't sleep because I was so hungry. I was starved. I lay there in bed the first time it happened, telling myself that this was just crazy. I'd had a nice big dinner and everything, just like normal. But no matter what I told myself, my stomach just kept telling me it wanted food. And not just anything. It wanted meat. Raw meat. Fresh off the bone meat. You see what I'm getting at? James understood. He began, and then had to clear his throat. It was a full moon? Ted nodded grimly, slowly. Eventually, I got to sleep. But since then, it's gotten worse. By the end of last school year, I finally started sneaking down to the kitchens below the Great Hall, where all the elves work. They have a big meat locker down there. I started to. Well, you know, I ate. It tends to be a bit of a mess. Ted shuddered, and then seemed to shrug it off. Anyway, the point is, obviously I didn't completely skip the whole werewolf thing. My dad gave me his own shadow to live in, didn't he? I don't blame him for it. For all I know, this is the worst it'll ever get. And this isn't all that bad. Helps me bulk up for Quidditch season, at least. But it's scary, a little. I don't know how to manage it yet. And I'm afraid to tell anyone about it. People. Ted swallowed and looked hard at James. People don't respond well to werewolves. James didn't know whether to agree with that or not. Not because it was untrue, but because he wasn't sure Ted needed any more affirmation of it. My dad could help you, I bet, James said. And me, too. I'm not afraid of you, Ted, even if you are a werewolf. I've known you my whole life. Maybe we could, work it out like your dad and his mates did. He had his James Potter to help him, and you have yours. Ted smiled, and it was a huge, genuine smile. You're a brick, James. I'd hate to have to eat you. Learn how to turn yourself into a giant dog, like Sirius did, and maybe being a werewolf wouldn't be so bad after all, with you trotting along next to me. But I almost forgot why I brought this up at all. Ted leaned forward again, his eyes serious. You have the shadow of your dad to grow up in, just like me. But I can't choose whether I'm like my dad or not. You can. It's not a curse, James. Your dad's a great man. Pick the bits of who he is that are worth being like, and be like them, if you want. The other parts, well, that's your choice, isn't it? Take it or leave it. Those are the places where you can choose to be even better. Your dad didn't much ask for help, did he? But that's not because he didn't need it. The fact that you asked for help doesn't tell me you're worse than him. It tells me you learned something he never learned. That's you being you, not just a copy of your dad. I think that's pretty cool, if you ask me. And not just because it means I get to help pull a fast one on Tabitha Corsica. James was speechless. He simply stared at Ted, unsure what to feel or think, unsure if what Ted was saying was true or not. He knew only that it surprised him and humbled him, in a good way, to hear Ted say what he had. Ted closed the gigantic book in front of him with a loud clunk. Come on, he said, standing and gathering the books together. Help me get these to the common room so Petra can look them over before the match. She's going to have to help me get this right or we're doomed for sure. Dinner is in an hour, and after that, we're going to be pretty preoccupied for the rest of the night, if you know what I mean. The afternoon of the last Quidditch match of the season was cool and misty, covered with a veil of restless, great clouds. Silent and unusually somber, the gremlins trooped through the tunnel behind the statue of Saint Lochimagus the Perpetually Productive. When they reached the steps that led up to the interior of the equipment shed, Ted slowed and tiptoed. By now, Ridcully had probably already retrieved the Quidditch trunk from the shed, but it didn't hurt to be careful. Ted peered around the cramped space, saw only some dusty shelves and a few broken brooms, and then beckoned the rest to follow him up. "It's all clear. We should be safe in here, now that Ridcully's been and gone. He's the only one that uses the shed." Ralph climbed the steps and looked cautiously around. James remembered that Ralph hadn't been along the night he and the gremlins had used the secret tunnel to go raise the Wocket. "It's a magic tunnel. It only works one way," he whispered to Ralph. "We can get back through it because it's the way we came, but anybody else would just find the inside of the equipment shed." "Cool," Ralph breathed meaningfully. "That's good to know." James, Ralph, and Sabrina pressed against the rear of the shed to peer through the single, grimy window. The Quidditch pitch lay behind the shed, and they could clearly see 3 of the grandstands, already mostly filled with banner-waving students and teachers, all bundled against the unseasonable chill. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin teams were gathering along opposite sides of the pitch to observe their captains shaking hands and listen to Ridcully's traditional recital of the basic rules of play. "I forgot all about this," Sabrina said quietly. "The whole handshaking thing. That Zane is a pretty sharp fellow." James nodded. It had been Zane's idea to stage the broom caper during the opening moments of the match, in those few minutes when both teams came out of their holding pens beneath the grandstands to watch the opening ritual. It was a genius idea, because it was the only time when the team's brooms were separated from their owners, left behind in the holding pens until the teams collected them for their big flying introductions. "It's time," Ted said, tapping James once on the shoulder. "There's Corsica already." James swallowed past a lump in his throat that felt like a marble. His heart was already pounding. He pulled the invisibility cloak out of his backpack, shook it open, and threw it over his and Ralph's heads. As they neared the door of the shed, Petra whispered harshly, "I can see your feet." "Ralph, duck down some more." Ralph hunkered and James saw the edge of the cloak meet the ground around his feet. "Stay low and move fast," Ted instructed. He turned and peered between the planks of the door. The equipment shed was positioned at a corner of the pitch, just inside the magical boundary erected by the match official. The door faced away from the pitch, visible only to the Slytherin grandstands right next to it. "Looks clear enough," Ted said, his face pressed to the cracks in the door. "Let's just hope everybody's looking at the pitch and not this shed." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped aside. James and Ralph shuffled through and James heard the door clunk shut behind them. The wind was shifty and unpredictable. It barreled across the pitch and swatted restlessly at the invisibility cloak, flapping it about the boys' legs. "Somebody's going to see my feet," Ralph moaned. "We're almost there already," James said under the noise of the crowd. "Just stay close and keep down." Through the transparent fabric of the invisibility cloak, James could see the dark mouth of the doorway into the Slytherin holding pen. The great doors were swung wide open, latched to the walls of the grandstand to keep them from blowing shut. The Slytherin players were lined up along the pitch on the other side of the doorway, close enough that a careless word or a flicker of their shoes might be noticed. James held his breath and resisted the urge to run. Slowly, the two boys sidled past the nearest Slytherin player, Tom Sawyer, and slipped into the shadow of the doorway. Inside, the wind fell away and the cloak hung still. James let his breath out in a careful hiss. "Come on," he whispered, almost soundlessly. "We don't have much time." James knew what the gremlins were planning, even though he wasn't going to see any of it. Zane, who was watching along with his teammates on the Ravenclaw side of the pitch, told him all about it later. As Tabitha and Jennifer tell us, the Ravenclaw captain walked to meet Ridcully at the center line of the pitch. A strange sound began to build in the air overhead. All day, the sky had been low and sluggish, packed with great clouds, but now, as the spectators and players glanced up, the clouds had begun to circle ponderously. There was a bulge in the clouds directly over the pitch, spiraling in on itself and lowering even as the crowd watched. The general noise of the assembly quieted, and the sound of the clouds in that silence was a deep, vibrating groan, long and menacing. With only his eyes, Zane glanced toward the equipment shed at the far corner of the pitch. He could just see the shapes of Ted and Petra, ducked low in the corners of the tiny window, their wands raised, teasing the cloud shapes. He smiled, and then, when the timing was perfect and the entire pitch had fallen silent, he called out across the pitch, "Quidditch is never called on account of weather, right, Jennifer?" There was a nervous ripple of laughter across the mirror grandstands. Jennifer glanced at Zane for a moment, then looked back up at the funnel lowering over her. As a gremlin, Ted had told her of their plan, but Zane could tell that her nervousness wasn't hard to fake. Neither Red Cully nor Tabitha Corsica seemed prepared to move. Corsica merely looked up at the clouds, her hair whipping wildly around her face, her wand visible in her hand. Red Cully's expression seemed to be one of grim determination. "Ladies and gentlemen," Damien's voice echoed throughout the grandstands from his place in the announcer's booth, "we seem to be experiencing some sort of highly localized weather phenomenon. Please stay in your seats. You are probably safe there. Those on the field, please remain where you are. Cyclones cannot see you if you don't move." In the crowd, someone shouted out, "That's dinosaurs, you crazy fruit bat." "Same concept," Damien answered in his amplified voice. Sabrina and Noah darted out of the equipment shed, ducking against the swirling winds. They scurried toward the tiny concessions area built into the base of the Hufflepuff grandstand. The counter was manned by Hufflepuff students, but the food itself was prepared by elves in a kitchen near the back. Noah and Sabrina headed along the side of the grandstand and stopped at an open doorway. "Hey, you fellows, see what's going on out here?" Sabrina yelled over the growing noise of the cyclone. "Weather's getting pretty foul, isn't it?" A grumpy-looking elf in the back of the kitchen lowered his pipe. "And what do you want we to do about it, eh? You wants we should shoot a blast of storm-calming pixie dust at our ears, maybe?" "I was just thinking about Section 55, Paragraph 9 of the Elves of Hogwarts Coalition Agreement," Noah yelled, hunkering in the doorway. "Says elves are responsible for securing the grounds during inclement weather. Getting pretty inclement out here, I'd say. Maybe you'd like Sabrina and me to go shut and lock the holding pen doors for you until this blows over? Come on, Sabrina." The elf stuffed his pipe into the knot of his napkin loincloth and jumped forward. "Never you mind that, now." He turned and called into the depths of the kitchen. "Oil. Peckle. Crung. Sea dial. We got a job, we does. Let's get a move on." The four elves bustled past Sabrina and Noah. The grumpy elf called back over his shoulder as they went, "Much obliged, Master and Mistress. Enjoy the match, now." As the elf scurried through the wind toward the holding pen doors, the cyclone finally touched the pitch. It licked across the center line, 20 feet to Tabitha Corsica's right, and for several moments, she watched it, fascinated. Many people commented later that, impressive as it was certainly the smallest cyclone they had ever seen. The grass where it touched down tossed wildly, but the power of the tornado dropped off significantly after 100 feet or so that those in the grandstands were relatively unaffected. Jennifer Tellis turned and ran to the sidelines to join her team. Red Cully didn't seem to notice. Still standing in the center of the pitch next to him, Tabitha Corsica fingered her wand and glanced around, now ignoring the writhing cyclone. She seemed to be looking for something. In the holding pen deep beneath the Slytherin grandstands, James and Ralph heard the noise of the cyclone and the creaking of the grandstand as the wind pressed against it. "Which one is it?" Ralph asked as James whipped the cloak off them. "There are so many of them." James pointed past the row of broomsticks leaning against the lockers. "There, in the corner farthest from the door, A broom hung in the air as if awaiting its rider. "That's got to be it," he said, darting toward it. They stopped, one on either side of it. Close up, the broom seemed to be vibrating or humming very slightly. A low, unsettling noise came from it, audible even over the moan of the wind and the creak of the grandstands. "Grab it, then, James. Come on, let's get out of here." James reached out and grabbed the broomstick, but the broom didn't budge. He pulled it, then wrapped both hands around it and yanked. The broom was as immobile as if it had been buried in stone. "What's the problem?" Ralph moaned, glancing back toward the door. "If we're still in here when they come back." "We have the invisibility cloak, Ralph." "We can hide," James said, but he knew Ralph was right. The holding pen was small and there were no obvious places to get out of the way, even if they couldn't be seen. The broom stuck, somehow. "I can't move it." "Well," Ralph replied, gesturing vaguely, "it's a broomstick. Maybe you're supposed to ride it." James felt a sinking in his stomach. "I can't ride this thing, even if I could get it to move." "Why not?" "It's not mine. I wasn't all that great on the broom until I got my thunderstreak, if you recall. We want to capture this thing, not pulverize it into a wall with me on it." "You've gotten better at it since then," Ralph insisted. "Even before you got your thunderstreak, you were getting loads better. Almost as good as Zane. Go on. I'll hop on the back and throw the cloak over both of us." James dropped his hands and rolled his eyes. "Ralph, that's completely crazy." Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed down the corridor leading to the pitch. It rattled the rafters, showering dust all around. Ralph and James both startled. Ralph's voice was squeaky with fear. "What was that?" "I don't know," James replied quickly, "but I think we just ran all out of options. Ralph, get ready to hop on." James swung his leg over the floating, gently humming broomstick and gripped the handle tightly with both hands. Slowly, he settled his weight onto the broomstick, letting it collect him. A minute earlier, outside, Tabitha Corsica had spied something. Zane saw her gaze stop on the equipment shed. Somehow, she'd known the cyclone was suspicious and had identified the one place someone might hide and cast spells into the magical boundaries of the Quidditch pitch. Zane was prepared to bolt onto the pitch to head her off if she approached the shed. He was already concocting a haphazard plan to pretend to drag her to safety. She didn't approach the shed, though. Zane saw her take one step in that direction, and then glance aside at the elves closing and barring the doorways into the team holding pens. Tabitha turned on her heel and stalked purposely toward the door in the base of the Slytherin grandstands. Even if Zane ran full out, he'd barely beat her there. He simply had to hope that the elves would stick by their duties, regardless of what Tabitha said. Noah and Sabrina had followed the elves to the Slytherin holding pen doors, watching from a distance as they swung them shut and threw the locking beam into place. Sabrina saw Tabitha striding across the pitch, her face grim and her wand out. "Open those doors," Tabitha yelled, her voice firm but calm. She raised her wand hand, pointing it at the closed doorway. "Very sorry, miss," the grumpy elf answered, bowing slightly. "Coalition requirements. These doors must remain secure until such time as they can be opened without fear of danger or damage." "Open them now or stand aside," Tabitha called. She was only 30 feet away from the doorway now, and Sabrina saw the look of murder on Tabitha's face. She'd blast those doors open with her wand and probably crush the poor duty-bound elves to paste between them and the wall. Obviously, Tabitha had guessed what was happening and knew that her broom was in jeopardy. "Hey, Corsica!" Sabrina shouted, launching herself forward, trying to get between Tabitha and the doors. "You summoned this cyclone because you were too proud to forfeit to the Ravenclaws?" Tabitha's eyes darted toward Sabrina, but her pace didn't change. Her wand hand swung swiftly and locked onto Sabrina, who stopped in her tracks. Noah jumped forward to pull Sabrina back, but he was too late. Neither heard the curse Tabitha spoke, but they both saw the bolt of red light leap from her wand. It struck Sabrina square in the face, throwing her backwards into Noah. Both fell to the ground, their shouts drowned by the roar of the wind and the now yelling, confused crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," Damien's voice echoed over the noise, "please let's give a big cheer for Mr. GRETEL, our beloved Quidditch official, who is currently trying to calm the cyclone with some sort of, well, ritualistic dance, as far as I can tell." Sure enough, GRETEL seemed to be dancing around the tornado as it curled over the pitch, throwing up a thick cloud of grit and dust. He pointed his wand at the funnel, but whenever he seemed to get a good aim at it, the funnel would shift, lunging towards him and forcing him to dance away. The crowd did indeed begin to cheer him, so that very few people noticed what was happening at the base of the Slytherin grandstands. "Last chance," Tabitha called to the elves guarding the doorway. They both glanced at Sabrina, who was still collapsed atop Noah, her hands covering her face. "Now listen here, mistress," the grumpy elf began, but he was cut off by the bolt of red light that struck the closed doors. Both elves were thrown aside as the great wooden beam that barred the door exploded with a deafening boom and a shower of splinters. Tabitha hadn't slowed in her approach to the door. She aimed her wand once more, ready to cast the spell that would throw the doors wide open. Then, suddenly, she stopped. She cocked her head, as if listening. Noah, struggling to get out from beneath the dazed Sabrina, heard it as well. Beneath the sound of the cyclone and the roaring grandstands, there was a sound like a single person yelling, and it was growing louder very quickly. The doors to the Slytherin holding pen burst open, ripping completely off their hinges as something rocketed through them from inside. Noah had the briefest glimpse of somebody bent low over a broom hurtling past Tabitha Corsica so fast that she was thrown off her feet. She landed in a graceless heap 10 feet away. The voice of the screaming rider thinned into distance as the broomstick streaked over the pitch, through the cyclone, and out the other side. James clung to Tabitha's broomstick as tightly as he could. He'd left Ralph behind, having launched into an instant wild acceleration the moment he'd settled onto the broom. He felt the thundering shock as the broom rocketed through the cyclone, then he opened his eyes and pulled, trying to gain some control over the wildly careening broomstick. The Quidditch pitch wheeled sickeningly beneath him as the broom responded, fighting him, but unable to resist the force of his lean. The Ravenclaw grandstand loomed ahead and James struggled to pull up. He roared over the crowd, which ducked in his wake, hats and banners flying up behind him. Damien was yelling something from the announcer's booth, but James couldn't hear it over the roar of the wind in his ears. He risked a glance behind him, fearing he might have hurt someone. There were no obvious injuries, as far as he could see. When he turned forward, he was heading directly toward the Slytherin grandstands again, back the way he'd come. He leaned the opposite direction and pulled as hard as he could, driving the broom into a wild, banking turn. The Slytherin grandstands spun away. With a sense of wild triumph, James realized he was getting some control over the broomstick. He looked ahead to see where his turn was taking him and gasped. He barely had time to duck his head before stalking through the open door of the equipment shed. The broom seemed to move as if it had a mind of its own. It roared through the tunnel beyond the shed, and the air of the confined space pressed hard against James' eardrums. When it reached the opening behind the pedestal of St. Lochimigus, it turned so hard, threading into the corridor, that it nearly threw James off. The sense of speed was staggering as the broomstick careened through the halls. Fortunately, the majority of the school's population was out at the Quidditch pitch for the tournament match, leaving the corridors mostly empty. The broomstick banked and dipped into the chasm of the stairwells. It swooped under and over the staircases as they swung and pivoted, barely missing them, forcing James to duck and hug the broomstick as closely as he could. Peeves was near the bottom of the staircases, apparently drawing mustaches on some of the statuary. James saw him out of the corner of his eye. Then, amazingly, Peeves was sitting on the broomstick in front of James, facing him. "Naughty trickery, this is, Potter boy," Peeves shouted gleefully as the broom shot into a narrow hall of classrooms. "Is we trying to create some friendly competition with dear old Peeves?" He. Peeves grabbed a passing chandelier and swung around it, leaving James and the broom to plunge on after him. James tried to steer, but it was no use. The broomstick was following its own definite, if maniacal, course. It banked and dove down a flight of stone stairs into the elf kitchens. Unlike the rest of the school, the kitchens were crowded and bustling, filled with elves cleaning up after the evening meal. The broom darted between gigantic pots, forcing the elves to scramble like tenpins. There was a cacophony of crashing dishes and silverware, the noise of which fell away with horrible speed. The washrooms were next. Stifling hot and noisy. The broom rocketed wildly through the machinery of the washers, diving through gigantic cogwheels and under the arms of enormous, chugging pistons. James was horrified to see that the broom, apparently having reached a dead end, was barreling straight toward the stone wall at the end of the room. He was about to throw himself off the broom, hoping to land in one of the copper vats of suds and water, when the broom ticked slightly to the left and angled up. There was a door set into the well, and James recognized that it was a laundry chute. He gritted his teeth and hugged the broomstick again. The broom shot into the chute, angling upwards so hard that James could barely keep his legs tucked in, and then there was only rushing darkness and pressure. A pile of laundry met him halfway up the chute, and James spluttered as the mass of cloth smothered him. He struggled to shake the clothes free, but couldn't risk letting go of the broomstick. The broom ducked again, and James could tell by the change in pressure and the coolness of the air that it had somehow taken him back outside again. All he could see through the mass of cloth was a faint pattern of flickering light as the broomstick banked and dove. James risked letting go with one hand. He flailed at the clothing wrapped around him, finally grabbing a handful and yanking it as hard as he could. The cloth came free, stunning him with a blurring tableau of light and wind. He had time only to recognize that somehow, incredibly, the broom was taking him back to the Quidditch pitch. The grandstands loomed ahead of him. At the base of the nearest one was a throng of people, many turning toward him, pointing and yelling. Then, with instant finality, the broomstick simply stopped moving. James shot off the end of the broom, and for what seemed like far too long a time, he simply hurtled through the air unsupported. Finally, the ground claimed him with a long, rolling thud. Something in James' left arm popped unpleasantly, and when he finally came to a stop, he found himself staring up into a dozen random faces. "Looks like he'll be all right," one of them said, looking from him to someone standing nearby. "More than he deserves," another person said angrily, frowning down at him. "Trying to ruin the match by stealing the team captain's broomstick. I never would have thought it." "It's quite all right, really," another voice said from further off. James moaned and pushed himself up on his left elbow. His right arm was throbbing horribly. Tabitha Corsica stood 20 feet away, surrounded by a crowd of odd spectators. Her broom hung motionless next to her, exactly where it had stopped. She had one hand on it, gripping it easily. "We can surely forgive this kind of first-year enthusiasm, although I myself am rather amazed at the lengths some will go to in the name of Quidditch." "Really, James. It's just a game." She smiled at him, showing him all her teeth. James flopped back into the grass, clutching his right arm next to him. The crowd began to break apart as Red Cully appeared, pushing his way through. The headmistress and Professors Franklin and Jackson were right behind him. James heard Tabitha Corsica talking loudly to her teammates as she headed back toward the pitch. "People think that because it's Muggle-made, it must be a lesser broom, you see. But the magic of this is stronger than anything you'd find in a standard Thunderstreak, even one with the extra gestural enhancement option. This broom knows who its mistress is. All I had to do was summon it. Mr. Potter could hardly have known that, though. In a way, I feel sorry for him. He was just doing what he knew to do. McGonagall squatted down next to James, her face grave and full of consternation. Really, Potter? I just don't know quite what to say. Broken ulna, madam, Franklin said, peering at James' arm through a strange device comprised of different-sized lenses and brass rings. He folded it neatly and slipped it into his inner robe pocket. I'd suggest the hospital wing for now and questions later. We have much more to attend to at the moment. Quite right, the headmistress agreed, not taking her gaze from James. Especially since I expect that Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant will be here within the next few hours. I must say, Potter, I am extremely surprised at you. To attempt something so puerile at such a time. She stood, brushing herself off. Very well, then. Mr. Jackson, would you escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, please? And if you would be so kind as to instruct Madame Curio that Mr. Potter is to be kept there overnight. She fixed James with a steely stare as Jackson pulled him to his feet. I want to know exactly where to find him when I wish to question him. And no visitors. Rest assured, Madam Headmistress, Jackson answered, leading James back toward the castle. They walked the first 5 minutes in silence. Then, when they entered the courtyard and the noise of the pitch died away, Jackson said, I haven't quite pegged you yet, Potter. The pain in James' arm had receded to a dull throb, though it was still rather distracting. Excuse me, sir? I mean that I haven't figured you out yet, Jackson said in a conversational voice. You obviously know far more than a boy your age should, and somehow, I don't think that is merely because you are the son of the ministry's head orator. First, you attempt to steal my case, and then tonight, you orchestrate this preposterous charade to steal Miss Corsica's broom. And despite what everyone else might think, Potter, he glanced aside at James as they entered the main hall, his dark brows lowering, I know that you did not steal it in order to give the Ravenclaws a better chance in the tournament. James cleared his throat. I don't know what you're talking about. Jackson wasn't paying him any attention. It doesn't matter, Potter. Whatever you think you know, whatever it is you are up to, after tonight, it won't matter one iota. James' heart skipped a beat, and then began to pound hard in his chest. Why? He asked, his lips strangely numb. Once, tonight? Jackson ignored him. He opened one of the leaded glass doors into the hospital wing and held it for James. The room was long and high, lined with crisply made beds. Madame Curio, who for rather obvious reasons, was not a Quidditch fan, was seated at her desk in the rear corner listening to classical music on her wireless. Madame Curio, you probably know Mr. Potter, here, Jackson said, pressing James toward her. He has somehow managed to break his arm at the Quidditch match, despite the fact that he himself is not actually on either of the teams. Madame Curio stood and approached James, shaking her head. Hooligans. I'll never understand what it is about that sport that turns otherwise proper individuals into Neanderthals. What do we have here, then? She lifted James' arm gingerly, feeling for the break. He hissed through his teeth when she found it. She clucked her tongue. Nasty fracture, sure enough. Could have been worse, though, I'm sure. We'll have you fixed up in no time. Also, Jackson said, I've been instructed by the headmistress to ask you to keep Mr. Potter here for the evening, madam. Curio didn't look up from her inspection of James' arm. The Skeelgrow will take at least until tomorrow morning to complete its work, anyway. Still, this is minor enough. I might have sent him to his rooms with a splint. The headmistress wishes to question Mr. Potter, madam. She desires that he be kept under supervision until then. It seems, I am afraid, that Mr. Potter is suspected to be involved in a very serious plot that could put this school at risk. I shouldn't say more, but if you chose to post some sentries at the doors to keep visitors out and Mr. Potter in, at least until tomorrow morning, I wouldn't think that was overdoing it. She didn't say any such thing, James exclaimed, but he knew that his protest wouldn't help. In fact, the louder he protested, the worse it would probably look. Curio gasped and straightened up. Does this have anything to do with the intrusion of that horrible man on the premises yesterday? I've heard that he's some sort of muggle news person, and that he's still here. It does, doesn't it? She covered her mouth with her hand and looked from Jackson to James. Again, I really shouldn't say any more, madam, Jackson replied. Besides, Mr. Potter may end up being entirely exonerated. We shall see in time. At any rate. Jackson looked down at James, and there was the faintest suggestion of a smile on one corner of his lips. Until tomorrow morning, then, James. He turned and stalked out of the room, closing the door carefully behind him.